Synopsis. Zack Foreman once was a human from the Earth when humans went through a dramatic change because of an event. This forced them to evolve into energy-based beings, but was sucked into another dimension, forced to start living out lives on random worlds in a fractured dimension. Humanity is placed on the path of complete extinction. This is controlled by a demon king at a place called the center of everything. The demons try to erase humanity's mark from every reality. So there are only demons, but the demon king feeds from anger and pain. A constant tournament going at the center of everything to feed his hunger. Kazz made it to that point once, but was tricked. He was refused entry to the tournament because he had been offered a place as one of the gods of the fractured worlds, but refused. Refusing to give up, Kazz goes back to the beginning to start again. To do this, Kazz must give up all of his memories to choke the flow of demons born fully grown from a pool of recycled souls. This journey starts after he lives a solitary life, trying to get stronger, but not knowing why. The world Kazz is on is like our Earth. But it was only a mimic of the Earth we know. Caught using steroids and about to give up and join the army, Kazz stumbles onto a cave in the ground. He is transported to a world filled with demons and monsters, and a human named Hero is speaking in his head. Upon meeting Kazz, Hero offers him the hero system to help him advance in this new world. Kazz refuses after trying to get to the top and failing to use the easy route. This starts a series of frustrating events for both heroes, but they learn to work as a team over time. Kazz will meet misbegotten monster girls and demons that he agrees to take care of in this world, using the ranching system. It only gives bonuses to the girls and skills to help raise them, but he will also learn to control the elements with shamanic abilities. You get what you work for. Kazz Foreman says here that you were supposed to be a pro athlete. What happened there? The recruiter asked me as I sat across the desk from him. The office was hot, even with the windows open and 2 fans, and the man was showing it. I was fine, and I wasn't really in the mood to talk about that. I wanted to help out and serve for my country, I said, thinking that was what every gung-ho recruit said that walked in the door. Just as I had thought, the man gave me a wicked grin that said I had no idea what I was in for. Maybe, but I just wanted to get out of here and off the continent. Fine, everything looks good, and we have no reason not to take you if this is what you want. Be back here at 0600 hours, and I suggest that you come early, or you'll have a very long first week, the recruitment officer told me. And I nodded to him respectfully and left the room. After leaving the building, I went over to my old Ford Tempo and got inside. Once I closed the door, I just sat there for a minute, sitting and thinking about the past week. Exposed as a cheater, caught for juicing, and tossed out of MMA. And my instructor, Tom, wasn't answering my calls. I couldn't blame him, but my dream job of being a fighter was gone, and now I was here. My parents didn't know yet, but they would find out on the news tonight. They were just releasing the information now. I had known for a month now, but I wasn't even allowed to talk about it until now. 32, and I had already been fighting for 7 years, but I was just about to get my big chance at a real fight. That was all pulled away because I couldn't put the juice down and just get stronger on my own, and now I was paying for it. I wanted to punch the steering wheel of my car, but I was worried the damn thing might fall apart, and at this moment, I was just getting by. I had earned some money fighting, but I had big dreams and spent it almost as fast as I made it. Money was cheap then, but now I was forced to watch all my spending if I wanted to eat and have a roof over my head. So, the Army was my best bet. I was smart in school, but after graduating, I went straight into a fight, even turning down 2 scholarship offers. I didn't care about school. What I cared about was the thrill of the out person trying their best to beat you before you took them down. There was hardly anything in this world that could provide me with that kind of adrenaline, but I thought that shooting guns and running for my life might be close substitutes. I knew I didn't want to stay here, and the Army wasn't here. Shaking my head and then starting my car was all I could do, and it did, thankfully. I pulled out into the street and started to make my way out of town as the sun was slowly sinking into my mirror. I had to turn my head a bit to keep the glare from it out of my eyes. The road had no curves in it for the first bit, so the sun always got me on my way home. After the short drive, I reached the valley that my house was built on after about 15 minutes of driving. I took a right at the bottom of the hill and turned onto a gravel road that I followed for about 20 minutes. Driving slowly was the only way to keep my car in one piece. Only a few of us lived down here, so the grader had a nasty tendency to skip us. I couldn't entirely fault him for his logic. It was a dead end, and none of the driveways were big enough to turn around in, but that left the road with ruts. I finally pulled into my yard, and it was getting late. Even though I lived far out on my own, I had no pets or animals, so no one was waiting to greet me. Story of my life, but I was used to that, and tomorrow I would be changing my carefree life to one of order and unending training. That would be that bad. Just another thing to get used to, and I would be forced to get strong without having help from some drugs. I parked the car near the house and got out, fully intending to go in and grab the jar of pickled eggs. I would watch a fight or two before bed after devouring the remains of the jar. But something caught my eye out in the bushes. A glowing red light came from deep in the bushes just behind my house. That made me curious, but it was starting to get dark, so I couldn't just run in blind. So I ran up to my deck and grabbed a flashlight from inside my door. I was about to leave, but turned back and grabbed my large hunting knife before turning back to leave the house. Turning back to the house briefly, I considered grabbing a gun, but it probably was just some people dirt biking out here and left their bike. People around here were friendly, and I didn't mind people riding dirt bikes on the trails around my house, but it was too late for them to be out. I started into the forest, holding my light, but not turning it on yet. There was no need. The sun was not completely gone. It was just hitting twilight when I reached the light, and it was starting to get dark out, but the red light lit the clearing up that I had walked into. There was a hole in the ground, and stairs were leading down. The red light came from the hole, but I was not moving to get closer to it yet. This was more than strange because I had been back out in this clearing many times over the years. This house and land had been one of my friend's grandparents', and we used to spend a lot of time out here. There had never been a hole in the ground before this, and I really wasn't sure what it meant. Something about the entrance into the ground called to me. I was torn on what to do, but at the same time, there couldn't be any harm in going to take a look, right? Without cheating, I was already walking down the stairs, and the place smelled old and musty, like walking into an abandoned house. There were no bugs or cobwebs, which didn't really make much sense considering the layer of dust on the stone steps I was stepping on. I was leaving tracks, and maybe it was just the light that was making the bugs stay away. I had already walked about 3 flights worth of stairs, and the tunnel was curving as I went. What am I doing? I said to myself as I stopped. I needed to get back to the house and eat and get to bed. I had made my choice, and like the man had said, I didn't want to be late, but there was that little part of me that just had to know. I couldn't come this far and not take a look, and it had just dawned on me that the light was being impossibly shown all the way to my house. That didn't make any sense, and when I turned around, there was barely any light for me to see behind me. I decided to keep going, and at this point, I was at the point where I had come this far, and not going the rest of the way would eat me up. I started to walk again, and within 5 minutes, I had reached the source of the light. It was almost like the tunnel had been waiting for me to commit to my curiosity, and it got me. Now I stood in front of a wall with a massive 30 centimeters tall, ruby-like, semicircular gem protruding from the wall. The red light was coming from it, and I just discounted the fact that it barely glowed being in front of it now. I reached forward to feel the sphere, but the moment my finger touched the glowing red globe, I fell to the ground. Pain like I had never felt before ripped through my body, making me spasm on the ground as my muscles were ripped apart inside of my body. I screamed in unending agony as I felt my bone cracking and break, but then healing only to do it again. I foamed and spit sprays of blood on the floor, making blood turn to sticky mud with the dust. My body shook, and I spasmed violently, and the pain started to eat its way into my brain, but then it stopped. I rolled over and vomited out more blood, but that made me feel better. The pain was gone like it had never been, and even though I knew it had happened, all that mattered was that I was able to move and breathe again. Something had just changed inside of me. Every bone in my body had been broken, and every muscle torn. I felt different now, more muscular, but not by much. But then a voice in my head almost scared the life out of me that I was so dearly just fighting for. Kazz, You have been selected to receive a system that will bring power and dominance over this world. The voice was deep and old and not that impressed to be talking with me, and that was fair. I just had my body ripped apart, so I wasn't really in the mood for a chat. Do I need it? Isn't that like some kind of cheat? What just happened to me? I asked out loud as I picked myself up off the ground. Your body is now built to absorb the essence of the monsters you kill. But all monsters in this world have the same power. I'm offering you cheat system so I can get to the top easier, right? I asked, cutting the voice off. Yes, you don't want it? Do I need it, or can I survive and fight to the top just by working hard? I asked, driving the point home. Yes, I suppose you can, but then you'll be leveling just the same as the other monsters in the world. Are you stupid or something? The voice was now roaring hard in my head, and it was starting to give me a headache. Are we done? Anything I need to know? I asked, but the voice was gone. Fine. Don't say goodbye. I didn't like you anyway. Ditto OH. So you're one of those guys, huh? Need to have the last word like a child? I challenged the voice. Don't you need to go get eaten by the first monster that sees you? I ignored the voice and tried to dust myself off, but I only ended up smearing the blood and dirt all over me. I was a mess, but all I could do was leave this shithole, so I turned around to leave back up the stairs, but they were gone. They had been replaced with a cave entrance or exit, since I seemed to be in the cave. The outside looked to be some kind of rocky canyon. Well, I was not in the same place that I just was. There was no way that my house was within shouting range anymore either. I don't have enough to pay rent this month. A female cried. What? Rent? Wait a minute. Why was there a woman outside? And as I'm just going to walk out, and there's a city right here, the great Oni DOA doesn't want your excuses. You have one day to come up with a payment, or you know all the dirty things that the great red Oni DOA will force you to do for him, cried a whiny and nauseated male voice. Whoa, what is going on here? That sounded like some demon was going to force that woman to do some dastardly things. I waited, and then when I heard the flap of wings leave, I made my way to the cave entrance. I had my knife, flashlight, and a light on me, so not really much, but I would be able to get shelter, food, and heat with this, so I was good for now. First, it was time to check out the damsel. I wasn't really set on helping someone right off the bat and having to drag them around with me. If it was something simple I could do to help, I would help, but I would get stronger than everything in this world. I had already messed my old life up by cheating to get to the top, so I needed to prove that I could be the best without cheating. Jilly, the thirsty Umyakade, I poked my head around the corner to find the woman that turned out to be a busty redhead, but I could only see her from the breasts up. Her heaving melons and erect nipples were uncovered and bulging out. There's strange things coming out of her head, but my eyes weren't really focusing on that. For just stepping out a hole in the ground, this was a pretty good start. But just where the hell was I? I was looking up, which meant she was close to 9 feet tall. This woman was a monster, but tall chicks weren't that bad. Still, I wasn't here to fraternize that could come later, and she had that hungry woman look. I didn't want to just leave her, but I also did want to get caught up in whatever mess she was in if it wasn't life-threatening. Hey, sorry just got here, and didn't want to interrupt your little meeting with, what was that thing? I heard wings, but I don't know what it was. I said a bit confused. But the woman didn't seem to be fazed by my lack of expression. The woman looked me up and down, and as she did, 2 weird-looking things sticking out of her head shook. They looked similar to feelers or antennae, something like what you might see on an insect, and my skin started to crawl a bit, but I waited. Oh, you must be one of those men. One of those that has a special system. You are just a handsome fellow to help me from having to do horrible things for the great Oni Dao. The woman complained as her body tipped to the side, and my skin started to crawl with fervor. The redhead moved from behind the stone with repeated clicks of point touching down on the hard stone. At this point, my skin was about ready to crawl off my body, but I was a man, and she was still really hot. I could do worse than a centipede girl. So this demon dog is going to use your body? Like as a slave or something? I don't want details. Also, I'm Kazz, I said, offering the woman my hand. At this point, I didn't know what I should call her, and using centipede girl didn't feel right. I tried to look her naked body over to try to get over the fact that she was a giant bug, but the constantly moving little feet kept sending chills down my back when I looked at them. She looked at me strangely. and I used all my reserved manliness to not run away, screaming like a little girl as the woman clicked closer to me. I focused on her pretty face as the monster woman came up to me and leaned her face to my hand. I watched in rapt attention as she slowly moved to lick my hand, but then I quickly pulled it away as she tried to bite me. What the hell was with this woman? She just tried to bite my hand. What the hell? Why'd you try to bite me? I shouted as I jumped back. I am Jilly, the Umyakade, and I wasn't trying to bite you yet. I can if you want me to, but I will be more gentle than that. It's the flavor of you like I like. I want to lick all the salt off your body. The woman clicked and squealed as she approached me. I was backing up again, trying to keep some distance between us as she advanced on me. I wished with all my heart that she could have been anything else but this. Wishing wasn't going to change anything. My father had a saying he used to tell me when I would wish for something. Wish in one hand, then shit in the other, and then see which would get fuller faster. It was a good saying, and it meant that no amount of wishing could change things, so I took a deep breath and then let it out before speaking. Hold on, the thing that was talking to you before said that you would have to do dirty and unclean things if you didn't pay rent, right? I asked while backing up, but she was moving faster than I could backpedal, and she was gaining on me again. Oh yes, he is horrible and nasty to me, making me do all sorts of depraved things. You should defeat the great Oni Dao, and then I won't have to clean for him anymore. Then I can do whatever you want, just for you. He'll even scrub your whole body from head to toe, Jilly said as she advanced on me, but I turned and ran as fast as I could. Thanks, but no thanks. Pay your rent on time next time. I called back as I ran away. But the woman was fast. No way was I getting involved with this crazy woman. This Jilly could go do the laundry and mop the floors if she couldn't pay rent for her hole in ground. Come back. My precious. I won't bite you if you don't want me to. I can cook and clean for you too, while being your faithful helper who is willing to do whatever you need. Jilly cried out to me. I started to run faster, and my body started to push past the normal limits that my body was set at before. The muscles in my legs pumped harder, and I slowly started to put some distance between us. I could hear her squeals slowly getting quieter as I put distance between us, but I needed to keep my attention forward. As much as I would have loved to have some company, or just a friend to spend time with. But bugs just weren't my thing. Still, this was a new world, and I might need to start getting used to the weird-looking people if I wanted to be able to make it in this new world, but insects were pushing my limits. Rockman, the bad-acting monster, finding the centipede woman and whatever little winged demon could only mean one thing. If there were two monsters in this world, that would mean there would be more, and that made me smile. I was hoping that most of them were as hot as the bug lady was. If it hadn't been for those creepy legs, I would have beat that bug girl's kitty like a red-headed stepchild right now. I really didn't want to have to kill girls. That wasn't something I could do. I mean, I was in a new world, and I was the odd man out from what I understood, but I would have to find ways to deal with them if I had to without hurting them. Maybe I was being stupid for being this way, and it was a dangerous attitude to adopt when I knew the world would be filled with danger. I already had dropped the chance to have the easy way, and now I was saddling myself with more personal restrictions. I had to look at it in the way of just giving myself a handicap in this new life, especially after the way I had acted and cheated in my old life. I was only 30 and really in the prime of my life, so giving myself some restrictions was good for me. But I wouldn't restrict myself to doing other things with the women if they were willing. This was a whole new world that I could get strong in, but I wouldn't have to fight monsters all the time, right? I was coming up to an open part of the light gray rock-walled canyon. The area was filled with boulder and many other smaller rocks and was about 30 meters in diameter. At the opposite side, it shrunk back to at the other end, and the canyon continued on. I looked to the left and right, and there were openings for paths, just like the one I had just come from on both sides. I turned back to notice something that looked like a shaking rock up ahead of me, and I got excited. Whatever this rock thing was, it was moving, so it was alive, and must be a monster. Finally, something that I could try swinging a fist at, but I slowed down as the creature stood way up. A 4-meter-tall man, made out of stone that looked dark gray and jagged, stood up with a shell of stone on its back. I started to rethink how I was going to face this situation. The rock thing stood on thick, heavy rectangular boulder boots, and its hand recovered the same. The thing looked mean and grouchy and dangerous, but its elbows and knees weren't protected well. It also wasn't made completely out of stone, so I started to let my mind absorb everything to figure out a plan. I wasn't taking Psychopede as my partner. What do you want, little man? The rock man asked me in a slow and halting manner like he was missing some stones upstairs. Just passing by, and you look a bit out of my league, but I need to get by, so do you think I could sneak by? I asked, trying to buy myself some more time. You just need to pass me? The ugly-looking rock man pondered as he put a ground with his hand on his chin. Sure, if you don't need to fight, then that's just fine. I don't mind at all. I watched as the troll stepped back with a bow, but I could see the unrestrained grin creeping across his ugly human face. And this guy was a bad actor. I started to walk and act like I had no idea he was about to kick me. I was insulted that he had the nerve to pull his foot back before trying to swing it forward, but I had already scoped a stone up off the ground. It was about the size of my head and pretty heavy, but my new strength made it feel a lot lighter. Whoosh! The feeling and sound of the foot just barely missing made my clothes flap around, but I had just stepped back casually, seeing the foot coming in almost slow motion. I laughed as I turned around fast and hucked the rock at the kneecap of the leg still on the ground. Whatever this thing was, it had thin elbow and knee joints, and they were just as weak as a human's. The shot I fired struck the monster and sent it tumbling to the ground. I grabbed a bigger rock with a rough 35-centimeter diameter and walked over to the roaring and whining monster. This rock man thought he was a wisecrack. I will be putting an end to this bastard's dirty tricks. What have you done to me? You broke my leg. Now, what am I going to do? This is all your fault, and now, since I am hurt, I activate a quest to force you to go on a quest to help me. The rock thing cried out in an agonized but victorious voice. Nothing happened, and I continued walking forward. But the idea that doing a quest for someone would make you stronger was dumb. So that's what that minor bullshit system was, a way to suck me into random missions instead of just fighting monsters and getting stronger. Wait, you were supposed to be stopping. Why do you have that rock? The rock man said as I got closer to him, raised the rock over my head. The scream was cut off fast, and the rock made a squishing and bone-grinding cracking noise as it tore flesh and broke the creature's face. Blood sprayed, and chunks of flesh, broken bone, and brain matter squished out the sides from the force and size of the rock. I stood all the way back up, and I did feel like this was a bit better now, finally getting a bit of natural adrenaline pumping inside of me. There was nobody to take care of, just me trying to get to the top of this monster-filled world without using some dumb cheat system. Excuse me, I seem to be lost. A sweet, hissing voice asked me from behind. I turned around, and I looked at the beautiful face of a woman with snakes for hair. The woman's gray, clouded-over eyes. Yeah, I think I just lost the game. Blind Mary, the Medusa, I wasn't big on monsters, but I was sure that I should be a statue. Right now, snakes for hair. Snake's body from the hips down. I looked back up into Medusa's gray eyes, still not getting stoned. Was she blind? Hello? The cute Medusa asked again, and I finally spoke up. Yeah, I'm right in front of you, I said, not really sure what to say at this point. How was she still alive? What kind of monsters survived if they couldn't do what they were supposed to? Oh, what are you? She asked, slithering forward. I didn't move, but I didn't let my guard down either. That would be a great end, killed by stupidity. I am a man, just a human man. Can I ask how you are blind and how you survive while being blind? You are blind, right? I asked as the cute girl ran hands over me, not seeming to mind the fresh gore or the old crusty stuff. I can be pretty good at avoiding getting in trouble, and my lovelies can smell when excited people are around. They can also smell strength and power, but you smell normal, but you said you were a human. Shouldn't you be stronger or something? I have heard that when the old hero dies, a new one enters. The Medusa explained, controlling her hisses, and she finally slithering back from me, but I was kind of hoping she would stay close. I don't like bugs, but snakes I didn't mind, and this girl was beautiful, and she was blind, so I was screwed. There was no way on God green earth that I could leave her behind and ever hope to sleep again. So, what are you doing right now? Like, do you have a home? Are you just lost? I asked curiously and reached out to take her hand. Medusa accepted it and led her away from a massive head that I had just exploded. She couldn't see what I had just done, and that was for the best, but I was still trying to figure out what I was going to do. I don't have a home, but my lovelies always help me find somewhere safe to sleep. Do you have any food? Medusa asked, putting her hands together. Ugh, she was so cute. And this is probably how she had survived for so long. Still, this was supposedly a world full of monsters. Weren't they supposed to be mean or something? So, these other monsters don't bother you? I just can't understand why they would leave such a poor, defenseless, and beautiful woman alone. I asked after trying to let go of her hand, but Medusa held on. Because I am poor and defenseless? And you think I am beautiful? Medusa asked, and I started to get level 5 Klingon vibes, but knew it was already too late. Yes, but the people in this world are monsters, right? I asked. Yes, but what does that have to do with it? Medusa asked while tilting her head at me. They are monsters. Doesn't that make them evil or something? I asked. I was entirely out of my element right now. I had no idea what monsters were like, but the name meant that they were evil to me. But now I was second-guessing that concept with the way Medusa was reacting. Am I evil? I'm a monster, just like everyone else in this world. Sure, there are some bad ones, but there are some good ones too. Medusa protested, taking my other hand in hers. Okay, I'm sure that you guessed that I'm not really from around here. And where I come from, monster means scary and evil. The way you're reacting makes it seem like there are just as many good as bad ones, right? I asked, and she got excited, drawing closer to me, her luscious chest a hair's space from my own. I was starting to get excited in a very different way, but I shoved those thoughts down and focused on the things she was saying. There are good and bad, but monster is just our race. I can see why you might be confused, and some of us might look scary like me. Medusa said, letting go of my hands to make a scary claw's impression, and the snakes even started to wander aimlessly hissing. I'm a full-grown man that enjoys hitting things in his free time, but this was the cutest thing I had ever seen. No wonder she was still alive. Who could hurt this precious beauty? Okay, you're right, but there has to be a bunch of bad ones for me to fight, right? Also, do you have a name? Or do I just call you Medusa? I asked because it was starting to feel weird referring to her like that. It would be like if she called me human, and I didn't want to come off rude. She seemed a bit airhead, but far better than the Umyacade I had just met before this. My name is Mary, and yes, there are more than enough bad ones, but I can take you to meet some of the good ones that I know. Mary said, somehow able to grab my hand from my sides. She started to bob, and her snakes hissed half-heartedly in protest as she did. I was watching other things shake and jiggle as she did, but having a guide to meet some of the so-called friendly monsters could be good. I wasn't really here to make friends, but if I was stuck here, which I was sure that I was, then I should at least say hi. Sure, take me to see these monsters, and maybe we can get something to eat, I said to the beautiful Medusa, Mary, with a warm smile that she couldn't see. Okay, let's go, Mary said with excitement. Mary pulled me along, and I followed, but there was something about a blind woman leading me that just didn't sit right. Kazz had, so we just keep going this way. We turn here, then we just have to go this way for. I think we turn here, Mary told me as she dragged me into a big circle around the inside of the canyon area we were in. Never once did she try to make a left turn to leave the canyon, and she looked so cute wandering around that I let her do 2 laps before stopping her. As adorable as Mary looked, wandering around, we were literally going nowhere, and it was getting hot out. Mary, are you sure you know where you are going? I don't mean to sound like a drag, but we have been walking circles, I said to her as I pulled her to a stop. I could smell the thickening blood, and flies were starting to gather around the monster I had killed. I wanted to get out of here before the smashed head started to stink, and the smell of blood should attract other monsters, I think. I wasn't sure how to take this world with Mary's revelation that not all the monsters in the world were terrible, but instead, they like humans. If that was the case, then I would have to look at each monster case by case, which would make my rise to the top that much more difficult. I think I might be lost, Mary said while blushing. She was also twirling one of her snakes with her finger and starting to get a bit rough with it. I had to grab her hand to stop her before she actually hurt the poor thing. She was strangling the poor thing, but I kept her fidgeting hands busy, holding mine. I found it weird that she didn't know what she was doing, but maybe she was really frazzled right now. She looked embarrassed, and I racked my brain on what to do. Mary was blind, and she had no sense of direction, so I hadn't expected much at first, but if she wasn't guiding me, I didn't want to go slow. I started to get hungry now even more, and I was sorely tempted to cut one of the rock man's legs off. I had almost everything that I would need, but the thought of him having a face did put me off. New world or not, it would be weird. Okay, that's okay, but I don't want to leave you here alone, and I want to move faster. So 2 questions. First, can we eat that rock man thing that I killed? It had a big rock shell and was pretty tall. I explained to Mary as she was slowly inching herself closer to me. No, they taste awful and will give you a stomach ache, and then you just end up puking up anyways. Mary said with a disgusted look that screamed with familiarity. But that made sense. She would have to eat what she could get, but that made another question push its way out. Did you eat it raw, or did you cook it? I asked her, and her disgusted look turned to one of befuddled confusion. Gaunk! What is this? You could do something else with the meat? Mary asked, somehow grabbing my hands again as she did. I was starting to think this whole blindness thing was pretty suspect, but the circles we had traveled in and the embarrassment said it was for real. Who knew or cared at this point? But there not being cooking in this world was beyond strange. It could just be said in a different word, and maybe there were a bunch of words that don't line up. That, or Mary's blind, as had just never seen it happen because of the obvious. Then again, this was a world filled with monsters that had no problem eating each other. So, it could just be that there has been no need for cooking, or only a select few races had the ability. Have you ever put the meat over a fire before, and then try to eat it? I asked, and was pretty shocked when Mary reeled back, hissing at me. For a whole entire fraction of a moment, I saw what kind of true terror she could have been if she had been born with sight. Mary's snakes wreathed her head, and all pointed their sightless eyes on me, and Mary scolded me in a deadly voice. Pseudoescent burnest the meats. Mary hissed at me, and that was the end to her menace. She was adorable when she got all up, and her hiss list came out, but I could tell she was upset. Thankfully, I didn't need to hide my gaping grin, but I tried to explain myself to get her to calm down, regardless of the view. I don't burn it. I make it taste better, and it makes it easier to chew. Plus, you can get rid of the stuff that makes you sick by cooking it long enough. I explained to Mary, and she slowly lowered herself back down in front of me. You can make the stinky meat, so we can eat it? Mary asked, letting a cute excite his escape. I was no chef, and no, I did not plan on teaching the monster world how to cook, but it wasn't hard to barbecue a steak. I nodded to Mary, but then smacked my forehead with the palm of my hand and spoke up. Yes, but I don't have anything to use for fuel to make a fire. We need some dry wood. But I haven't seen anything since I got here. Maybe there might be something up top, but I don't have the skills to climb a wall that tall. I explained to Mary, and she looked disappointed, but then I froze. I heard multiple slow clicks coming up from behind me, and my skin started to crawl all over my body. I slowly turned around to find Jilly, the Umyakade, moving towards me slowly. I might be able to help, but it will cost you. Also, hello, my little Mary. Has this man been doing inappropriate things to you, without me present? Jilly said accusingly to me with triumph, but I could tell that she was a bit winded. Auntie Jilly, thank goodness you were here. I got lost. Well, I got both of us lost, Mary said in a whiny voice different than she had used before, and now she was pushing past me to go to the giant centipede woman. Oh, this was just great. Of course, the Looney Tunes would come as a pair. What next? Wait, I was just kidding. I don't want to know. Next, I pleaded with an unnamed god that probably didn't exist. Someone was laughing. The system, not done with me yet you two aren't related, are you? I asked as Mary hugged Jilly's abdomen. I shivered a bit as all the little golden legs braced Mary. But she was giggling from it. I was still keeping my distance. I didn't like to be tickled. No, this little blind vagrant is just someone I see quite often in these parts. I have tried to eat her numerous times and almost was killed each time by freak accidents. So I decided to just leave her be. I also suggest not trying anything that she doesn't like, Jilly warned me. Interesting. So Mary had some kind of protection thing that made chance work in her favor. That would explain how a blind, cute, and defenseless monster has survived so long in this world. Jilly had also just confessed to trying to eat Mary on numerous occasions like it was nothing. Looks like there were conflicting views here. On one side, there was Mary, who couldn't see the world and all of its ugliness, but she assumed that most people were good at the hippie monster. Then there was Jilly, who was a monster like I had read about for all intents and purposes, but a tad bit more civilized in some senses. She was also an 11 out of 10 if you could just get rid of the bug body and homicidal nature, but you can't win them all. It also didn't look like I was going to be getting rid of her anytime soon, so I might as well take her up on her offer. You said that you can get some wood or something that I can burn, right? I asked Jilly. Oh, that, yes. I can climb to the top and pass some wood down. I wanted to try this new thing out anyways. Okay, so it'll work? Good, Jilly said. But the last part seemed like she was talking to herself, and I started to get a sneaking suspicion, but I was pulled from my thoughts. I had to watch as Jilly gracefully, and with no effort apparent, crawled almost 50 meters of the waving cliff wall. I had considered trying to climb the wall myself, but even with my new strength and body, there was no way I would chance trying to climb that deadly ascent. Ek, Mary squealed and fell over backward like something had pushed her, and I rushed over to her. You okay? I asked as I slid my arms under Mary to help her up. Meanwhile, above, I could hear some thunderous crashing noises, but I was distracted. There was a mostly naked blind snake woman in my arms, Sumi. Oh, whoa, that hurts, but I can see something blue, Mary said with unrestrained excitement as she rubbed her head and cuddled into my arms. What? I asked in confusion, but not liking the cuteness I was receiving as the bagging up top intensified. How do you know what the color blue looks like? That was the best I could come up with at the moment, but suddenly the ground shaking and banging from up the stop. I looked into Mary's grinning smile, about to ask her what the screen said, but then a sound similar to a table saw started. All right, what the hell is that woman doing up there? I said rhetorically, but Mary answered me. I don't know. Mary said so cutely that I just stared at her. I had that one coming for saying it out loud, but I was getting distracted again. Since Mary knew colors, the next most logical thing to think was that she could read, right? What does the blue screen say, Mary? I asked her, but she just shrugged and gave me basically the same answer she had just given. And I was about ready to just throw logic away entirely at this point. I don't know. I can't read, Mary said plainly to me, and I blinked at her. Then how do you know that the screen is blue if you were born blind? I asked, just hoping for a sliver of logic to protrude in this mind-bending conversation. But I had no such luck, and I tossed logic out the window. I don't know. It's blue, Mary said, and then cuddled into my chest again. Suddenly, the buzzsaw up top stopped, and silence reigned over the rock-filled canyon. Mary had been slowly wrapping herself around me, and now I had no choice but to carry her. Not really a bad thing. I'm going to pass everything down, try to make a nice stack. Jilly yelled down as she hung over the edge. Pass down? I could catch. I started to complain, but shut the fuck up and ran for my life with Mary laughing in my arms. The sun behind was blotted out by what I could only assume to be planned and perfectly cut fresh lumber planks of various sizes. What the hell was this witch doing? Boards started to rain down like fat, long wooden spears, and I was doing everything in my power not to become a pre-cooked skewer. As I dodged, though, I started to notice something strange. No matter where I moved, the planks just barely missed me, but they did miss me every time. So I stopped moving and stood still, and the boards rained down around me until I couldn't move, but not a single one touched Mary. I had to get a couple gashes, but my body was healing very fast, and now that it was over, I let out a long breath. What every Mary's power or ability was, it had just saved my life, and I was glad, but I had a large number of other emotions racing around inside of me. It went up a level. Mary squealed in my arms, and I looked down at her. What was going on here? Level? That sounded like some game BS, and I was starting to develop a sneaking suspicion of what was going on, and when Jilly poked her head over the top of the forest of boards pinning me in a place where a bright yellow construction-grade hard hat, I was sure. That damn thing gave the girls both systems just to spite me. Gods, what are they good for? So, whatever was overlording this world seemed to have the ability to give out systems as he chose. I don't know if I would call this cheating now, that these two miscreants were part of my party, but I was paying for every advantage with attempts on my life so far. Sorry, I guess I can't kill you either with that little snake of snakes wrapped around you. Well, we have the wood. Now I need a pilot. Also, are you going to burn that troll or not? Jilly asked me with impatience. If you can help me out, I can start the fire while you pile the wood unless you know how to cook the meat. I questioned Jilly as I watched the hard hat slide off the top of her head and rest on her bare back just below her neck. What's going on? Mary hissed up from my arms. Ook, Fine. But this better be worth it. Stupid man, can't even kill him. Probably would just leave me wanting more after anyways. Jilly grumbles as she starts to rip the planks off of the ground with ease. Some boards were buried up to a meter deep, driven into the ground. Yet that didn't bother this Hercules beetle of a woman in the slightest. I saw a vast gap already between the two of us, and it was starting to make me second-guess my choice. I decided that for now, I would learn how to do things with Mary attached to me. This female had made it very clear that she would kill me if given a chance, and I wasn't about to let my time in this world end yet. Maybe I would have to try and ditch her at some point. She clearly was nothing more than an acquaintance to Mary, considering that she tried to kill her as well. I wondered what Mary thought of Jilly in terms of whether or not she would be considered a good monster or not. If she was, then that just meant that the rest of the monsters in this world would just be different variations of bad. I could see how she might take on that outlook of other monsters, but it would be something that I would have to clarify with her. Unlike Mary, I didn't possess some kind of superpower that let me avoid danger like she could, and I wouldn't want that. I wasn't completely averse to getting some kind of superpower that I could train and grow with. That would be cool. Jilly almost had a path cleared for me to get out, and I was briefly reminded of the large gap in our strength. If I got a chance for a superpower, I wouldn't pass it up. What do you think I am? I am not a gin in a bottle. You had your chance now. If you want to be some Looney Tunes superhero, you will have to search for the power yourself. Not so all-and-mighty then. Watch your mouth with me, or I will convince the Umukade to try harder to kill you. Hey, so it was you that has been slating my path. Why did you give the girls the systems? Believe it or not, I did this to help you, not to hinder you. Since you have decided to talk the hard way, I need to make sure that you can get out in the world and do something of value. Value? Oh, I get it. So because I don't have one of those system things, you aren't getting any points? What is this kind of big game? Everything in life is a game. So yes, I need you to complete tasks and quests to earn me standing to spend on the game I am playing. What? I am a godlike entity that presides over this world alone, and so do all the others. They each have their own, and we have to cultivate the idiots we trick from the seed world to complete tasks in this world. If I can get enough points to move up in the standing, your world will improve somewhat. What's the whole point of it all? Is there a point? I was walking out of the lumber forest, and I got a glare from Jilly and was told to go get working, or I would be the one going on the fire. If these two were my help. I was not excited to find out who my enemies were going to be. The path that you choose is your choice in this world. Do what you like. If you help the girls complete their missions, then your life will get better, and you can blame any boost you get on your kind heart or idiocy. Not going to spill all the truth about what your real game is, Fine. I didn't mind helping with girls as long as I was the one making a choice on whether or not I would be helping. Mary, can you hold on to my back? I'm going to start getting the fire ready, and then I will go cut up some meat. Okay? I asked, but Mary was already snaking around back. I smiled as I felt the warm, soft press of her chest on my back as I dug into my pocket. I only had a couple things on me, but a lighter was one of them, and that meant I wouldn't have to go bushman and tried starting a fire by rubbing sticks together. I pulled out my lighter, but it did not look like a light. Instead, it looked like some kind of pen torch now. I pressed the bottom on the side, and a thin but solid stream of flame appeared about a meter long. I almost dropped the thing in shock. What the hell was this thing? It looked like a homemade lightsaber or something that was made in some anarchist basement. How did you get a magical flame blade? You didn't just have that before. You made me pull all of those out for nothing. Jilly screeched from behind me. I whirl around awkwardly as Mary giggled on my back, making them far too close. Jilly reared back in for my vicious barbecue lighter. Huh. Now, I had the fire and a weapon that I had never used before. Can I get skill for this? Wahaha. The blade. Not the right tool for that job. I got the fire started with minimal risk to my life being applied. Jilly had thrown a couple of the long boards at me, but they went wide, completely missing me. Look, the more you mess around with your vain attempts to kill me, the longer it will take to get the meat down, I said as I walked over to the fallen rock troll that I had killed. Maybe, but you have yet to show me anything that would make me less likely to want to eat you, Jilly said while looking at me hungrily and licking her lips. I ignored her. I was already having enough trouble as it was concentrating with Mary on my back. She had started licking the back of my neck, and I was having trouble staying focused as I walked over to the corpse. This was the hard part now, and I needed to get the meaning of this thing quickly before Jilly decides that she doesn't want to wait for the meat. This woman was getting worse and worse as time went on, and I didn't want to keep relying on Mary to keep me from being eaten. Oh, the troll stinks. Do you really think burning it will make it less smelly? Mary asked, after taking a break from licking my neck. I can't make promises, but I know that there are a couple different kinds of meat that are poisonous if you try to eat it raw or if it hasn't been cooked properly. This meat seems like it will follow the same rules, so we'll just have to wait and see, I said as I cut a large portion of the monster's thigh up with my fancy knife. The 12-centimeter long blade was beyond weird now. When I had pulled the knife out from my back belt, the blade started to peel like sheets of paper. I was shocked at first and almost tossed the damn thing like I had just realized I had pulled a snake from behind my back and not a rabbit. I had a snake glued to me, so that analogy has kind of puttered, so I held onto the knife for a moment longer, and the rustling blades seemed to calm down. I had approached the thigh of the monster and went to go skin the hairy thigh of the monster. The parts that weren't rock were covered in 3-centimeter long, bristly gray hairs. I cut all the way around just above the knee and split a line down the top to be able to cut the hairy skin off just like any animal I'd skinned. As I started to skin it, the blade flayed apart again, but then started to extend like ribbons. The knife split into 4 sections, and when I started to pull it through and around the leg, it was like cutting butter with barely any resistance. Once I had finished making a complete circuit around, the meat sagged off the bone in 3 wavy cut sheets. I moved about 50 centimeters up and then scooped up the stinking meat, which was smelling markedly worse than before now that the blood and flesh were exposed. I was feeling less confident about my ability to make this taste better, but I could feel something dripping on my shoulder where Mary was resting her chin. I turned my head to find her cute face drooling dribbles of drool down on me. I would have wiped her face, but my hands were covered in the stinking troll blood, so I just let her be. Maybe just getting rid of the hair and skin made it almost edible to them. But I had to stop Jilly as she approached with more dry wood to throw on the fire. Hey, wait, don't put more wood on here yet. The fire is finally burned down now, I told Jilly as she dropped the wood and glared at me. It's not making fire anymore. How are you supposed to burn the meat if there is no fire? Jilly growled at me. I just waved her off and collected some saplings that had been knocked down in her attempt on my life. After gathering 6 long and fresh ones that wouldn't burn quickly, I pulled my knife back out and tried to hack off the extra small branch on each one. Tried was the key word here. My new fancy knife wasn't having any part of it and actually twisted or bent out of the way every time I tried to hack a branch off. What the heck? What is your problem, knife? I asked the writhing blade, not really expecting an answer. In response, the blade fanned out into multiple blades and then extended towards the meat. I watched as the blade began dissecting the meat, cutting, and lifting out the thick, blood-filled veins with the precision of a surgeon. I just stood dumbly with my arm out of the blade, prepared the meat, and then stabbed the piss out of it after tenderizing it. The left side of my shirt where Mary was resting was soaked, and I kept having to bat away snake tongues that were getting too close to my ears. Finally, the blade finished its handiwork, and I was left with a pile for roughly 5 by 25 centimeter steaks. After putting the blade away, I pulled out the fire sword, hacked off the offending limbs on my saplings, and set them across the fire. I had moved stones to set them on, so there was up just a bit. Then I tossed the steaks on that were only smelling slightly rancid. After watching the blade do all the work, I was getting hungry. I tossed the steaks onto the fire and lined things all up. Jilly was hovering over me as she did, but she wasn't bothering me, just watching with interest. The meat began to sizzle, and soon all traces of the rancid smell were gone. Cooking meats replaced that, and even my mouth started to salivatate. Is it donuts yet? Mary hissed with drool, now reaching my mud and blood-covered pants, but she was still fucking cute. Unique requirements. But did I have a choice? After having to hold Mary under my arm and fend off Jilly with the fire sword for about 15 minutes, turning them once, they were done. The smell of the meat was quite good, and it filled the air, so I could see why it had to keep the girls back. This was probably the best thing that either of them had ever smelled. The bit of human in each of them yearned for the complexity of flavor. Eating fresh meat was probably second nature to them and every other monster. If they could all eat it raw, why would they try to cook? Now, I grabbed some burnt point short spear that I used to skewer the steaks. I was tempted to give Jilly hers right away in payment for trying to kill me, but instead, I spent 5 minutes running around waving meat sticks around while holding Mary off. I was trying to cool them off, but Jilly took it as me running away. Instead, being the intelligent centipede, she had decided not to chase me. Instead, she grabbed one of the hot steaks that I had pulled away from the main coals. I turned around and started to run back, letting Mary have her meat stick that was not cooled enough now. I tried to call out to Jilly to stop as I felt the hot juices drip down my back from the meat Mary was eating. I had noticed that even though the meat stunk and it was a bit dark, the fat marbling was excellent, and the steak was almost 3 fingers thick when I put them on. I watched helplessly as Jilly savagely and hot greasy juice squirted out, and then all hell broke loose. My mouth hurts. I am dying. It burns. Jilly squealed as she writhed in pain. Maybe flailing was a more apt description of the dangerous way her body and tapered legs were flying around. I pulled off my shirt and attempted to get close to her. Jilly, I know it hurts, but calm down, and I will wipe you off. The steaks weren't that hot, and they will be just minor burns, I said calmly while holding out my mostly soaked shirt and her meat stick in the other. Jilly had a wild look in her eyes, but she started to slow down, so I kept slowly advancing. I had to trust that Mary's system would keep me safe. Jilly was calming down now, and she was starting to lower herself to me, and she was starting to look less like a monster. I was distracted by the moment, so it was hard to be surprised at how she acted. Gertz is a new skill, Mary cried out as she must have been finishing chewing some meat. The sound didn't seem to bother Jilly as she continued to lower herself to me, but Mary reached her free hand forward. A bottle of green liquid and a white towel appeared, and they fell to the ground because I had no free hands to grab them. I stopped and dropped my shirt and scooped up the almost drier, fresh, and soft white bath towel. This was something different, but I had to focus on Jilly, who was now right in front of me with a whimpering look on her face. I slowly and gently wiped the grease off, but the burns had left red lines and splotches all over her beautiful and fair skin. Once I was done, I grabbed the bottle of green stuff, and I was pretty sure what it was, and when I picked up the bottle and tried shaking it around, I was sure. I took the top off and shook out wired aloe vera gel that could be used to help soothe and treat wounds. I started to put some on her neck and chest area, trying to focus on the task at hand. After I finished applying the gel, I took a step back and then gaped in surprise. All the burns were gone. Only the slightly wet-looking spots were the only reminder of where they had once been. I handed Jilly their meat stick I had set off the side in the ground for her, and then looked at the bottle of gel in my hands. Then it exploded into a scentless puff of smoke that didn't even seem real, but the bottle was gone. At the same time, the cloth exploded the same, and I was left staring stupidly. Whatever that stuff was, it was more than just standard aloe vera gel. Nothing could have healed minor burns that fast. It was like magic. Magic! Jilly, is there magic in this world? I asked seriously as Jilly was enjoying her meat, slowly this time. I went and sat back in my rock, but the fire and grabbed one of my stakes. The one Jilly had tossed was about 8 meters away. Yeah, we are magic in the sword. And dagger you have are magic, Jilly said between bites. Okay, then what do you do for money in this world? What I mean is, what do you pay this rent that you owe with? I asked after taking a bite of the meat. The flavor was very bland and a bit gamey, but it was better than pickled eggs. So good enough for me, and it was protein. I need to keep eating if I want to keep my girlish figure up. MP or monster points, there are people all over that you could do tasks for, and some you could do more than once if they need the same job done. Others will just pop up, but sometimes they are too hard to complete. Jilly explained as she came over and took my other 2 pieces of meat. She was about to eat both of the steaks, but then she noticed Mary hanging over my shoulder, sniffing the air. I had to put a hand up because the snakes were licking the air as well. Jilly sighed, but handed the second piece over to Mary, who took it gratefully. I savored my single piece of meat as the girl both let out satisfied sighs of relief. At least they were happy, was my thought, but then something the annoying god was back. You have completed all the requirement for a unique system that I think will be perfect for a guy like you that doesn't want the easy way. Suspect, but was I really in a place to say no this time, after everything I had learned? Ranching system activated. Don't be stupid this time, and hear me out. If you plan on having these girls around you, and you don't want to become lunch while you sleep, you had better listen. Geez, this guy was forceful, but I wasn't ignoring what he was saying. There was an excellent chance that he was right, and it would only be a matter of time until Jilly figured some way around Mary. Good. Now, my name Herotopanlopoulos, great god of heaven's 9th gate of Oberomian. You can call me Hero, but I am the ruling god of this world. You just made that up, didn't you? I can wait until they kill you if you would prefer. Then I can reopen the gate and hopefully find someone more willing to accept the gifts that are bestowed upon him. Fine, you're right. I'm being a bit of a turd. I do need your help. So lay it on me. What is this fancy and unique system that you have for me? Ranching system activated. Level up, level 1 gained. Level up, level 2 gained. This system is built specifically as a support system for the ones that want a more relaxed life somewhat, but this will not give you any physical enhancements. The system will only give you ways to help care for monster girls. In your present situation, I think this is the best thing for you. I still wasn't sure precisely what Hero meant with the system, but if it would still let me keep my own personal restrictions on myself, then it couldn't hurt. Plus, it wouldn't be bad to do something that I was already going to do anyway. I will now open the menu screen for you to look over, but later, you could just summon the menu by thinking that you want to do that. A large white-bordered, white-edged window with a black tinted background appeared in front of me. There was white writing, and it reminded me of an old MS-DOS screen on the old IBM computers. Kazz Foreman level, 2 title, NA rank, poor and ranchless rancher. Monster Girls, 2 system, ranching system abilities. Monster Girl Rancher, gain experience from taking care of your monster girls. Monster Girl Pacification, the innate ability to calm monster girls. Monster Girl Care, all things done to care for monster girls are 100 more effective. Jilly level, 2 title, in A species. Umiacade unique ability. Air pressure control system. Builder system abilities. Builder Bug, gain experience from completing building tasks. Pincer Saw, activate to use pincers as a saw. Spine Nailer, activate to fire fastening spines that grow out like razor vines, securing the spine. Mary level, 3 title. In A species, Gorgon Medusa, unique ability. System, saintly survival system abilities. In the aid of others, gain experience from helping party members. Helping Hand, twice per day. You can use this ability to help a party member that is in need, but the items used to help will disappear after use. Blessing, gives logic-bending luck bonus to survival odds when put into harm's way. I could feel 2 pairs of eyes looking over my shoulders as I looked over the menus. I had been distracted and hadn't noticed that Jilly had moved around behind me, but I no longer felt the same creepy-crawly feeling from before. I guess this new system and seeing her when she was hurt had reminded me that she was still just a girl. I wasn't sure what Mary was doing because I could feel her staring just as intently at the screen. Can you both see the floating screen in front of me? I asked the girls as I turned to the girls. The screen moved around with me as I turned, and I noticed both girls following it as I did. That confirmed my question, but now I want to know how Mary could see it. Mary can see her screens and yours, but they're the only things that she can see right now, along with the MP that you will earn from helping others. There will be other rewards along the way you will receive. Unfortunately, all quest rewards you receive that aren't MP will be for one of your party members. While that did suck, the idea of getting something good just because I moved some crates or killed a couple monsters was like getting free help. So, the items being for the girls didn't bother me, but what I was worried about was if the system would have any effect on the items or other things that I found. Anything that you find or ear outside of quest will be rewarded to you. What is a rancher? Are you a master or something now? I don't feel like I want to eat you now, Jilly said as she looked down at me. Masters? What doest my master wants me to do for him? Mary hissed seductively in my ear and then licked up the side of my neck, sent a hot shiver through my body. No, I'm not your master. I am your caretaker, I guess. According to this page, I said, pointing to the screen. I just need to make sure that you two are taken care of and stay out of trouble, I think. Honestly, I know about as much as you do at this point, I said while scratching my head, but then I heard something. It was like the patter of feet, but soft like paws, almost like a pack of dogs or wolves. Of course, there would be monsters coming, and the fact that we had this much time without any was the more surprising thing with the dead stinking troll. I think we should get moving. This place is about to get more dangerous, I said while turning to figure out which was to go. What? You don't want to fight whatever is coming? I thought you wanted to get stronger? Jilly asked, and that was about the time a pack of 3 head dogs charged into the clearing. They each had weird glowing mouths with the glowing stuff leaking out green, red, and blue. They weren't huge, and they went straight for the troll like savages, but then I heard a high-pitched squeal come from Jilly, and she charged. Great. Raining death, spoiled, and soiled Jilly. Stop! I called out, but it was too late to stop her. Suddenly, as I ran, my vision was filled with what must have been at least 50 little white borders and black windowed messages. Each and every one of them read the same thing in rapid succession, and then the air was filled with yipping, then all hell broke loose. Spy Nailer X69 suddenly, balls of fire, ice, and green, smoke-looking stuff that I could only assume were poison gas began firing off in all directions. I ran and tackled the tall Umyakade by her centipede body and knocked Jilly to the ground. Jilly's attack stopped, and she turned on me, but I was already crawling up her smooth body to pin her down. She had not been able to see the fireball that had just passed where her head had been seconds after I had tackled her. Oh, is this more meats? Mary asked as I was now moving up Jilly's waist. No, and you can't go running into a fight like that. I scolded Jilly, and she tried to look away, turning up her nose at me, but as she tried to cross her arms, Mary darted forward and bit Jilly's left breast. Jilly started to squeal in pain and started to try and slap Mary, but every one of them hit me instead. I had to cover Jilly's mouth with one hand and pry Mary's off with the other. Mary, stop it. That's Jilly's breast you're trying to eat. I whispered harshly in her ear, and that ended up making Mary let go in surprise. But the instant release of pressure must have caused Jilly some more pain. Mine nearly popped out of my head, and I suppressed using every curse word I knew and bit my own lip. Mary was in shock for only a moment, and then she moved forward again and began to gently lick her bite marks to make them better. The effect was spot on, but maybe a little too effective. As Mary licked Jilly's wound she had created, Jilly stopped biting me, but grabbed my arm. She began to moan softly, started to lick my hand that she had just bit very sexually. If this was any moment but this present one, I would already have my clothes off. This was way too hot. Then there was the little matter of the balls of death and screaming animals. Yet, none of this fazed the girls. They were in another world, plainly enjoying themselves. All right, you guys need to stop this and save it for later. I whisper-shouted at them, but the sound of dying canine howls and screams were slowing down. Jilly level 3. Achieved. Jilly level 4. Achieved. Jilly new skill leveling. Jilly can now use leveling for clearing sites and creating a level and stable build locations. I wrestled my arm from Jilly and parted Mary's explorative tongue from Jilly's breast that had lost the teeth marks. When I finally got up, I cringed at sight around me. Three-headed dogs lay everywhere, dead or dying. All of them had strange black roots protruding out of their bodies, and every one of them looked like they had died in incredible amounts of pain. Monsters or not, this was too much, and Jilly would need to limit what she used this for. Not only did it put the beast through cruel torture, but it also ruined any chance for us to eat the meat. Not that I would have wanted to eat dog, but I'm sure that the girls would not have minded, but there was no chance of that now. All the intestines and other things that held waste would have gotten stabbed, and then mixed with the blood and then the meat. "Oh, look, I missed on over there," Jilly said as she clicked up beside me and started to rear up, but I grabbed her arm and pulled her back down. "No, you have done enough. And that one is not a threat anymore. You can't be using that attack if you want to be able to eat the things you kill," I explained as I weaved through the bodies that littered the ground. I headed to where the dog was. It had been trapped in a corner by a half ring from the spikes. They had grown up and around to create a fence about 100 centimeters tall. They had grown roughly the height of a piece of plywood turned sideways. "Why? Are you saying I can't eat these now? Why not?" Jilly raged from beside as she traveled over the dead or dying bodies. I had slowed down at each animal that was showing any sign of life and brandished my blade. The first one, I tried to go for a normal ear-to-ear, but when I went to make the cut, the blade flexed. I was about to get very angry when I pulled the knife away, but as I brought it back just above the neck, the dagger stretched out. The tip pierced the back of the dog's 3 necks in lightning-fast succession, and the dog fell limp. "No, you damaged the insides of them where all the waste and toxins are held, and they have mixed with the blood. Now we'll get sick from eating the meat, even if we cook it," I told Jilly as I stood back up and continued on. I wasn't really sure about the getting sick part if we cooked it enough, but poison meat and meat with poisons in it were 2 different things. Still, I didn't want to eat the stuff. And this little possible untruth would help keep Jilly from being so reckless in the future with these attacks. "No mats." Mary asked from my shoulder where she was resting her head. Was this woman always hungry? "No, but we do have someone that looks like they could help us out since we're the cause of her pain," I said while pointing at the female 3-headed dog that was bleeding from multiple nasty-looking cuts. "Is this dog a bitch or bitches?" "My bitch or my bitches?" Well, she was all dog, so at least I would only have to put up with 2 awkward situations. That is if this beast was tameable. Probably could hurt to try. 3-headed dog, or something like that. I smell bloodses. There must be meats Mary and her snakes hissed, and one of the snake's tongues went in my ear, making my eyes go funny as I had a minor body spasm. "Bah, Mary, stop letting your snakes hiss in my ears," I said to her as I caught my balance. "Sorry, I still hungry. Feed me pleases." Mary hissed excitedly, and I wiped the drool from her cute mouth, making her smile. I turned back to the 3-headed dog and wiped Mary's spit on my pants. The dog looked in rough shape and would need to be cleaned up, and some of those wounds may be sewn up. "So, are we going to eat it, or are you just going to stare at it?" Jilly asked as she leaned down to me. "Can you go put more wood on the fire, and I will cut up some more of the troll when I'm done here, okay?" I asked, and Jilly threw up her hands but then clicked off to tend to the fire, mumbling as she went. "Stupid man. Thinks I am his slave. Just wait until he is sleeping," I heard her say, but her voice trailed off before I could hear the rest. I thought this system prevented the girls from trying to eat me. It does. Oh, lucky bastard. You say that, but neither of us knows what she actually meant. So, you might still be the unlucky bastard, but it'll be unluckier. Touché. I pulled out my fire sword and hacked a path into the black thorn bramble vines Jilly's attack had created. This was the worst way to approach a frightened and scared animal by cornering them, but I didn't have many choices. The 3-headed dogs' mouths started to glow their respective colors, but I put my hands out to them. "Listen, there was a big misunderstanding with my friend, Jilly, and I am sorry. I don't want to hurt you. I want to help you," I said softly with my hands forward and palms up. I went slow, but they still backed up to the wall, so I slowed down and stopped altogether. I waited for the 3 heads to come forward, and they each sniffed my hand, and then each licked one of my hands once. Poof! I had been moving closer to the dog, but it had suddenly exploded in the same kind of white smoke as the items that Mary had given me had produced. I went down on my hands and knees and crawled forward, but the smoke dissipated, and I was staring into... Author note, this is just the sketch 1, 2. And yes, that is a third breast in my vision. Holly Hannah, and they were chocolate milk-colored, tri-breast of perfection. But then there were the cuts and scrapes that cover the rest of the beautiful ebony angel. Will you really help us? Or is it to just use us for sex like our own people did? A beautiful redhead asked me as I brought my vision up to the proper height and eye level, sitting up. I don't want to become a toy again. The girl with blue hair cried out in sorrow, large tears starting to fill up her eyes. I don't think that's what he wants, but then I'm pretty sure that's what all men want, the one with green hair said. And she seemed to be the calmest of the three, so I focused on her. Yes, I am a man, and yes, you are all beautiful, but I am not a wild animal that will attack you. For now, I just want to help clean up your wounds, and then we will get you something to eat, I explained with a gentle tone, but the mention of food made the girl's stomach growl. They put hands over their stomach and looked away in embarrassment at the sound it had made, and that made me smile, but hurt a bit too. These three must have had a tough life, maybe more than challenging, but I couldn't change what was only what will be. Mary, can I have something to clean these girls up with? I asked Mary, but faster than I could follow. She was on the girls. At first, I was worried she would try and eat them, but instead, she just started to lick them. Blue and Red had squealed, but Green was a different fish than the other two. Green had her eyes closed and softly moaned, and soon the other two calmed down. I watched as the places where Mary licked were healing slowly, but only slowing in the sense of not healing like Wolverine. Mary level 4. Achieved. New skill? Dash? Hey, what is with all these question marks? How am I supposed to know what they are? They're locked by her other race, and until you figure it out, some of her skills would show up like that until you do. I watched in awe as Mary basically completely healed the girls, but now I could see how starved her body really was. I shook my head in sadness and stood up, offering the girls my hand and pulling Mary off them. She had started to lick her way up Blue's neck, where there were no injuries. The girls took my hand, but when they got up, I could see that it hurt them all to put pressure on their left leg. I stepped forward and gently picked up the girls into my arms and off their feet. They wrapped their arms around my neck, and Green pushed her face into my chest, and the other two rested their heads over as well. What are your names? I asked as I started to walk over to the fire to see Jilly grumpily attending. Reese, the green-haired girl, said on the left, and the one closest to me. Sarah, the redhead on the far right, said. Bera, the blue-haired girl in the center, said. Interesting, I said as I walked, feeling like I was missing something. Monster Nanny. 3 more cute mouths to feed. I dropped off the girls on a rock I had been sitting on before to cook the meat. It wasn't cold, but the girls had been shivering, so I figured this would be the best spot for her while I cut more meat up. Are we going to cook her alive, or do you want to kill her? Jilly asked me, as 2 large 20-centimeter golden curved blades shot out from under her hair. Bera and Sarah were both burying their faces in my chest as they grabbed at me in fear, and I couldn't really blame them. Only Reese had the balls to look Jilly in the eyes and her face blades. Stop it. I'm taking care of her, and you'll go find something to do while I get this meat ready, or ill. I trailed off as I looked up at the sword face. Just leave the girls alone. They have already been through enough, and I'm going to get more meat to cook. Please go find some more. Monster Girl, Reese, Bera, and Sarah is now in your care. New title. Monster Nanny level up, level 3 gained. Kazz Foreman level, 3 title. Monster Nanny rank, Poor and Ranchless Rancher. Monster Girls, 3 system. Ranching system abilities. Monster Girl Rancher. Gain experience from taking care of your monster girls. Monster Girl Pacification. The innate ability to calm monster girls. Monster Girl Care. All things done to care for monster girls are 100 more effective. Monster Girl Food Prep. All food you prepare for monster girls is 50 more satisfying. Reese, Bera, and Sarah level. 1 title. An A species. Cerberus unique ability. Fire, Ice and Gas Magic System. Enchanted Fetch System abilities. Fetch Ice, throwing an item and having Bearer fetch, it will give the item a slight quality improvement and give it a common ice enchantment. Items cannot be thrown by system user. Fetch Fire, throwing an item and having Sarah fetch, it will give the item a slight quality improvement and give it a common fire enchantment. Items cannot be thrown by system user. Fetch Gas, throwing an item and having Reese fetch, it will give the item a slight quality improvement and give it a common gas enchantment. Items cannot be thrown by system user. I hope that I was the only one that found this system degrading, but I guess she was a dog at heart. And I had to admit that it was a pretty cool system. The problem with it was that they had to have the items thrown, and they didn't have combat system abilities, but they did have their magic. Fine, she is part of the messed up a little group of females you are gathering. I want to eat her, but I'm still undecided about you, so chop chop, Jilly said while shaking a branch at me. Are you getting some more meats? Mary hissed softly by my ear, making the hairs of my entire body stand up with the goosebumps right behind to give extra credence to the hair-raising effectiveness of her voice. Yes, my cute little snake, we're going to get some more meats, I said with a hiss, but then Mary bit my neck roughly, make me shout and almost fall over. I don't mean to hiss, Mary said after biting me, but then she started to lick me, and the pressure mark stings from her teeth. Sorry, you're right. That was rude of me, I said as we walked over to the dead troll that was not smelling any better, and now there were weird flies that looked more like armored beetles. As I used the loose leaf dagger to skin and cut the meat off the other leg and rump, I watched the beetles. Usually, I would be grossed out by them. I hated all bugs equally, but these ones were bizarre and seemed intelligent. I watched as one of the winged beetles took out a tiny rock that looked sharp and then started to scrape the meat off the bone. Bugs using tools. Very strange, but what was weird was none of them were eating it. I was lucky that the loose leaf dagger did 99% of the work, or I would have cut my hand off 3 or 4 times over. Mary was licking me again, and I was starting to feel more like I was just a salt block to her as I watched the bugs work, but I didn't mind. After the loose leaf dagger was finished prepping and tenderizing the meat, I carried all the cut steaks in my hands. Mary was staring at the steaks and drooling, and I still couldn't figure out how she always knew where to look or grab. Jilly laid out new saplings that she had trimmed herself and was now laying them across the fire like I had before. The sticks weren't great to cook on, and you have to turn them. The only problem was that I had to fend off 3 hungry animals instead of 2 this time, and there was more food. Is it donuts yet? Mary hissed with excitement as I placed the last steak, barely able to get my hand to block a snake tongue from my ear. What are you doing to the meat? Why can't we just eat it? Red-haired Sarah asked with a bit of a whiny tone. It smells good, blue-haired Barra whispered. Have a little patience. He is burning the burn, so it tastes better, I would assume. Can you not already smell how much better the meat smelt when our master brought it over? Reese said, turning her head to look directly at me, her long, pretty green hair. So, Sarah got all the raw and hot emotions, fitting. Then Barra seemed to be quiet, calm, but emotionally built like a house of cards. Out of the 3, Reese seemed to be the more level-headed and somewhat normal, if overly formal. The whole master thing just was not going to work for me, though. Girls, we are monster too. I looked at Ree's naturally green eyes, because what other color would they be? They were pretty, but that wasn't what was important right now. Yes, I will make it taste much better. You can ask Mary her as she drools and excites. Oh well, I've been saying, but then bit me harder this time, hitting a nerve and making my knees buckle. Stop that, get off me, Mary said with my neck still in her mouth. I was barely able to stay on my feet, and I didn't dare try to pull her off. Mary was all but breaking skin right now, but if I moved, that might change. I suppose I really needed to start treating these women like ladies and not my pets. I deserved to get a bite for saying that after she had been so cute with me. I relaxed my neck, and Mary slowly let go, and I was able to stand back up straight. The other 4 had stayed perfectly quiet the entire time. Sorry. I know I said that I wouldn't do it again, and I do. So I deserve that. I will start treating you all more like women. This is all new to me, and I'm not really sure how to act, I said, turning to Mary, but she crossed her arms across her heaving breasts and then snaked around to be in front of me. Mary was not heavy, but I had to move back from the fire and brace myself a bit. I felt like I was about to get an earful, and I was not wrong. Just because I'm different doesn't mean you can pick on me and make fun of me. I tried to hurt yous, but I couldn't. You were starting to sound like some of the bad people. Mary shouted at me. I froze, stuck in my own stupidity. This is what Mary had meant by good and bad people. That would be all that mattered to her, the way people treated her. Now, I was acting like one of the bad people instead of just enjoying the cute things for myself. I wasn't really sure how to fix this. Mary had all but just admitted to trying to kill me. Mary, I think you need to give Kazz a break. He has been very good to us. So I think that we can overlook that he might say some stupid things from time to time. But he is a male. He could have easily just run away from both of us, and we both would have been alone again, Jilly said to Mary, coming over and petting her snakes, who seemed to enjoy it just as much as Mary. I guess so, but don't do it again. You seem like a good person, and I don't like hurting you. But I am a monster too, Mary said as she slithered around me. I quickly moved forward and flipped the meat, and none of it was burned, thankfully. I was very grateful for Jilly's intervention. I would have to do something nice for her, maybe extra meat. The Cerberus girls were sitting quietly, but it must have been very awkward for them with Mary attacking me and yelling between us. The meat would be done soon, and then I could get everyone filled up, and hopefully, my new skill helped fill the girls this time. I had 24 steaks cooking, which meant that we could each have 6, but that would just be 2 each for the Cerberus girls. So I decided that I would take 1 from each girl and give 4 of mine to them. I wasn't really sure about how their stomachs worked, but their body looked famished. I took the steaks that Jilly had got ready for me, and I started stabbing steaks on them and spreading them out. I slammed the meat sticks into the ground with my empowered strength to let them cool, and I wasn't surprised when Jilly waited patiently. She had learned her lesson, but Mary was staying behind me and not hanging over my shoulder. That made me feel horrible, as it should, but I would have to try and do something to make it up to her. I can only imagine how difficult her life must have been up to this point. This was the same for all the girls, and now it was my job to take care of them, all while trying to become the strongest being in this world. I sighed. The title I wanted seemed exceptionally far out of my grasp. My current title placed me as a monster nanny, whatever that meant. I finished the last meat stick and stabbed it into the ground, then started to hand out the first one that had cooled some. I told the girls to be careful because it was hot, but then I grabbed 2 meat sticks. Jilly, I will be back in a little bit. My shirt is still there, and the inside of it will be good enough to wipe yours and the girls' faces off, I said to Jilly, and she nodded to me. I turned and walked away with Mary and the meat sticks, heading over to a place out of sight and earshot to the others. Mary had not asked for her meat, nor had she tried to climb over me, and this feeling was eating me up inside. Mary, would you come around and sit on my lap? I asked after I had sat down, and Mary complied. After she came to sit in my lap, I handed her the meat and let her dig into it. As she did, I took a large bite out of one of my steaks, but then pulled it off and set my stick to rest on a rock. I had chosen this spot because of a large rock beside me, close enough to be used as a table. I pulled out the loose leaf dagger, and the knife went to work, dicing and chopping the meat into tiny little chunks as I chewed. I put the dagger away and then turned back to Mary, who was eating her steaks quietly. Her snakes were trying to gnaw on the steaks, but they weren't having much luck. I didn't want to even try to comprehend how Mary and her snake's insides worked, but they did seem hungry. I grabbed a bunch of pieces of meat that the dagger had cut up and started to feed them to the snakes, and they gobbled all of it up. I turned and pulled another steak off and let the dagger do the work, but I could tell the blind woman was watching me. As I turned back, Mary turned her body so her back was to me and then leaned back and cuddled into my chest as I fed her snakes. Maybe not so bad. Mary hissed gently between bites, and I relaxed, and her snake all looked to me for more food. I had better get at least onto these steaks, but if I didn't, that was okay too. I was just glad that Mary was cute with me again. Friends, I am not your master. I did get 2 of my troll steaks after all the little snakes seemed full, and it was nice just to have a moment to relax. Mary was licking her fingers, and she had let me slide my arm around her waist. I was petting her snakes when Mary asked me something that surprised me. "WHYSSS did you come here?" Mary hissed softly as I watched her stone-covered eyes, close with content for my strokes. I didn't plan on coming here, but I had made some mistakes in my life, and I tried to cheat my way to the top. I thought that I could just take the easy way, and no one would care, but I was wrong. I ended up losing everything and embarrassing myself, so I had decided to join a group of individuals that valued hard work and determination. I said, thinking about what I had been about to do. There's a lot of merit in joining the Army, but I don't think it was for the right reason. What I had wanted was something that I could do to prove to myself that I was more than just some cheater that could only rise up by taking the easy way. Instead, I got home last night, which is still here today, and saw a red glow coming from behind my house and decided to check it out. From there, I found a hole in the ground, and now I am here with you girls, I said, finishing my explanation. "Do you like us it's here?" Mary asked, opening her eyes and turning to look at me with them. I stared into her eyes, but I was sure that Mary's sightless eyes looked into mine, and that made me feel warm and calm inside. It has been one hell of a ride so far, but I can say that this is much better than I could have ever hoped for with the Army. So far, the place has been pretty wild, but after meeting you, things have been much better. I can't tell you how sorry I am for making you feel that way, Mary, and I promise that I won't do anything like that to you again. I like you, and I don't want to do anything that will make you angry or sad. I explained to her, and Mary rubbed her head into my chest. "It's okay, I forgive you this time. You fed my loveliest too, and they like us you now, so I kind of like us you too," Mary hissed with a smile as I stood with her. Mary curled around me and wrapped her arms around me this time and rested her head on my shoulder. This girl was too cute, and now she was back to being that way and getting closer to me. That meant that my earlier assumptions about her being all over me because she liked me were off. I guess these girls probably just saw me as food or some kind of help until they could eat me. I walked back to the other two, four. There was no meat left, and the girls looked bloated but satisfied. "Did we work out all our problems, my little snake?" Jilly asked as she lifted herself up off her red armor shell she had been resting on. "Yes, Kazz." Mary tried to say my name, but the Z sound made her stick out her tongue and make a buzzing, farting noise. It was all I could do to keep my laughter in, but Jilly didn't hold herself back as she laughed. But I guess they knew each other. "Don't try to repeat his name. You might bite your tongue off. I can see your sleepy snakes, so you don't need to tell me how it went. I know he has found your weakness, and now you're just going to be his pet," Jilly said with a smile, but I stepped in, feeling Mary heat up on my back. "None of you are my pets or anything besides my now friends. I am not your master. You do not need to listen to me, but I appreciate it if you would for some things. This is new for all of us, but I don't want to get off on the wrong foot, so to speak," I said while looking between Jilly and the Cerberus girls. They had stayed quiet and were rubbing their protruded belly. 3 stomachs or not, that was a lot of meat for those girls, but they looked happy, so that was what mattered. "So, then what are you going to do now?" Jilly asked as she moved closer to me, slowly lowering herself down to my level suggestively. I turned from Jilly's advances and walked over to Sarah, Bera, and Reese, putting my arms under them to pick them up. The girls didn't struggle, and they let me pick them up, but Sarah got to rest on my chest this time, or there might have been some complaints. "I would like you to show me where it is that we can start earning some MP. Is the whole world like this? Rocks and canyons? Or is this just one place?" I asked as I turned back to Jilly. "No, but this is a tiny part of the massive world, or so I am told, but I have never been off this island," Jilly said to me. "Island? So, is there a village or something where we can go and get you girls some quests?" I asked hopefully, but I was not reassured by the devilish smile I got back. "Yes, this would be a great chance for you to have your first meeting with the demon kind, since you hid from the last one, ha ha ha," Jilly said with a scoffing laugh. "I didn't want to interrupt your little meeting," I said with an innocent smile. "Well, don't expect any warm welcomes from the demons. They only tolerate us other monsters and have been known to turn on us in the middle of the town. I advise you to watch how you act. Some are a lot tougher than they look, especially the little old lady demons. Do not mess with them," Jilly warned me before turning to the south. "Don't fuck with little old ladies." "Got it." Fork in the road. If worse came to worst, I followed Jilly south, but I walked beside her so I could talk to her about the world. Now that things with the girls seemed to like it was straightening themselves out, I really needed to get on top of learning about the world. So, are there any other humans like me? I asked. No, there are some that look close to you, but they are some of the worst monsters. All they do is latch onto you and drain your thoughts until you're left to drool and starve to death. I can't remember what they're called, but they have eyes in their hands and much sharper teeth. But that is about as close as it comes to looking like you, Jilly explained to me, but I was noticing that the canyon was starting to arch up. That's fine. Not like it will make a difference. As you can see with me, humans are just monsters without visible natural weapons, I said as we started to get higher, and I was able to start seeing treetops, which reminded me of the wood that had just been cut up and we ended up leaving behind. What do you think of the builder system that you have? Is it to your liking? Not that I think that I can change the system, but I might be able to show how to get to where you want if you tell me what you want, I said to Jilly as Mary slept on my shoulder and the Cerberus girls in my arms. So it was just the two of us. Jilly didn't answer me right away, so I had a moment to look around at the forest we were walking into. I was really excited to see the world, but I needed to get stronger. I didn't want to rely on the girls for help. None of them were using combat systems, and the ones that they had shouldn't have to be used as ones. I guess I don't mind it, but I have never really done anything that I truly enjoy because I could never do it the right way, and then I would just give up. I am just worried that I will hit a wall and not be able to progress further. And then at that point, what is the point even? Jilly asked while looking forward. Yeah, makes sense, but like mine, your life has just changed. I didn't really like the idea of having something forced on me that was going to let me breeze through here. You might think that is stupid, but that's just the way I felt about things. I said to her as Jilly pointed to the left path of a fork in the road. The other way is to the minor Oni demon lord's keep. This path will take us to the town, Jilly said as she guided me, but I stopped her. I had an idea. Now we are all here together, and it is my job to keep pushing you forward. So just keep looking forward. If you feel like going back and stopping, we'll be there to push you forward or take your hand and pull you. So what about this minor Oni guy? I asked now that I had stopped her. Mex? For a demon, you might consider him nice, but she will usually rope you into doing things for him in the guises of his niceness. Still, if you complete the tasks, you can earn some MP. What did you have in mind? Jilly asked, coming down to my height. Good. I kind of assumed he might be like that. It was either that, or they would be horribly spiteful to everyone, I said with a smile. That would be the other minor Oni, Neft. That one is on the other side of the island, Jilly said while rolling her eyes. Good, and she can stay there. I think that we should go visit this guy and earn some points, and maybe we can rent a stable or something to rent, I said absent-mindedly. What is a stable? Jilly asked me. It's a place to put horses, but they aren't animal humans like me rode. So, I don't know if monsters would ride other beasts or monsters, I said, tapping a finger to my chin. There are races that do, or at least I have heard of something to that degree. Though, there's nothing like that on the island, Jilly explained, and we both started to walk down the path that led to this minor Oni, Mexico. So you said he is nice. But what do you mean by that? I asked a little wood that this might be another one of those varied opinions. If we can be of help to him, he will more than likely give us a place to stay in his keep. This is that we might be sent out to kill other very powerful monsters that can't be killed by the average person. So, yeah, a place to stay if we survive, Jilly said with a half-hearted laugh. That is a pretty steep bargain, but I think that we are above average. We will see what Mex has to say. Worst comes to worst, we can sleep outside, I said as we walked along. That would definitely be the worst. The monsters that come out at night here are far worse. I usually pull a big rock in front of my cave and then roll one from the inside to discourage other night monsters from trying to attack me, Jilly said. Okay, well then we had better kill whatever he wants us to, or we're going to have a very long night. I need to get in some monster killing anyways, and maybe we can get some new kinds of meat to try, I said, smiling up to Jilly, but then I felt Mary stir on my back. Meats? Mary hissed softly and then fell back asleep. Grandmother Nishi, the daughter eater, it took us about an hour of walking to get to the giant castle, surrounded by a 10-meter wall with guards standing on the tops. None of them looked like they were paying much attention to us as we approached a large river. A big bridge spanned across the water, and there was a pair of blue-skinned and winged guards standing at the entrance on the other side. I stopped our group before we went across the bridge. I wanted to ask a couple more questions that had just come to mind. Can you tell me a little about the demons? Like, do they have ranks? Are those guys like the one that came to see you? I asked. Yes, they're the same, all lesser grunts, but they can still fight and use magic, so don't go thinking of trying to take the keep. If we are nice, then mechs should be nice enough back to us. The biggest thing is to not let the grandmother get under your skin, Jilly explained, and I felt Mary stir on my back, and her snake started to rustle around. Where are we-us? Mary hissed as she rubbed her face into the side of my neck. Kazz has brought us to see Grandma Nishi and Madame Klesh at Lord Mex's keep, Jilly explained, and I felt Mary start to get excited. Nushi? Mary asked as she wiggled around on my back. The Cerberus girls had changed back into dog form now, and they were walking on the opposite side from Jilly. They had thanked me for carrying them, but then asked to be put down, and now they were staying at my side. Of course she will be there. The girl never leaves her room, Jilly said while rolling her eyes. Klesh, Nishi, Mushy? I asked in confusion. Oh, I guess I had better tell you about Nishi. She is Mex's great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, and before you ask, the other ones are dead. Grandma Nishi is an medium lesser demon, and she has a thing for eating her female descendant, Jilly explained, and I just looked at her with shock. Wait, she eats her kids? I asked in horror. Her kids, and their kids, but only the female descendants. That is why Nushi never leaves her room. She knows that one day she will be married off and forced to have a child. Then Nishi will eat her. Only Klesh visits her, and she is the only person that Mex truly hates, Jilly said to me. Well, if Mex is considered a nicer demon, then I could see why eating his mother and not waiting to eat his daughter might make him like that. You called her a medium lesser. Does that mean that she is stronger than Mex? I asked. Nishi is the strongest demon on the island and the only medium demon. She is even stronger than DOA. You would wonder why a demon of her rank would live under another then, right? Jilly asked. That is a good question, but I think I know the answer to this one. Nishi must be waiting for something so that she can leave this island. If she has been gathering power for this long and hasn't made a move on the controller of this island, that just means that she is looking for a bigger target, I explained. Yes, and no one knows how close she is to reach her goal or what she will do once she gets there. Some think that she will just leave and head to the main continent, but others think she will go on a killing spree and slaughter the island to become stronger. Regardless, be very careful around her. I have only met her briefly, and she didn't seem horrible, but she is very opinionated, Jilly warned me. But then I turned to look across the bridge at the sound of a voice. You. Yeah, you. Quit loitering, or we will come over and fuck you up. This is the great demon Lord Mex's keep, and we don't stand for no loiters around here. One of the blue lesser demons yelled at us. Trig, these are more than likely guests to the great demon Lord Mex. I'm so sorry for the rude way. My partner, said the other demon, trying to apologize, but the first demon cut him off. Partner? What? Do you want me to take you to the shack? Liddy not doing things right for you? Need some real demon in your... The first demon tried to say, but then the second one punched him in the face. Things degenerated from there, and the two tossed the spears they were holding aside and went at it in earnest. I looked at Jilly with a raised eyebrow, and she just closed her eyes, shook her head, and took in a deep breath before speaking. This is normal behavior, and it's best to let them get it out, or you will just be drawn into it. Let's just go inside. Mex should know that we have arrived by now, and he will more than likely be waiting at the top of his stairs so he can make his grand entrance when we do. Jilly explained. Then we can go us and see us, Nushi. I want to listen, Mary said with excitement. Yes, after we will take you to go see Nushi, and then we will stay with her while Kazz goes and defeats whatever crazy thing Mex wants to be killed this time, Jilly said nonchalantly as she clicked by me. Wait, hold on a minute. Why am I the only one going to fight this monster? I asked, reaching out to stop Jilly, but missed grabbing her. You can't actually expect to take us with you, can you? How are you going to protect us when you're trying to kill the monster? Jilly asked as I caught up to her. And we passed the fighting guard, who paid no attention to us. Yeah, but who was going to protect me? Mechs, demon pushover? I found it strange that no one really seemed to care that a human and 3 monsters were waltzing right into the place. I looked around the castle grounds, but it was mostly grass. And there were even some flower beds being cared for by blue-skinned females who were wearing modest clothing. Not what I had expected from a self-proclaimed demon lord, but maybe I was holding on to my human world views of things that didn't really even exist. I'm sure that if the monsters saw our people in our world, they would ask why we all look so much alike. The front door to the castle was unmanned, but it took all I had to even get the thing to budge. Of course, that was when Jilly decided that I might need help, and the door was open with ease. This was just another reminder that even though I was in great shape and that I was an MMA fighter, the problem was that I had come from wrestling, and I had been a submission specialist. Sure, I had knocked a guy or 2 out, but all of my real fights for victories came from forcing my opponents to submit. I didn't really think that monsters and demons were the submitting types, but I had been wrong about many things so far. As we walked into the castle, the first thing that we saw was a mass staircase that fanned out at the bottom. On either side were small fountains with water shooting up from them. But the sound was gentle and relaxing. Welcome new and old guests. It is my pleasure to have you join me on this fine day. I am the great demon Lord Mex, only of this area of course, and I do love to blow my minor demon a bit, a lighter blue demon with more giant wings than the others I'd seen said. He was standing at the top of the tapered staircase, standing on a soft green carpet that almost looked like grass. I would say it was like astroturf like they use for mini golf, but from what I could see on the stairs, it looked too real for that. Hello. Thank you for the warm welcome. My friends and I decided to pay you a visit since I am new in the area, and they told me that you were a kind and welcoming man. I could see that they were not wrong. I said, trying to butter this Mex guy up. I wasn't really sure what the protocol was here. We hadn't really said who was going to do the talking, but then Jilly can and picked Mary off me like a child. Come with me, darling, and we will go see Nushi. You can come with me as well, girls, but you will need to change back. Madame Klesch does not like monsters to shed in her castle, Jilly said as Mary latched around her. The Cerberus girls changed back, and then they headed up the stairs, and then to the left, all but almost pushing Mex over the railing of the stairs. The demon lord had to squeeze by them, and he made his way down to me. What was going on here? Was this demon just a big pushover or something? I am glad to see Jilly, Mary, and their new friend, and they're getting along strangely enough. Just who might you be? Mex asked me as he stepped off the stairs. Kazz Foreman, I just got here from another world. I said, there was no point in trying to hide it. Oh, good. Then you'll be a good, strong lad that wouldn't mind helping me out with a small task. I can make it worth your time. Say, 3 square meals, guard to train with, and a place to sleep. You got one of those fancy system things, right? Mex said so fast that I could barely keep up with him. But I got the gist of it. I did get a system, but it's not one of the super strong ones. It doesn't actually help me fight at all, I explained, and Mex's eyebrows shot up. You refuse the hero system? Just how long have you been here for? Mex asked as he now walked around me. And what did you do before this? I explained to Mex about my past and what I had done and how long I had been here. It took about 30 minutes to explain it all, but I brought him up to speed. Fascinating. So, you're the caretaker of these girls? Mex asked me, with great interest etched all over his face. And I nodded my head. Oh, this is more than fascinating. Am I missing something? I asked, unsure what was so fascinating, but I guess just me surviving this long must be interesting to him. No, this is good, and you know what? I am feeling even more generous than normal. Listen, normally, I would ask you to go kill a mighty monster, but I think that would not end up for you well, so this is what I will do. Come sit down here, Mex said as he put a hand into the air and called out, chairs and table. I expected to see some more of the smaller and darker blue demons rush out, but instead, it was the table and chairs walking out. The entire inside of the castle was covered in dark mahogany-colored wood, and no stone showed, so it was weird to see a bright light yellow oak table walking. Not that the walking part wasn't weird enough already, but the stark contrast just fell off. Then, when the 3 pieces of living furniture stopped, they all went back to being a typical set of out-of-place tables and chairs. I will tell you a little bit about the workings of this world. Not everything is as friendly as it seems, Mex said as we sat down. Little did Mex know. I was well aware of this little tidbit of knowledge, but I was interested to hear what he had to say. Maybe this would shed some light on his previous excitement as well. Demons. No, you can't rule them, I'm not sure if you've been told, but the world runs on strange stuff called MP, or monster points. You can earn them from killing monsters that have marks be a quest given by myself or someone else. But you can also gain them from exploring new places and even developing new areas, Mex explained. Developing? So you mean if I made a city or a town? Or maybe if I took one over and made it better? I asked with interest. Yes, that is how we demons do it. But you would have to collect a large number of monsters to make a city and prevent them from eating each other. For us demons, it's different. We don't eat our own kind that often. You don't have to build something so big as a town, but if you even created a business that helped monsters, you could earn points, Mex explained to me. That was some helpful information, but I wasn't sure if I could make a business out of taking care of monster girls. Still, other things could be done, but I wasn't sure if that was the route I wanted to take. Okay, and then taking one over would be a bad idea as well? I asked, and Mex nodded his head. All the demons act the way they do because I act this way. Not all demon keeps are the same. Some of them have violent and crazy lords, which makes the other demons that way. But if there is no controlling demon, they go into a frenzy. The demons will start to kill and eat everything, including each other, until another high enough ranked demon comes to quell them. Or they're killed, Mex told me. Well, they might be the humans of the world, but they were still monsters underneath. I was just going to have to get used to this world being just varying shades of evil. So, no trying to take over a city, got it. So then I guess I am just left with defeating monsters and exploring, I said after rubbing my hand over my face a couple of times. For now. But first, I have a question to ask. How do you acquire the girls you take care of? Mex asked me, leaning forward, showing great interest. Not too sure yet. I think I have to do things for them, to help them, and to satisfy them. Why do you ask? I asked, having a slight idea what this crafty demon was needling towards. Oh, don't worry about it. There's a pack of Sawajan bothering one of my fishing villages to the west about an hour's walk away. I'm sure you can make it there faster, even without the hero system. Your body should have gone through some heavy changes to help you deal with the dangers in this world, right? Mex asked me. A slight wince escaped me as the memory of the excruciating pain returned. Good. Then you will still gain power like everyone else. You could train your body like you did in your previous life. As I can see, you are well built, but there doesn't seem to be much weight to your mass, Mex commented as he looked me over. That stung a bit, but that's what you get for cheating. Coming into the world had made all the muscle I had gained from working out and using steroids look like a bodysuit that I was wearing and not my actual muscles. Yeah, the result of my mistake, but it's good to hear that I can work out and get stronger. So, I just have to go and kill or deal with the Sawajan. What is a Sawajan? I asked with no idea what he was talking about. These are reef Sawajan, and they look like fish, I suppose, but they can walk on land. Unlike the monsters you have seen, there are bodies similar to yours, but they have fish heads filled with very sharp teeth. They also like to tote around spears to stab people with, Mex mentions at the end. Well, that doesn't sound too bad, and it's not like I am weaponless. Are they any good to eat? I asked curiously. No, they have to lean on bodies, and the meat is tough. But I don't suggest killing these ones, and that's why I'm sending you to this quest first. I just need to find out why they are haranguing my village, Mex told me, and I nodded. Well, that doesn't sound too bad, but they tend to be very grouchy folk. I think it might have something to do with their faces, but that's not really something that can be changed. Still, it doesn't change their sparkling personalities of throw spears and then scream gutturally later, Mex said as he waved his hands around in a, oh, look at me, I'm scary manner. Sure, why not, but before I go, do you mind if I go up and see the girls? I don't want to just leave, and they do not know where I went, I said to Mex, and he nodded with a knowing smile. Sure, it's good to see that you actually care about them, but I don't think that they will notice that you are gone. Monsters tend to have a very short attention snap, and Mary and Jilly are no exception. Meg said as we both stood. Maybe, but this is more for me to check on them. Maybe the girls have forgotten about me, or maybe they haven't, but I would like to see them regardless, I said. Yes. Fascinating. You are one strange animal, Kazz Foreman. I look forward to our future endeavors, but by all means, go see the girls, and you can meet my little Nushi. One thing, Nushi doesn't come out of her room much or see very many people, so she tends to be a little rough around the edges. Mary normally comes and stays at the castle with Nushi, but she likes to wander off, and then Jilly usually brings her back, Mex said, leading me up the stairs. Well, that made sense why he was so friendly with the girls, and if they were his daughter's only friends. I had a bit more respect for Mex after that. Now, it was time to meet this daughter. She was a demon, so she might be pretty cute. Nushi and horny things Mex pointed to the left corner of the second level when we reached the top of the stairs. Down there is Nushi's room, but I'm going to retire for a bit, and I will see you when you return. Don't worry about bringing back proof or anything like that. You can just show me your MP total when you get back, and I will show you how to do that as well. Meg said with a smile, and then turned to the right, and head to the room in the opposite corner of his daughter's. Thanks, I said before turning to go to the next room, but I took my time. I was partially worried that the girls would just forget me, but another part of me told me I was an idiot for thinking something like that. I reached the door faster than I wanted, but there was no waiting around. I still had to run to the village and deal with the Sawajin before it got dark and got back. I knocked at the door, and I heard Jilly call to come in, so I lifted the latch and entered. The room was all books. The cast was just a square with a turret on each corner. But this one was lined 3 stories in the air with shelves of books. Out of nowhere, a cloud of white smoke appeared, and my 3-headed girl clamped her arms around my waist, hugging me. I wrapped my arms around their little ebony skin body, and I felt the warm, soft, and exciting feel of the girl's 3 soft breasts. Did you bring meats? Mary hissed, sticking her head around from where she was hidden by Jilly. No, meat right now, but I will make some for you later once I come back, I said as I pet each of the 3 girls' heads. But I had to pull away when all 3 started to lick my bare chest. Being short and heavy-chested combined with the lick made me stand out, and I didn't want the girls to think that I was a pervert. I figured that the girls probably liked the salt from my sweat, but that didn't help my male brain. All I could think was there was a triple-stacked petite beauty pressing right up against me. I would still have to pay for this kind of treatment in my old life, but the girls didn't need that side of me right now. We need to get you girls some clothes. I am a man, and I can't help how I feel when I see your naked bodies. So, do you think you girls could find some clothes? Or I can see about getting you some if that is okay. I asked the girls as I walked into the room. I have no problem with it, but you can look at mine all you want and do what you want. Jilly said seductively while bouncing up and down. The effect was almost enough to put me into a trance, but I rolled my way out of it as I finally could fully see Mary and a cute dark blue-skinned girl resting in her coils. The girl was a beauty, but one thing might make getting close to her hard. The girl had a pair of horns that came out of the top of her head. Then they ran directly down the side of her face, stopping at her jawline. Then they ran into sharp points that stopped in front of her mouth. So no kissing those lips then. Hello. You must be Mex's daughter, Nushi. I am Kazz. I was just coming to check up on the girls before I left, I said, trying to give my best smile and not look like it was forced. Yes, the girls have been telling me about the stupid thing you have been doing, but you are not from this world. What do you want then? You have seen the girls now. Don't you have a job to do for my father? Nushi asked with a whole lot of attitude. I had to strain to keep the smile on my face, and I was sure the look was far less convincing than it was before, but it was better than my scowl. So this is what Mex had meant. His little girl was actually a bear, not a demon. Do your horns have to grow like that? Deciding that ignoring her was the best option, it seemed to catch her off guard, so I went with it and then stepped toward her to better look. Nushi shied back from my hand, and I stopped and stood back up straight. I would leave her be for now, and the girl was right. I did have a job to do. Even if I cut them off, they grow back like this, okay? Nushi shouted at me, and then turned away, crossing her arms over her ample chest. How fast do they grow back? And does it get her to cut them off? I asked, starting my advance again. I moved over and sat down on the bed beside her for a moment. I was wasting precious time, but depending on her answers, I might be able to do something to help since they were horns. They take about a day to grow back, and they don't hurt, but it hurts my head when they get broken, she said, turning to me. Let me cut them off, and then when I get back, I will try something to get them to curl instead of going straight. That must make it hard to eat with, I said, thinking that it would make it hard to do a lot of other things that didn't need to be mentioned. Can you fix them? She asked in astonishment. Just be careful of what you ask of him, or you will end up with another pet like us, Jilly said conspiratorially, and I glared at her. You know just as well as I do that none of you are my pets. You are all friends that I am helping, I said, while still glare at Jilly, who waved her hands around in the whatever gesture. I's not pets. Mary turned and hissed at Jilly, but then pointed to her snakes, who also started to hiss. These arrest the pets. Damn it. Her cuteness was going to kill me before any monster could. Sliced brings back some treats. I turned back to Nushi after the other two settled down. Don't listen to Jilly. I just want to help you. The way that your horns grow must make life hard for you, I said to Nushi. She was looking at her hands that were fidgeting in her lap. Nushi looked like she was deciding on something, so I grabbed my loose leaf dagger and held it out for me. I glared at the blade because I knew it was going to try and make some kind of protest when I asked it to cut her horns off if she would let me. I didn't want to have to fight with the blade in front of the girl I was offering to cut part of her head off. I didn't feel any resistance from the knife as I held it in my hands. Last time a knife had felt hostile when I tried to cut the branch, but I knew that wasn't a job for a sharp knife. Maybe the blade worked on intuition or something like that. I knew that I should be using a tool like that for that job. This time it was different. This job was something that I needed the knife for, and there was no other that could do the same as it could. I swore I felt the knife. Get happy at my comment? Maybe I was more sentient than I thought, but I would have to run some tests in the future. But for now, Nushi looked like she had gathered her resolve. If you cut them off and you come back before tonight, then they will only have grown a little bit. But I am warning you, man. If you touch my hair, Nushi said as she started to get ready to give me a good ear to work, but I didn't have time for that, and I was done. Done, I said, as the two horns fell away, and just like she had said, the horns were not like normal ones I have helped to cut off before. In the past, I had helped on numerous local ranches and farms with things like dehorning, nutting, tagging, and numerous other things, so I was familiar with the inside of a horn. The horns had nerves in them, and they spared blood, and it hurt them when you cut off a horn, but Nushi's were different. They were all horn and no nerves and no squirting blood. Thankfully, I didn't have any talcum powder to cloud it if I did, but that would look funny to see my shaking baby powder all over her hair. What? Nushi said in confusion as she looked at the horns that were lying on the bed now. The loose leaf dagger I had used had cut as close to her scalp as it could get without hurting her, and it had even rounded the cut. I reached forward and ruffled Nushi's hair a bit, and she puffed out her cheeks cutely like a spoiled child as I did. Okay, now you can barely even notice them, and now I can see your pretty face, I said, moving my hand down her cheek, and Nushi started to blush furiously and pulled her face out my hand. Shut up. Get out and go kill that monster my father told you to. Nushi yelled at me, and I smiled and turned to go, but the girls were waiting back in dog form, wagging their tails, and I petted each one. Sorry, girls. You'll have to stay here with the others while I go. I can't protect you yet, and I'm going to have to move fast, but when I get back, we'll try out your skills, okay? I asked the girls, and they nodded. Brings back some treats, Mary hissed as I walked back to the door, making me smile. I will try and find you all some nice treats on my way back. Do you all like fish? I asked as I turned back to the girls. Meats? I likest them all, Mary said as she reared up and then grabbed Jilly and started to lick her. Get off me, you slobbering fool. Go lick Kazz. Jilly complained as she tried to figure Mary off, but failed, and then finally gave up and let Mary lick her. I turned and left the room. I had already used enough of my time, and it was already the afternoon. I would have to make good time if I wanted to make it back before dark. I closed the door behind me, and there was no one around. But when I turned back from closing the door, there was a little old female red-skinned demon standing in front of me. I jumped back in reaction to the demoness, and the old woman gave me an evil-looking smile. Good reaction. Mex was right. You are a wuss, the old granny demon told me. This must be Nishi. But she was a dark red, not blue, but that must be what Jilly had mentioned about her being a higher-ranked demon. I was going to have to watch my words with this one. She didn't seem to have a problem with people if her kin were any representation of that. Yeah, I guess you could say that. They'll get stronger, though. Just take some work on my part, I said, figuring that just having an ideal conversation would be best, and I was right, thankfully. Yes, maybe with some proper meat on your bones, you might be all right, but for now, you're just a weakling that my grandson is taking pity on. No wonder that useless beast always stays number 3, always being too nice to the natives, like they own the place or something. Your lot come through here and then just die anyways, but my dear Mex always wants to help, Nishi said, rolling her eyes. Well, I'm thankful, but I do need to get going. What? I said in confusion as I looked around. Nishi was gone. Tests. There was something wrong that was more than strange. The old woman had just vanished, and that was disconcerting. If she could just appear and disappear without warning, then I would have to be a lot more cautious about the things I said about her. It would probably just be best to get in the habit of not talking bad about anyone in this world. I was a little fish in the ocean right now, just waiting to be swallowed up by whatever came along next, so I don't want to make any early enemies. I walked down the walkway and back to the stairs. The grass carpet was nice to walk on, almost like a padded floor, and the whole place seemed to have a permanent wood-stained smell. I hadn't really had a chance to look around or really take in everything. Since I had come to the world, I constantly moved and met new people, and it was still only the first day. The railings and everything was all a dark color, and the sound of the fountain made me feel a bit more centered as I walked down and out of the castle. The yard was the same as before, empty, and there were still guards up to lazing around. Heading out of the castle wall gate, the friendly guard with the wife, Liddy, waved and nodded to me, but the one called Trig ignored me. I was more than okay with, but I would have to ask the other guard's name on the way back. I got to the other side of the bridge, and then I realized a blatant fact. That you forgot to ask for directions? I nearly jumped out of my skin as I whipped around to find Mex staging behind me with a self-satisfied smile. She was now shirtless like me and in some rough-looking shorts, and he threw a pair almost identical to me. What's the deal? Saving the idiot me a trip out here so you could give me directions? I asked suspiciously. Change your pants. They will just wear out fast once we get going. These shorts are of good material and will let you move more freely. Since we are running, you're going to have to keep up. I would like to introduce you to some of my friends on the way. We won't stay long, but chop chop, Mex said, but he was giving me a severe look. I quickly changed my dirt jeans into my shorts, but it took me a minute to get my belt and a knife and flashlight that I had yet to try. Something about the flashlight told me not to touch it, and that I would know when the time was right. I also grabbed my torch lightsaber thing, but the shorts had no pockets, so I decided to carry it with me. I had no idea where we're going other to the left at some point to the west. I nodded, and we started on a brisk run north for about 500 meters, and then we turned into the forest. The trees all had bright green leaves, and the ground was littered with multicolored flowers and tangles of vines. I could hear the sounds of bugs buzzing and some strange high-pitched clickings, but as we ran, it felt like we were the only ones here. The birds chirped and called, but none flew around. It was almost like the forest had stepped aside for us to pass. I also noticed that when I stepped too close to the vines, they would try and stretch to me, and when I slowed briefly, one tried to grab my foot. The flowers also hissed at me when I got too close to them. I discounted the noise at first, but when I got too close to a tree that had some flowers growing on it, then things started to hiss at me like snakes. I was only momentarily distracted, but they did make me think about Mary's snakes hissing at me. Suddenly, Mex slowed down and then stopped, turning to me. I slowed down to a stop and waited to see what he had to say. The severe expression was gone from his face, but now a tired one replaced it. So, Kazz Foreman, I have come out here with you today to introduce you to my 4 elementary friends, but first, I would like to talk to you about Nishi. I know you had a brief encounter with her, and I'm sure that you got a small measure of her power just from that short exchange. Yes, no? Mex said wearily. You both were able to sneak up on me without me noticing, so I guess you were both strong. but I wasn't able to see a real difference. I told Mex, kicking a vine away that was trying to attack my foot. What? Wait, I'm going to get very scary looking, but I want to try something. Okay? Mex asked me. Sure. Why, what's up? I asked back, and Mex looked up, but then looked back at me with a scowl. There's something wrong with you, and I want to see how wrong it is, Mex said as his skin started to ripple. Veins under Mex's light blue skin grew enormous, and I could watch them pump blood as his muscles writhed under his skin. Mex grew and expanded to almost twice his size, and he no longer looked like a friend, but he was just showing me something, but he did not look impressed. Nothing? Not even a little bit of fear or worry. Mex snarled at me, reaching out to the side. A black hole opened in the air as he did, and Mex reached inside, grabbing something. When he grabbed the thing, the black hole moved away from Mex and unveiled a massing, straight black greatsword. Hey, what's the big sword for? I asked, looking at the gigantic etched 2-meter-long blade of black, some kind of metal that I had never seen. It almost had a green shine to it. More tests, Mex said as he advanced on me. Art update. Thanks, oh great eye in the sky. Hey, what's the big idea? Why do you want to fight me all of a sudden? I said, backing away from him. While Mex himself didn't bother me, the massive black blade in his hand was a different story. I clicked the button on my lighter, and my flame blade extended out, and I held it with 2 hands and prepared to fight. Mex drew back the sword quickly, but let it go behind him, sending it through 2 trees before it disappeared back into the black how that it had come from. The hole had just appeared out of nowhere, and he'd been able to get the weapon out reasonably fast. Maybe even faster if he wanted to. Interesting, I'm sorry about that, but I needed to test some things, and I'm still not done, but the rest can be done on the way. Now about Nishi, you can see how easily I can wield that massive blade and the power I can put behind it? Mex asked as he shrunk back down, and the 2 trees crashed down behind him. Yeah, that's wild how strong you are, and I'm glad you didn't swing it at me, I said as I clicked my sword off and the heat from it stopped. It was hot enough out here already. Even with only shorts on, I didn't need to be carrying a torch. Nishi does use weapons. She is the weapon with her magic and grossly disproportionate strength compared to her size. You can't even tell when she is mad, except for the increase in fear. But that seems to be an issue with you, and I'm not sure if it's good or bad, Mex said, looking at me curiously. What the demon is trying to say is that he can't figure out why you aren't scared of monsters, and that is a part of your system. No monster or demon can cause you to fear their presence. They can do actions that can cause you to fear, but that does not include shape-changing. They could grow 50 meters tall, and you would run away, but not because you were scared of the monster, but because of what it could do to you, if that makes sense. Yeah. Thanks, little birdie. I tell you something helpful. You thank me, or I'll bolt you. Sorry. Thanks, oh great eye in the sky. You'll remember that next time a monster is about to eat you, as it eats you, and after it's done, monsters don't and can't scare me, but I'm still aware of the danger that they could pose, I explained to Mexico. Oh well, that is a good thing for you then. Now, about Nishi, I'm sure that our friend Jilly explained to you about my mother and other grandmothers, right? Mex asked, and I nodded, so he continued. Well, she won't eat my wife, but I know she's just waiting for me to marry Nishi. Nishi will be desperate, because the firstborn has always been a daughter, but I wasn't, and now she has had to wait. What is the point of all of it? Why is she eating them? I asked. I can't really tell you because I don't know myself. The woman despises me and thinks my kindness is weakness. But I'm sure that you can see that my kindness is just a facade to get others to do what I need. Right? Mex asked as he waved me forward, and we walked around the fallen trees. Yeah, Jilly had explained, but that was the reason we came to you and not the town. So then, who are we going to meet along the way? Want to make us come back in the night? I asked as a path seemed to carve itself in the forest for us slowly as we walked. I rule over this part of the island, and even though I'm not yet as powerful as the others, I am the ruler of this domain, and nothing will challenge me. As you can see, even the very forest bends itself for me to make us a comfortable path now that we have slowed. Therefore, we're going to see are for primary elemental creatures that are constructed from the energy that is pulled from a different plane, Mex explained, and I could feel my heartbeat quicken slightly. Elemental beings? What, like titans or something massive? I don't know much about this stuff, I said, a bit worried, but I was about to say fantasy, but I was far beyond that. Every part of this was genuine. No, nothing so grand as a titan. Those ones are on the mainland. Don't worry. These all have a bark worse than their bite, but they will be a good place to train over the next few days. It will be safe for the girls to come with you as well. I will groom the first part of the trail for you on the way back. Then there is a direct path to all of the four, and then to the fishing village. Mex explained to me as we came up to a clearing. Why are you doing all of this? I asked, stopping. Isn't it obvious? I want you to take care of my little girl. Nishi has killed every other adventurer once they got too strong, and every one of them died the same, frozen in fear. There is also the point that you might actually be able to figure out what her game is if you could talk to her. None of the others could speak, and that is why she didn't bother you anymore earlier, Mex explained. Really? You want me to go sit and have tea with the women that killed all the other adventurers before me? Is it good tea? I asked hopefully, and Mex started to laugh and waved me forward. It's good stuff, and you'll do fine. My wife says she is fond of jokes. Those two seem to get along. But Nishi put a seal on Klesh to prevent her from telling me anything they talk about. The woman is infuriating. Mex rage as we walked into the stone-covered clearing. That old, wrinkly red bag of bones giving you trouble again? Asked a slow and gravelly voice that was coming from a big pile of small stones and dirt. I don't have to, but you know I'm going to. I watched as the pile of dirt and rocks slowly rose up from the ground and in the shape of an overweight man that was almost 3 meters tall. Not a titan, but then he was still a lot bigger than me. Grogville, you still look as fat and out of shape as ever. You know, for a creature that doesn't eat, you sure do put on a lot of weight. Mex joked as he walked forward towards the rock man. And you are still hiding from your grandmother. Who is the skin bag you have with you? Not like you to bring people around, Grogville said as he was looking me over. You would hide from her as well if you have to live with her. You are lucky that she can't reach you right now. This is Kazz, and I think that he might be able to help me with my problems, but he came to the world with a support system, not a fighting one, Mex explained, and that made Grogville walk over to me. I had to put my arms out as he walked. The ground shook that bad. Even as big as he was, there is no way that he should have made the ground shake as much as it was. He. Sorry, the earth wants to move with me, so it shakes and groans. I don't move like this often, but you're new, so I won't pull any trick yet. Ha, Grogville said with a laugh that vibrated my insides, giving me a bit of a sick feeling in my stomach. Whoa, that is a laugh. I think I just had a full-body workout from that. I said, and I had to roll my shoulders and do a bit of stretching. My body felt stiff. That is one of his specialties. But we need to get going. I will be sending him and some misbegotten monster girls with him tomorrow, and I would like you to help train them. I will also be sending Nushi, so be sure to take it easy on the girls, Mex said pointedly at the grovel, who nodded to him and then melted into the ground. I looked around for him, but he was gone, and not even a pebble from him was left. Come, let's go. There's still 3 more to see. Next up is Wataluga, up at the waterfall, but we will have to walk to groom the path, Mex said, waving me forward. What is this Wataluga like? I asked as I caught up. You will see. I'm going to point in the direction of some things you might want to check out, but I ask that you do so alone and not with my daughter. Can you see over to the right? There is smoke coming from a volcano. Mex pointed and told me as we walked. I see the smoke, but I don't see any volcanoes. Am I missing something here? I asked as we continued on. Sorry, these are like craters, but we call them volcanoes. Some interesting species live near and in the lava lake that is at the bottom, but they have been having some issues with a gluttonous female magma spider that is making it hard for the other monsters to live, and I think they are about to get rid of her. Maybe you could go and see if there is anything you can do about her? Mex asked curiously. I don't really like the heat, but I can take a look when I have some free time, and I can survive on my own, I said to him as I watched my surroundings change around me. The forest seemed to be slowly turning into a jungle as the tree became more twisted and the leaves larger. The trees were now blocking out the sun, but the humidity slowly rose the further we walked, but soon Mex pointed to the left. You can see them, but there is a huge pair of caves not too far apart. There are two creatures that, well, they don't cause trouble. It's just that, well, they aren't very good at being monsters, and I have had them under protection for some time. One is scared of almost everything, and I had to put her in a maze to keep her safe. Mex explained, but didn't say anything about the second one. What should I be looking for in this maze? And what's the deal with the second one? I asked, figuring there was going to be one or two massive butts to enter. The next thing Mex said, Jesable is a Menashian, not common around here, but there are some tribes on the mainland. The other girl is a manticore, but she has a sad story, and I don't want to get into it right now. You can ask Nushi about it here. Tigo was abandoned by one parent and is still haunted by the other, and she is a mixed breed manticore. Mex told me as we started to get closer to some water. I could hear the dull roar of a waterfall in the distance. What's the other half? I asked with suspicion. A kraken, but it was her mother that abandoned her. The manticore father wanted to devour her because she is a disgrace to his kind or something like that. The point is that she needs help, and her father is slowly getting stronger. Soon, I won't be able to prevent him from getting to her, Mex said seriously. Sure. Added to the list of monstrous women that I need to save, I said, rolling my eyes. This guy was just playing me like a fiddle to take care of all of his problems, but I could hardly fault him. You don't have to save them. I am just informing you about the locals, Mex said with a knowing smile. I don't have to, but you know that I will, I said with a sigh. See? That's the spirit, my boy. Now let's go see Wataluga. He will cheer you up or drown you, depending on his mood, Mex said with a smile. I sighed and shook my head, but I followed. Demons, only as bad as the worst one. The roar of the waterfall was very relaxing, and it helped me center my thoughts a bit. I was fortunate that Mex had taken a liking to me and that he was showing me around. I was starting to gather small bits of the puzzle with the clues that I was being left. Each one of them slowly made me more confident in the choice that I had made at the start. Wataluga, I have brought a guest to meet you, and I would like you to do some work with him. Mex called out to the pool of water, but it wasn't the pool that started to talk. Oh yeah, brought me a little bean? Pink skin? What do you want me to do? He would just be the red stuff under the pink, if you let me at him. The voice came from the center of the roaring waterfall, where the face of an old wizardly-looking face and a beard that was defined in the waterfall. The face was huge, and the voice was booming, but then it disappeared, and a little old wizard-shaped form of water rose up at the edge of the water. Kazz here will be fine, but I will be sending some girls with him as well, and you will only have them in the pond. Do I make myself clear because my daughter will be with them? And you know how I feel about Nushi? Mex said rhetorically and seriously. This was starting to worry me a bit. This was the second time now that Mex had got severe with the elementals about going easy on the girls. Now, I was starting to get worried. What was the training going to be? I pushed that feeling down hard. I deserve this. I would have been going through just as much, but in different ways, if I would have joined the army. So what do you think you're going to do with this young, hairless monkey? Wataluga asked Mexico, don't worry about that for now. I just need you to get the boy stronger, so Nishi doesn't eat him right away or would try to kill him. If I can get you to make him tougher, then he might have a chance to make it off the island. And you know what that means for you four, Mex explained to the undulating wizard. Well, when you put it like that, I suppose I could do a workover on the boy and the girls. Honestly, Mex, don't you think you are getting a little carried away with helping all these monsters? Why don't you just kill them and eat them like the other demons do? Wataluga asked. I have my reasons, and you have your orders. Am I understood? Mex asked pointedly, and Wataluga nodded and sank back into the water. Mex turned and waved for me to follow without saying another word. The demon lord may seem like a pushover at times, but I could tell that he was serious about his daughter and her safety. You're quite a bit different than the other demons of your kind, aren't you? You seem way too nice, and from the way the others around you talk, that seems to be considered a weakness among your race. Yes? I asked, trying to make idle conversation as we walked towards the smoke that Mex had pointed out before. Yes, a bit, but I try to keep some bit of control over the creatures in my domain, but you are right. The others of my kind are far more ruthless and cruel than I am, but we aren't all the same, and the other lesser demons act that way when their leader does. as you can see with the people in my keep. They all have personality, but most of them are friendly and relaxed for the most part, Mex explained. Okay, so then the demon race is a bit of a hive mind then, except for your kind of rules, not only rules over everyone and tells them what to do. They also tell them how to feel and act. So then, does that mean that there are good demons on the mainland? I asked as the humidity started to leave the air, but it was replaced with drier and hotter heat. The trees around us were starting to change, getting thinner and more spaced out. The ones that were up ahead were all leafless, and it was starting to look like we were walking into a wasteland. Even the ground was slowly turning black. It is the same as here. There are more bad than good, but that is the world we live in. There is always someone trying to get stronger than the rest, so that breeds fierce competition. Anyways, up ahead is Fire Dan, and he is the nicest out of the group, but that is his shortcoming, Mex explained as the heat started to get to be like I was walking inside of an oven. Him being the nice one is a bad thing? I asked in confusion as I also painted breathing the hot air in. It was almost like it was cooking me from the inside out with each breath. My lungs were starting to feel scorched, and I was just about to ask Mex to wait, but then it slowly became easier to breathe. The change wasn't fast, but soon I could breathe more manageable, and I was able to catch up to Mex, who started to speak when I did. He must have been waiting for this to happen and know that I would recover somehow. When you first got to this world, your body went through some changes. One of those things, and the most major, is your body's ability to adapt to your environment in this world. There are some places like this where there are multiple different environments, but there will also be places when the weather patterns change suddenly and dramatically. Your body is slowly getting used to this heat, and soon this will seem like a normal summer day. Mex told me with a smile as we walked up to a massive crater in the ground. Don't try, you will hurt yourself. The crater had to be over 1,000 meters wide and almost as deep. It was like looking into a whole other world down there, and one that was hard to comprehend. I could see serpents and other monsters swimming in the hot pools of lava below, but there was also a small town that I could just barely see in the far-off distance. Many creatures were moving down below, but it was nearly impossible to make them all out from this distance. Pretty interesting place? This is actually the smallest fire lake on the island, but the other two are controlled by the other two demon lords, and the last one is controlled by a fireworm. This one contains the more timid monsters, and it also houses Fire Den, who watches over the area. Mex explained as we walked up to the edge of the crater. You said that there was a magma spider that was causing trouble here. Where is she? And what is a magma spider? I asked curiously. I didn't see anything in the crater that looked like a giant web, but maybe she had another way of attracting and trapping her victims. No, you want to see Liza right now. She only comes out at night. So, you will have to come and explore Krata's nightlife to catch her. But that is for another time. Now you get to watch something that I always enjoy, Mex said. And then he turned to the crater and yelled out Fire Den's name across the crater. At first, there was only the echo of this voice, but then I noticed something starting to happen in the biggest lake of fire. The surface was beginning to stretch and move, and it began to swell up. I watched as little tiny monsters started to let out small screams that I could barely hear from so far away, and they started to run from the fire lake. The lava became a giant hand that pulled a body and a massive wave of lava that all the screaming monsters were caught up in and then slowly pulled itself out. Hey, I thought you said that these guys weren't titans. I shouted out in shock at Mex, but he just grinned at me. Fire Den is only about 30 fire meters tall and hardly considered titan. When you make it to the mainland, you will be able to meet real titans. But they aren't even the scariest of what you will meet. Mex explained to me calmly as the skyscraper of a lava-coated man started to stand himself up. I initially thought that the giant was killing the monster, but I could see monsters moving around inside him, some with just their heads poking just out of his flowing lava skin, while others were swimming around. Fire Den is the protector of this area, and all the creatures love him, but they don't get all swept up when he comes to see me. This is why you will have to be careful. Fire Den is a kind and gentle soul that will help you build up your physical and magical resistances. Mex explained as we stepped back. Fire Den was getting closer now, and he was climbing up the side of the crater. So I will need to watch out for him to make sure that I don't accidentally get turned into carbon? I asked as we continued to back up. The heat was out of this world. Even with my body trying to get used to it, I was still boiling over. Not like it would make a difference. There was no getting used to pure fire. No, I wanted to make sure that my daughter does not get hurt. I don't care what you do, but I would prefer you not die. I'm putting a lot of effort for all of this to help you, but I'm sure you know that I am only trying to do what is best for my daughter. Now, stop asking stupid questions, and let's get this over with, Mex said, a bit perturbed. Sure, fine, you're the boss, I said, spinning my finger in the air, but that got a glare from Mex as the fire elemental poked his head up about their ridge. You know, a bit of fear might give you a bit more understanding, or maybe some more common sense. Mex growled at me, and I shrugged. I was sure that he was trying to use his fear aura or whatever it was on me. But my system made me like grease, and Mex's fear was just a watered-down stare. I understood what he meant, though, and I nodded to him in understanding. Mex turned from me, looking a bit less peeved, but I could understand what he was getting at. He wasn't doing this for me. This was to help his daughter, so helping me was the best way to achieve his ends. This was using me, but I was also using him to get stronger so that I could survive in his world. But I needed him more than he needed me. If I died, he would just have to wait for another person to stumble through that gate just like I did. I would be dead, and I would also never get to see the girls again. I didn't want either of those things to happen, so I would take all of this far more seriously now. Sorry, I'm focused now, still trying to wrap my head around all of this, I said with a half-smile, but Mex turned his head and looked at me thoughtfully as the massive head of fire poked over the ridge thoroughly. Don't try to wrap your head around this world. You will hurt yourself, Mex told me with a severe look. But that made me roll my eyes, and Mex smiled. There's a lot to learn in this world, and too much for one day. So just absorb what you can and pay attention to the important parts. Otherworld problems. How does that even happen? We both had to stand back from the massive face of churning molten lava. My skin started to steam and fired in. The giant fire elemental started to laugh, but it was only loud. It was nothing like the body vibrating experience that I had got when Grovel started to laugh, but the heat that poured off this guy was no joke. Even Mex was forced to step back with me. And now I was leaking steam like I had just hopped out of a hot tub at the Banff Ski Resort in the Rockies. Where did you find this one? Soaking in the ocean for a week, and decided to bring him for a little story? Firedin asked in a surprisingly weaselly-sounding voice. Not what I expected after the hearty laugh. I'm just bringing him to visit, but tomorrow he will be coming to see you with Nushi and some girls, Mex explained as he fanned himself with his hand. Oh, I get to tell stories to little Nushi? She loves my stories, and maybe now that she is older, she will be able to stay longer, Firedin said excitedly, forcing us to take another couple of steps back. My skin was on fire, and I was starting to feel dizzy. I was starting to get a headache, and I was no longer producing any spit. Suddenly, things started to get blurry, and I felt my body just give up on me, and I started to fall. Mex caught me and pulled me back, waving to Firedin. The boy is new to this, so you had better make sure they have lots of water, Mex shouted as he dragged me away from the burning face. Slowly, my body returned to its average temperature, but I was still severely dehydrated. I assumed Mex was going to stop and give me something to drink, but he didn't. As I was dragged, I could feel my body tightening and compacting, but I couldn't even talk because my mouth was so dry. My body was changing again, but not the same extreme pain before, but my muscles were all getting smaller. Over the last 3 meetings, you have the 3 jokes. But now you will meet Windorf. He is not a joker, but he also has a problem that I will need your help with, Mex explained. Mex hadn't said anything about when I was being left out to dry as he pulled me, but I groaned for him to continue. There had to be a point to this other than destroying years of work to get these muscles, but maybe it was fitting. Windorf somehow had a child, and he is a horrible father. He wants her to be like him, but she likes to dress and hang out with her only friend, my daughter. His daughter is part Undine, and don't ask me how it happened. I wasn't there. And I am not asking him. Mex told me, and I groaned. Not like there was a lot to say, not like I could think either. My mind was a mess, and all I could think about was water. My body was still shrinking, and now the muscle tightening was getting a lot worse. And pain started to come from my major muscle groups as I was dragged. This is good. Looks like we've got you with some real muscle on you, even if it's not very much, Mex said as he let go of me, and I flopped the rest of the way to the ground. I rounded over, but I didn't have the strength to lift my arms. Little Lone got up and back on my feet. Mex walked over to me and then crouched down beside my head. The muscle that you gained in the other world was not dense enough for you to survive here. I have got you ready to meet Windorf, and after I give you this drop of blood, you'll be back to feeling normal, somewhat. I'm going to give you a single drop of my blood, and it will revitalize you, but it will also put you in a bit of a frenzied state, but only temporarily, Mex said as he nicked his thumbs on one of his sharp canine's teeth in his mouth. I wanted to complain, but Mex had yet to do anything. Other than this, that would be considered harmful to me. Mex also explained that there was a reason for leaving me dehydrated this entire time, so I would just have to trust that what he was doing with his blood would help me. Now, I need to tell you one thing about demon's blood, powerful stuff but highly addictive. This one small drop will be fine, and I will allow Nushi to give you some of her, but only if you are close to death. If you make a connection with her, then there will be less of a chance that it will permanently change you into a demon. And from what I have explained to you, that won't be a good thing. Mex explained, and then let the drop fall into my mouth. Do not underestimate what Mex says. You do not want to become a demon, or then I have to kill you. That was a promise if I had ever heard one, but I didn't have time to process what I thought as the drop of dark blue liquid splashed into my mouth. Instantly, my body started to seize and shake, and I could feel ice-cold lava pumping into my veins. It was like I was frozen on the outside and one fire on the inside, but whatever it was, it didn't last for long. Suddenly, I was standing up and ready to go. I was like someone had pumped full of pure adrenaline, and I was ready to run a race or kick some ass. I looked down on my new thin and lean, but rock muscles and my body felt heavier. This was wild. I was just dead on the ground, and now I was ready to take on anything that got my way, but that was the catch. I understood when it was so dangerously addictive. But now I had more questions, but I wanted to hit things. God, the choices. Otherworld problems. H-O-O. Barracuda. Now that I was no longer dry as a fart in a sandstorm, Mex waved for me to follow with a sly smile. I felt like I was missing something, but that was completely reasonable considering what I had just gone through. It had been hard enough already to follow what he had been saying about the last elemental that we were going to meet, but I was interested in the daughter. I caught up to Mex and was about to ask him about her, but he put up a finger just as I was about to speak. Don't bother. You won't see her this time anyways. If you survive this, then I have picked properly. If not, well, Mex said as the evergreen trees started to become denser, and soon the rock plateau was visible from a distance. Soon the trees became too thick, and I lost the rock outcropping, but one thing that I was able to notice was the constant vines and hissing flowers. I don't remember seeing them near the fire lake, but there would be no way that they could survive there anyways. Hey, what is with the flowers and vines? They seem to be everywhere we go. I asked Mex without saying up this time as I started to be able to make out the rock plateau again. Those are my wife's creations, and they run everywhere. She uses them to check up on things for me, Mex said as the plateau came into full view. So she can hear us? I asked, a bit worried. No, only see us, Mex said, but that didn't make me feel any better. Someone that would have an ability like that would probably learn how to read lips pretty fast, but I wasn't about to go putting strange thoughts into his head. I would just have to keep a hold of this bit of knowledge, but maybe Nishi was right. What do you want, great demon lord of nothing? Called a wisped and condescending voice from the plateau. I am here to bring you a student, just like you asked, Mex said while holding a straight face. This is what was spit out, and that's what you brought me after all this time? I respect your actions, just not the man behind them. So I will test this breath, the condescending voice said as we stepped onto the rock ledge that overlooked a beautiful green valley. As we stepped onto the platform, the wind picked up, and the streams became white and visible until they coalesced. The shape of a white armored knight appeared, but I couldn't see his face because the visor of his helmet was down, closing off his face if he had one. This is him, so do not relax. Your live's on the line. Get your weapon out. Mex hissed at me, and I grabbed at my bet and found what I needed. I still somehow managed not to lose my flame saber, so I lit it up as the wind-born knight drew a pale, long, and narrow sword. The thing was a child's toy compared to the massive blade that Mex used, but something told me to be prepared. I just want to be able to protect the girls and be the strongest in the world. Is that too much to ask for? I asked as I brought my sword up, and that probably saved my life. White and red sparks filled the air as Windorf slammed into me from out of nowhere. I felt the force, but he only made me slide back. But only a little bit. Once I got my footing, I was able to shove the air knight back, and I held my sword up as the elemental landed gently on the ground and then put his sword away. That was close, but I was ready now, and I wouldn't be caught like that again, I hoped. You can come tomorrow after you go through the training with the other 3, but properly, or it'll just kill you next time, Windorf said, and then blew away like smoke on the wind. I was confused about what had just happened. Did I win? Was it even a test? I guess being alive was my reward for passing. Well done. The chance is really on your side today. Well, now you have met your teachers, and you know what you have to do, so let's go see what the pack of fish faces are so worked up about, Mex said as he waved me forward to follow him across the plateau. Well, that one would be fun to deal with. I would have died if I had acted a second later, but I didn't, and that was what mattered. Is he always so abrupt? I asked in confusion. Yes, but you will need to do more than just block him. Windorf is a wind elemental, so do not fear hurting him. And go for the kill every time you want to make any progress with him. That or he will just kill you out of boredom, Mex explained to me, and I nodded, understanding what he meant. I needed to get stronger and faster. Mex had warned me that there was a chance that I could die, but the new strength that he had helped me get helped as well. I would have never guessed that I was getting training from each visit. So, do you know why the Sawajin are bothering your village? I asked as we walked back into the forest, but Mex started to run, and I had to catch up. They constantly come and bother the villagers because their cute white will only have anything to do with them once a year. The females have more scale bodies, but they have female faces, and they are all beautiful, and they constantly cheat on them with other races. So the male Sawajin mope, whine, and cry to anyone that will listen and everyone that won't. Lately, I have heard more about it, so I decided it was time to check things out, Mex explained as we ran through the forest. The sun was slowly starting to set, and it was getting darker bit by bit, but I could smell the ocean breeze as we got closer. I heard the waves before I even saw the water, and we came out just as the sun was starting to touch the water. The water was almost blinding as we came out, and I had to put my hand up to block it. I could see a small village, and there were also 2 long floating docks. But the village only consisted of maybe 10 huts. Then I saw the group of sorry souls. Maybe about 15 bluish-green men were walking in circles, and all I could hear was bitching and moaning. Well, they seemed more worked up than normal, Mex said as we started towards them, but the one noticed us. Oh, great demon. Lord Mex. Oh, Barracuda men came and took all our women. Oh, and they took Missy too. Oh. The fish-faced Sawajin cried, making horrible crying noises, and then Mex turned to me. Looks like I have another job for you, Mex said with a grin that made me want to punch him in the kisser. I might be father of the century, but how is your mother? How am I supposed to go save people underwater? I can't breathe down there, you know that, right? I asked, giving him a single raised eyebrow. I know that, but don't worry about it. Nothing we could do for now. All right, boys, go back in the water. This handsome young chap will help you out when he can, but he will need a day or 4, Mex told the horrifying creature. Good Lord, that was a face that even a mother would have trouble not leaving them in the first cardboard box they saw. Mex's statement didn't really seem to help the problem of his crying, but the Sawajin did head back to the group and started shoving them all back to the water. Can we really just leave them like this? Like, are the girls safe? Barracuda are like sea wolves, right? I was concerned. This world was just a series of problems stacked on top of each other. But this seemed like the most urgent one I had found yet. Still, not like there was anything that I could do unless I started to breathe water all of a sudden. There isn't anything that either of us can do. My domain does not stretch past the shore, so I can't help them, and you can't hold your breath long enough. You just aren't ready to deal with the beasts that hide in the watery abyss. I will help you gain what you need because our interests align, Mex told me. The sunset was a beautiful, glistening ball of orange fire that was being swallowed by the sea as I watched the fishmen head into the water. There was an old-looking blue demon that was wearing only shorts. It looked to be made out of the same heavy material as us, so this must be the standard for demon men on the island and maybe for the world. The man's wings were much smaller than Mex's, but he did have some. I had noticed in the keep that the guards and the few demons that had been working in the yard that had been male had no wings. Maybe it was part of rank or the next set for a demon before getting the light skin, but I was not a demonologist. Thank you, Mex. It was starting to upset the women and children to have to listen to that howling all day long. You know, there isn't another village for 50 miles in either direction, and they still feel the need to come here to cry. The elder complained as he walked up, and then he bowed to Mexico. Yes, I know, Dak. If I could figure out how to make them less ugly or their women less loose, I would. Anyways, this is Kazz, and he'll be doing some work for me and helping out. So next time he will take care of them, Mex said as he introduced me with some hand waving in my direction. The old man looked at me and smiled. Interesting, I thought he was a slave or something at first. You never come out with these hero wannabes. So what makes you so helpful all of a sudden? Dak asked with suspicion, but he was eyeballing me. You know, I never do anything without some kind of plan for results in the future. Let's just say that I have a modicum of faith in this young man, Mex said, and I sighed. You know, I don't mind that you call me a young man and boy, but you do know I am 32 years old, right? I asked Mex with a strained expression. Both of the demons looked at each other and then proceeded to fall over and start laughing and rolling in the sand like hyena. I crossed my arms across my chiseled chest and waited for the children to finish their fit of laughter on the ground. The two helped each other up off the ground, dusting themselves off and wiping tears from their eyes. Mex composed him, but he still had a big shit-eater's grin. Okay, so what's so funny, wise guy? I asked, trying not to sound annoyed. I would have usually hurt someone at this point, but this world was teaching me a bit about watching and waiting. If everyone listened to Mex, and even the forest moved for him, I would probably take his jokes with a grain of sand if I wanted to survive. Sorry, but I think that I have earwax that's older than yours. Dak here is 382 years old and still a spring chicken. I think I was there when he was born, Mex said, trailing off and fingering his chin in thought. No, you were there as most of my life, but you were there when I was made, according to my mother, Dak said nonchalantly. One of my eyes almost from my face as it attempted to perform some daring stunt of spiking one eyebrow while my eyes bulged. I was having trouble keeping up at this point. What was next? Was I going to have to save more children from this? Ah, piss. He was a demon, so I could hardly fault him for being dastardly. Wait, you're Mex's son? I asked in disbelief, but the two studiously ignored me. How is your mother? Mex asked curiously. Not dead yet, Dak said flatly. That's unfortunate. The bad ones always seem to live the longest. Well, like I said, I will send the body to come help next time there is a problem. But we have to get back now, Mex said and started to turn back to the forest, but I stopped him. Wait, does the village have anything that they would trade like food or clothing? I want to bring back something for the girls, I said, but Mex shook his head. No need for that. There's plenty of all that in the keep. We have cooks and such to prepare for you all. Do not worry. We will, Mex tried to say, but I stopped him again. I'm no great cook or designer, but I just need the stuff, and I will prepare everything for the girls, I told Mex, waving him forward, but he didn't move. So then, you're going to train and do this every day, even when we get back. Are you not tired? Mex asked in confusion, but this time I got a smile. Not all of it the same, but as a fighter, I needed to eat a lot, and I wasn't pro yet, so I had to make all my meals. I had to repair my gear too, or get new stuff. But that cost money, and it was just easier to patch things until they were completely worn. I got this, I said with a smile as I started to walk into the forest. Shocking, a decent demon lord? The trip back to the castle went by fast, and I was surprised that I could keep up with Mex on the way back. The man ran incredibly fast, but I was somehow able to barely keep up. We only slowed down when we reached the place where we first stopped to talk, and Mex had tried to test me. After slowing down, I was able to walk comfortably with him, so I decided to grill him a bit. You said that I couldn't hold my breath long enough. Does that mean that you think I will beagle to rescue someone in a single breath of air? I asked, trying not to sound incredulous, but failing. Mex didn't answer me at first, but I could tell that he was thinking about something, so I left him be. There was no point in trying to badger him for the information, and after a short moment, he began to speak. When you go to meet with Jessable, there will be something at the center of the maze that will help you. The item you'll be looking for will be the Cloak of Manta Ray, and there will be some other items in there as well, but they're all just barely above the rarity of common. It is really just a place I put things that don't have a purpose for. Mex explained as we walked through the dark forest that moved to create a path for us. So is Jessable one of those things that didn't have a purpose? I asked curiously. No, well maybe. Minoshtians are an uncommon breed of minotaur, and their milk is highly sought after, but Jessable will not let anyone near her. So, yes, I suppose you're right, but I don't think of her that way. If you can find a way to tame her, and can milk her, then I will reward you greatly. Mex explained as the road to the keep slowly started to become visible through the trees. The moon was bright tonight, and when the two of us stepped out of the forest, we were both bathed in silver moonlight. I could see the bridge and keep that was done the road away as we started to walk back. So tomorrow, when I'm done with training and I bring the girls back, I am supposed to go deal with Jessable? I asked, but Mex shook his head. No, you need to go take care of the mannequin first, Mex told me. What about the Sawajan women? Are we just going to leave them to the Barracuda women? I asked, but the Mex stopped and rounded on me, and he looked mad. You can only do what you can do, or you can not listen to what I say and go and die. I thought that you would be understanding by now that I am trying to help these people. I know that they're down there, and there is nothing that either of us can do. So I don't need a constant reminder that there is nothing we can do. Mex thundered at me, causing me to take a step back. I wasn't scared of him, but I was shocked by his words and their meaning. I had just assumed that Mex only had ulterior motives in mind. But this reaction said that these people meant more to him than he was willing to admit, even to himself. You're right, and I'm acting like a child about this, thinking that I can just fix everything right away just because I think that it's wrong. You have been dreaming about this for far longer than I have. So I will stop asking the same baseless questions. I just have a hard time hearing about women being hurt or abused, I explained as we reached the bridge. Yes, we will save them. As long as you understand that, listen to what I say and do as I request. I placed these other two in places that they would be safe for now, but the safety for the mannequin is not going to be there forever. At some point, her father will get to her, and all the work I have done to keep her safe will be for nothing. Mex raged, stopping just before that bridge. What made you help this girl? I can understand the others, but you have aligned interests with the magma spider and the Minoshtian. But what is helping the mannequin do for you? I asked, not trying to be rude, but Mex had said himself that he never did something without a reason that would profit him. This is personal, was all Mex would say, and then he turned back to the keep and started to walk across the bridge. I followed him. At this point, I had learned enough to know if he wanted me to know or I needed to know, he would tell me. This seemed to be one of those things, so I decided to leave it be for now. Welcome home, great demon, Lord Mex and Kazz. The nice guard that I hadn't learned his name yet called to us as we walked up to the gate. Thank you, Spell. How is Liddy doing? Close to popping out your little junior? Mex asked with a smile. All traces of the stern expression had left him, and now he seemed to be back to his carefree self. For a demon, Mex was turning out to be pretty human, and I was glad that I had made a choice to come to this castle. I would probably be in the bottom of some old lady's stomach right now if I hadn't met him. Trig just waved at Mex and received a nod from him in return. Then we headed to the keep. The castle grounds were empty, but the place was bathed in silver moonlight as we walked up to the keep's entrance. If you take a right around the fountain and then keep going straight, there's a large pair of swinging doors that lead to the kitchen. Tell Liddy that I sent you, and she will show you everything that you will need to prepare food for the girls. She will also be able to tell you the type of foods the girls will like, Mex said as he opened the keep door. Overexcited, A pile of monster girls' mechs left me and headed upstairs, so I headed over to the right and around the fountain. I led me to a large pair of dark wooden, swinging doors behind and under the staircase. I had a hard time trying to rationalize how the place stayed so clean. There wasn't a single spot of dust anywhere. But I also hadn't seen people clean. That didn't really mean anything since the cleaners could have come while I was gone. But I wondered where that was all hiding then. I shook the thought from my head and pushed open the kitchen door to find a large area with a sizable 2x4-meter island set up in the middle. I could see the stoves and ovens on the side and a large area to wash dishes. "You must be Mex's new guest, but what are you doing in the kitchen? If you're hungry, can I make you some food?" An average-looking female demon in an apron asked me. This must be Liddy, Spell's wife. She was slightly shorter than me, but she wasn't what I would call overly pretty, but she had a kind smile. She was also very pregnant, and she looked like she should be sitting down and resting. "No, it's okay. I came to make some food for the girls and me. It's not that I don't think that you would do a great job, but I have a skill that makes the food more satisfying if I prepare it myself." I explained to her, and Liddy got a big grin on her face. "All right then, can I still help you?" Liddy asked curiously, and I nodded. "Yes, I would appreciate that. I don't know the kinds of things that each girl should be eating, or if there's anything special I should be making them." I explained to Liddy, and she smiled and nodded excitedly. "Oh, I can definitely help you out with that. It is nice to see a man taking care of his girls. Yes, come over here, and I will show you what each will want," Liddy said while waving me over to join her. It took me about an hour, and I was almost ready to fall asleep on my feet by this point. Liddy had been a great help with preparing things for me, so all I had to do was cook the meat, which seemed to be all that the girls ate. I had also boiled some eggs and potatoes in another pot. I needed more than just meat after this day. I had been so tired and lazy that I just hard-boiled the eggs with the potatoes to save time and heating up another pot of water. Once everything was finished, I piled a tray full of cooked meats and plopped my bowl of spuds and eggs on top. I waved to and thanked Liddy for all her help as I left the kitchen and made my way up to Nushi's bedroom. I knocked on the door once I got up to the room, and there was some banging around, and then I heard scrambling at the door. What the hell were they doing in there? The door flew open, and I narrowly dodged all three of the girls that came barreling out of the room, and then almost went over the railing. Mary actually did go flying over the edge, but I didn't have time to worry when a massive gust of wind pushed all of Mary and us back from the railing. I was forced to fall solidly on my ass, but it was controlled. So the meat in my bowl stayed in place, but where the hell did that wind just come from? I looked over at the girls that were now groaning. They were trying to pull themselves out of the mess that they had become as I watched them. "What is up with you guys? Are you all that hungry?" I asked as I slowly managed to get myself off the ground. The girls didn't say anything until they got themselves untangled. As tired as I was, I didn't mind waiting, but the food started to make my stomach growl. Then I noticed that they all were wearing clothes now, or some things that covered them. The Cerberus girls grabbed Mary's hand and brought her over to me, and once Mary was within arm's reach, she perked up. Mary came directly to me and then around behind me, and I felt her body curl around mine. But this time she was almost weightless to me. At the same time, Sarah, Bera, and Reese ducked under the platter I was carrying and started a crowd around me. But it was awkward. I held the plate at about waist height, so the girls ended up pressed up close to my midsection, jostling me as they moved. "We thought that you died. Now you're backs. And you brought some meats. But you arrest different. Stronger, but smaller, but I like us," Mary said as she licked my neck up to my ear. The feeling sent a cold shiver running down my back that radiated out as heat through my body. This feeling was excellent, but like the kind that makes you want to return the favor, and that made the other situation with the girls worse. I felt myself start growing at an alarming speed, and I was at a loss for what to do. I was only wearing shorts and my boxers, and I could feel the situation getting more and more awkward by the second. "Are you going to come into the room with that food, or wait until those pups help you finish it with their faces? I will just let you have the first bite if you want later," Jilly said suggestively as she came over and grabbed a piece of meat. Immediately the girls ceased their action and did a cute backward double roll, and my excitement took a chill pill. The girls looked very cute and embarrassed in the yellow dress she was wearing with a white section in the center that ran over her chest and then fanned out. Yes, let's eat and then go to bed. I'm tired, I said as I followed Jilly and the blushing girls into Nushi's room. Reverse psychology, reversed. As I walked into the room, I noticed that Nushi was sitting on the bed and her horns had barely even grown, and I frowned. I remember how adamant she had been about her horns growing back fast. So I was a bit confused. They had already cleared the books off one of the 3 tables Nushi had around her room, so I was able to finally set the plate of different kinds of meat. I had to get some pointers on cooking some of the giant bug parts for Jilly. I was hesitant about even cooking the giant ants. But Lydia had told me that I would get special points with Jilly if I cooked these for her. Mary was easy, and I only had to fry up some rabbit meat, and Lydia told me I could have just fed it to her raw, but I wanted to see if she and the snakes liked it better cooked. Sarah, Bera, and Reese just got big, thick steaks. But I had cooked them just past blue, and they were still full of blood and juices. I had also asked Lydia what Nushi ate, and she had said to just cook one of the steaks longer and cut it up for her. After I was done placing the plater down, the Cerberus girls and Jilly started to dig in and made delighted moans as they ate. I called Nushi over, and she ignored me at first and buried her face in a book she had only just started to read. I cut you up some steak into small pieces and cooked it longer. I have it set off to the side on the platter for when you want to come and join us, I said as I took a seat in one of the chairs that were around the table. Nushi continued to ignore me, so I turned my attention to the beauty that was moving around me to settle comfortably in my lap and lean back against me. I was warmly reminded of the alone time that we had spent together in the canyon as I scoped the rabbit meat into my bowl of tubers. I held the bowl with one hand in front of me for Mary to pick from, and with my other hand, I started to grab the smaller pieces of meat and feed them to Mary's snakes. They each eagerly waited for turns as I fed the patiently waiting snakes. The Cerberus girls would hold a piece of meat up to their 3 heads, and then they would take turns taking bites. I was curious about how they decided how to move, but that would be something that I went over with them before we left. Jilly grabbed the softball-sized sections of giant ant abdomen and popping was them in her mouth like theory were candy. I had to stop watching her eat when Jilly started to bite the legs off one at a time. During the time, I was watching the other girls and feeding the snakes. Nushi had been moving across to the edge of her bed. I could tell that she wanted to come and eat with the rest of the girls, but her stubbornness prevented her from it. I don't think that you would like this meat, I said nonchalantly, making Nushi pull her nose out of the book and glared at me. Oh, and why not? How do you know what I like and don't? Maybe I would like it, Nushi said defiantly as she fell neatly into my trap. No, you're right, the steak that was cooked well done and cut up into pieces probably isn't something that you would like. Jilly, are you still hungry? Maybe you could eat these? I said. I was trying to be serious, but I was having a hard time. Before Jilly could pipe up, Mary turned around and started to hammer her fist on my chest. But I wanted the meats. You're so possessive to give us them to me. Mary hissed at me with a menacing cuteness that could have melted a glacier's heart. During this, Nushi had snuck over to the table and was trying to scarf down the meat. Unfortunately, her natural ladylike manner seemed to be preventing her from stuffing her face. Once Nushi was relieved that everyone was looking at her, she froze and looked like she was about to bolt. I hadn't expected Mary to react like this, so I cleared my throat. I am sorry, Mary. I wasn't actually going to let Jilly eat Nushi's meat. This was just a trick, I had started to say, but stopped after Mary reached back into the bowl of meat and potatoes. Mary had been staring at me intently, but I guessed that her hunger was outweighing the need to be upset with me, and she popped a small potato in her mouth. I watched as Mary bit down on the spud, and then Mary looked like she was about to cry as she started to wave her hand in the air with her mouth wide open. It's ucky. Inwi kisits. Mary hissed around the crushed boiled potato that filled her mouth. As I leaned forward to reach around Mary to grab the bowl for her to spit the spud out, Mary seemed to think I was trying something else. As I leaned, Mary grabbed my face and then kissed me. The feeling of her soft and cool lips was shocking at first, but the mouthful of potatoes I got from Mary really took the romance out of it. Still, Mary didn't pull back right away, and even though I was trying to choke down the potato, I was still able to enjoy the kiss. Mary pulled back and then turned around like nothing had happened and went back to eating. This time she sniffed the food before eating it, and I was left stunned, or at least until Mary Snakes hissed at me for more food. That was fun. I was half tempted to feed her another one. Art update. Eggs, what witchcraft is this? After I finished feeding Mary's snakes, I was able to start eating my boiled potatoes. They weren't much for flavor, but I could feel them fill me up. Mary was feeling around the bowl for more meat, but I had picked out the last of the meat chunks for her, and now there were only a few spuds and my boiled eggs that I had yet to crack and peel. No more meats? Mary hissed after turning to me with a disappointed look on her face. I have some hard-boiled eggs if you want to try one. I asked her, but Mary shook her head at me. That's not meats, she hissed cutely. Yes, they are. Eggs might not look or feel the same as normal meat, but they still have lots of protein. I tried to explain to her, but Jilly popped up in the background to give her 2 cents. Yes, but you get shells in your mouth when you eat them whole. Also, even if you do just get the inside in your mouth, it is just eating your own nose running, Jilly said with a disgusted look on her face, and then Mary started in on me. You wanted me to eat nose boogies from those rocks. Mary hissed at me while screwing up her face. No, I cooked them. They're solid on the inside now, and I eat them every day, or I did. Doesn't matter. Just wait, I said, losing a bit of my patience, and all the girls went quiet. New unique system ability acquired. Monster dominance. You now have the ability to exert dominance over a monster if you will is more significant than its own. Not just monster girls. That seemed a bit overpowered, but it would depend on the monster and how strong it was more than likely. Yes, this is a strong ability, but only as you get stronger, and it does not work on demons, so don't try it. It will still be advantageous to you in your travels. Thank you for that. And I cracked the egg on the table. And Jilly gasped, but then started to frown when I started to do it to the rest of the egg. What is this witchcraft? How is it not falling to pieces and running all over the table? Jilly finally burst out while throwing her hands in the air from under her breast. As I watched them jiggle around and Jilly continued to rant, the Cerberus girls were coming up to sniff the egg in my hand. I had the entire thing cracked, and all that was left was just to peel it. Just wait, and I will share it with you all, I said as I looked longingly at my 8 eggs. Life lesson. Cook more food next time, I thought as I started to peel the egg. That's not an egg, Sarah said, but she scrunched up her nose. Is it supposed to smell like that? It does smell funny, but I kind of want to try it. It looks pretty and shiny. I guess, Barris said, getting embarrassed at her own excitement. He said that he cooked it, so that must have done something to the runny part on the inside. I do agree with Sarah that it does have an off-putting smell, but I think Bera is right, and I would like to try it as well, Ree said. The girl's arms were slowly rising the entire time, but it wasn't until Ree spoke that they started to move fast. It was like none of the girls were really in control, and their actions were decided on an emotional voting system. I finished peeling the eggs, and then offered it to Mary first, but she shook her head and leaned back, trying to push me, and I had to stop or get knocked over. I sighed and handed the egg to the girls, and they took it into their hands gently, but they almost dropped it when they tried to grip it. When the girls finally got a hold of it, Reese, who seemed the most confident, took the first bite, but then the egg was gone in 2 more quick bites. Then all 3 heads turned up to me with big eyes, and I sighed heavily. I wasn't going to get a single one of these eggs. I peeled 3 more and handed them to the girl, but then Jilly leaned down to glare at me menacingly. The following 2 eggs went to her, and she waited until she had both in her hands. I never would have thought putting them in the fire would do this, Jilly said before popping one in her mouth, and then she fell over clutching herself with a bang, but was moaning in pleasure as she writhed on the floor in ecstasy. Strangest shit I had ever seen. And to top it all off, she was still holding the second egg up like a priceless artifact while she squirmed and fussed dramatically. I just shook my head and started to peel the last egg. Then I felt Mary turning around, slowing with an adorably cute and innocent face that would have killed a lesser man on the spot with just how fucking cute she looked. I'd already lost, so I just peeled the damn eggs for her while she played me like a fiddle. Pleases, Mary said, opening her mouth to let me feed her, but she only took a small bite at first. Then Mary grabbed my wrist and took a small bite until there was only a small piece of the egg white left, and I popped it in her mouth. After she was done, she licked off each of my fingers and cuddled into my chest. My food was all that it seemed to take since now Jilly and the Cerberus girls were looking tired. It was time to get the girls to bed, but I wasn't sure where that was supposed to be yet. Knock. Knock, it is just your loving father coming to say goodnight to his little girl, Mex said as the door swung open. Art done. Uncalled for, and a tempting offer. Wow, you came just at the right moment. Everyone is getting tired, and I am sure that you and your daughter don't want us sleeping in here, I said as I turned to find Mex walking over in a burgundy housecoat that had a black lining. The girls know where their rooms are. You just have to ask them. Nushi, the trim looks clean, but you know that they will just grow back the same way, Mex said with a piteous voice that made me want to punch him. I wasn't the target of his dramatism. I trimmed them for her, and I was going to help her mold them, I said, still puzzled over the how. But I did have a couple ideas. One involved heavyweight and some string. Shape them? Did my darling daughter not tell you why her horns shrink down? It's because she has such a poor attitude. Isn't that OOF? Mex's speech was cut off as a book hit him directly in the mouth and knocked him over. Get out, all of you. Nushi screamed. I wasn't sure what the reason was for Mex to be acting, but I got up with Mary and grabbed him by the housecoat. I waved for the girls to follow as Nushi threw herself into her pillow and then dragged Mex out with us and left him outside the door. She must have gotten him good, or he was playing possum, so I could ask him about why he was such a condescending jackass to his own daughter. I would have stopped him, but this wasn't my house. So I let Jilly go in front, and I followed her to the front on the right side from where I was facing north. We have stayed here many times before, and Mary usually lives here, but she is forever wandering off, Jilly said as she opened the big door to the tower and ducked inside. I don't get lost. You always find us me and brings me back. Mary hissed, trying to defend herself. I never do it on purpose. It's that stupid luck of yours. But I did get free meals out of it when I came to visit, but I'm too big for the place, as you can see, Jilly said as she lowered her centipede body. So she was at my higher, but proportionally she was much bigger than me. We'll see what I could do tomorrow or the next day. Before we go in the morning, I want to spend some time with each of you to figure out your capabilities and how your abilities can work apart. After that, we will head out with Nushi and go meet the 4 elementals I met today, I explained, and Jilly nodded. If you want, you can come sleep with me. Yawn. I am pretty tired, but I could stay up for a bit longer if you want to have some fun. Jilly, give a yawn and stretch, but moving up close to me at the same time. Now, that she was this close to me, it was not only intense how much bigger she was than me, but the fact that her breasts were each the size of my head. I really wanted to take her up on the offer, but I couldn't leave the Cerberus girls all alone on their first night, and I didn't think that Mary was going anywhere. Maybe another night, Jilly. I think everyone is tired, and I am no exception. We can do another night, I said non-committedly, but Jilly took it as a promise. Good. Don't make me come find you, Jilly said, and then turned from me and went over to a set of stairs that went down a level, and then she and her long, red, glossy body disappeared down into it. I smiled and shook my head and then turned to the girls. Ready to go to bed? Where's your room, Mary? I asked the Cerberus girls, and then Mary. It's up. Mary hissed by my ear softly. Both she and the snake must be very tired because they didn't even hiss when she did. So, I headed to the opposite side of the room from where Jilly had gone down. There was a set of stairs leading up that I walked up with the girls walking beside me. Once we got up top, the room was mostly bare, but there was a large bed with pillows. I walked over to the bed and then turned to the Cerberus girls. Do you want to sleep in your own bed, or... Poof! I was about to offer them to sleep in the bed, but they transformed back into the 3-headed brown dog. I noticed that the girl's tail was short, and it looked scared. Something must have happened to them, but it would probably be a painful memory. So best to leave it be for now. You can sleep on the bed then. Mary, are you going to sleep with us, or can I sleep on ground? I asked Mary as the girl bounded onto the bed and made themselves comfortable. I don't want to sleep on the cold floors. Mary hissed at me. No, I will sleep on the floor. And you can sleep in the bed with Sarah, Bera, and Reese. I explained to Mary, but one of us wasn't getting it. How else do I sleep in the bed if you rest on the floors? Mary asked in confusion, and I gave up because I was the one not taking the hint. I went over and kicked my very beat-up shoes off. I would be lucky if it lasted till tomorrow, even with how beaten they got today. After that, I lay down with Mary, and she loosened her coils and removed them from my waist. Then she slithered over me and curled into my chest and arms, pressing her face into my bare chest and giving it a lick. After that, she pulled back a bit and then wrapped her tail loosely around my one leg. Sarah, Bera, and Reese were already fast asleep at the end of the bed, and the sun was finally going down. This was quite the interesting first day of my new life, but I could live with it for the rest of my life if this was how I ended every day. I warped my arms gently around Mary and soon fell asleep. Caught. As sneaky as I thought waking up was a completely different experience, and I wasn't really sure what to do. The sun hadn't come up yet, but I could see that the dark night was breaking and the sky was starting to lighten, but I was pinned in place. Mary had coiled herself around me and was wrapped in my arms, but the loss of circulation was the thing that awoke me. As cute and adorable as she was, I needed to get free, and I tried to start wiggling around to loosen her up. Bad idea, and Mary began to constrict me more, but then something cold and wet started to sniff and tickle my feet. My eyes bulged as the girls casually tried to kill me with kindness, and started writhe, trying to get free, finally waking a grumping, sounding Mary. "Be still or I bites you. I'm still tired." Mary hissed at me, but I grabbed her face and turned her head towards mine to get her to look at me. But then I remembered that she was blind. "Mary, you're crushing my legs." I wheezed out, and the pressure stopped, but then my legs filled with pins and needles. "Sorry, but I'm going back to sleep." "So, SSS. Mary hissed at me as she coiled up on the bed. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed, but I had to wait for the feeling to come back into my legs before I could get up. The girls came over and lazily rested their heading in my lap, and I took turns stroking each one of the girls' dog heads. Only the eyes and the ever-present glow showed in each mouth. Besides that, there were only gems on their collars. They still seemed tired, so I decided that I would leave them be for now and head down to the kitchen to get some breakfast going. "You girls stay here with Mary, and I will go make some food and bring it back from you all, okay?" I asked, and all three had nodded in understanding. The feeling had come back to my legs and feet now, but I declined to put my shoes back on. Something told me that if I was going to get stronger, it would need metal-plated boots to get any life out of them. In the end, it would be better to caveman it and just let my feet get stronger. It seemed that hard work was the key in this world if I wanted to get stronger, but that didn't mean I could ignore my stomach. I walked down the stairs, and the lower room was empty, but Jilly was probably tired like the girls. I headed out and walked down past Nushi's room and slowed, but then kept going. I would be back once I had some food. Nushi was the first person I wanted to talk to after the way her father had acted last night. But something was off with the way Mex acted. I walked down the grass carpet stairs and reveled in the weight it felt under my feet as I did, but also pondered Mex's worlds. The horns on Nushi's head were connected to her emotions, so that just meant that I would have to find some way to crack her tough shell. Maybe a little bit of alone time would be good for me to get to know her better, but there was also the question of if she could become one of my charges. That seemed to be what Mex was getting at before we came back, but I didn't know if the system would register a demon as a monster. With the new skill that I just got, it made me question it. Demons' girls are still counted. It will specifically say if you cannot. Good, that answered my question, and now I was at the kitchen door, but I was surprised to find that Mex was in there talking with Liddy and Spell. The friendly guard looked different now, and he was only wearing shorts, and Mex had on the same. "Kazz, good to see you," Mex said, but he didn't sound like his usual cheerful self. "Good morning. What happened last night? After your daughter's room?" I asked, deciding not to beat around the bush. "Oh, is that where I went? Imperial great demons. I probably need to apologize to her now," Mex said, clutching his head. "What was up with you last night?" I asked as I walked into the kitchen. "Let's go for a walk, and I will show you the area behind the keep. Spell and Liddy will get the food ready, and you can cook when you come back. I'm sure that the girls will be asleep for a bit yet," Mex said, waving me to a door at the south end of the kitchen. I followed him, not really sure what else to do, but I could understand why he might not want to talk about it around the others. Mex opened the back door and led me out into a wide-open area that only had 3 large trees in the space, spread out. There was a large bare patch in the center that was about 10 meters in diameter. The rest of the grounds were covered in beautiful light green grass that looked freshly cut. About yesterday, Mex said as he turned around to face me. I had been drinking after Nishi allowed Klesh to tell me about her little lip-reading talent and that Nishi knows about my plans with you. The sun was starting to burn the night from the sky as it slowly rose, on the very cusp of breaking up. And that's all that she was allowed to tell you? No threats to stop or that she was going to do something horrible. I asked in confusion as the sun slowly broke the castle wall. No, that was it, and that alone stressed me out more than any threat could have ever. The unknown is the only thing that I truly despise, and the lack of control I have over it. Mex said, clenching his fist. Carnal cooking, giving her what she likes. I watched Mex. He was looking pained as the golden sunlight painted his light blue sink on his shoulder and the back of his neck. The rest of him was cast into shadow, increasing the weight of his pained look. Then we moved forward as nothing happened. Don't let Nishi get to you, or she wins whatever game that she is playing. I will take your daughter with me, and I will take care of her like you asked me. I told him. There was no stopping me now. I had already put my mind to help her and the other girls. 1,000 or so years old crotchety granny demon be damned. That is good to hear. At least one of us seems to be able to deal with the pressure. You don't know how much I envy you and your blockage of the fear that we produce. I have also noticed that I don't feel the same when I'm close to you like now. You are a strange creature, Kazz Foreman. Human, you said? The past heroes have all been other monsters from other worlds, but I suppose that you are a monster in your own way, Mex explained, and I just shrugged. I had put my hand up while Mex was talking to block the sun, but now I was wasting time. I wanted to start working with the girls before it got too hot, so we could enjoy the time. I need to get back and get the food on and then get the girls fed. I will go talk to Nishi and take her food. You might want to leave her be for a bit. She got you pretty good in the kisser with one of her books. I told Mex, and he rubbed his jaw. I was wondering why I woke up outside her room with a sore jaw. Yes, get going. I shouldn't have kept you for so long, but talking to you made me feel a bit better about things. I will chat with you when you return, Mex said, but then disappeared. I really detested that ability. It was like he had never even been there in the first place. I shook my head and turned to jog back to the kitchen door and went back inside. Spell was gone now, and only the very pregnant Liddy was bringing some eggs over in a large pail. I rushed over and took it from her, and she smiled at me. You don't need to be doing this. How many months pregnant are you? You should be resting, shouldn't you? I asked, not really sure how it worked. She was an animal. I had helped on farms, so I was no stranger to calving season and all the fun things that came with it. Waking up in the middle of the night in the farmhand shack to go check the animal. Then all the way to castrating the male calves for the feedlots. Months? I am 7 days, and I will have my boy tonight. Demons are only pregnant for 7 days, but then we can't have another child. Well, the females can't. Males can continue to reproduce, but the females can only have one child. But this goes the same for other races that demons impregnate, but most of them aren't compatible. This prevents the demons from spreading too fast, I think, Liddy explained as I started to put trays of meat in the oven. Yesterday, I hadn't used any spices, so today I added salt to everything to see if they might be like that. After getting the meat in the oven, I went over to the counter, grabbing the eggs and a thick metal sheet, and went to the stove. I had no idea how the stove worked, but it produced a fire, and I was able to put the tray on top. I grabbed some butter and spread it all over before I started to crack the eggs. You do a lot with the eggs. I have never seen them cooked alone before. I use them for baking and for breading meat if I fry it. But what are you doing with the eggs? The smell is delicious, Liddy said with delight. I had already eaten 9 fried eggs, so I grabbed a plate and scooped up 2 eggs with a metal spatula. I had learned my lesson last time about wanting my own food. Here, try them out. Each day, I'll make eggs differently. They're one of my favorite foods because they have protein that is good for your muscles, and they're tasty. I said with a big smile as I offered Liddy the plate. She took it and thanked me graciously, and then Liddy went over to a seat to eat, and I had to stop her. She was trying to imitate the way that I had eaten by picking the egg up and letting it slide in her mouth, but she was about to bite into the yolk with it half out. Wait, put it all the way past the orange part of it will spill all over your face. I explained, but then had to turn back to the eggs I was cooking so as not to burn them. I refused to look over as Liddy started to make erotic noise as she ate the 2 eggs. The sounds were more than a little bit arousing and distracting. I was starting to lose focus on the task at hand. I was trying to concentrate on the food. I was cooking so intently that I didn't notice her stop and then sneak over to me. It wasn't until I felt her stomach push me from behind and then up against the stove and then the soft press of her ample chest. "Give me more, and I'll do anything for you," Liddy said as she reached for me urgently, her warm breath on my neck sending a rush through me. I spun out of the woman's grasp, and she turned on me. Liddy was looking far more attractive than she had before, but there was the fact that she was pregnant with Spell's child. "Liddy, did I leave my helmet in here?" "Oh, hey, Kazz. Cooking up a storm, I see." "Oh no, Liddy, you gave her something that she liked, didn't you?" "Well, I have other places to be, so bye," Spell said as he turned to bolt from the kitchen. Push deep, and a girl's fears triple X. "Hey, where are you going?" "Your wife is trying to attack me." I yell at Spell as he tried to run away. "Better you than me again. Liddy is not my wife." "You fed her," Spell said, about to run again. "What? You tricked her, didn't you?" I said as I waved a frying pan at the vapid Liddy, who looked like she was about to eat me. "What? No." "Well, yes, but she forced me." "Illegamen," Spell said, and then ran away. What the hell was going on here? "You cook me some eggs, and I will drain yours. You still have to finish cooking the meat. So you have time," Liddy said as she crouched near the stove where I had been cooking eggs. I put the frying pan down and looked at the eager and very pregnant demoness. Was I resisting again? And the shorts that I was wearing were not hiding it at all. I walked back over to the stove and re-greased the pan and got ready to cook some more eggs. As I did, Liddy pulled my shorts down. Liddy immediately pulled me in close to her, and I almost crushed an egg I was trying to crack in my hand. Liddy was helping me in the kitchen, and at first she just watched me work, which felt great as I got into the rhythm of things. Then it was time to flip the eggs, and as I did, Liddy leaned in closer and her touch intensified. My eyes tried to cross, and my concentration started to slip. Her actions had just upped the game. Now, I pushed Liddy back, and I looked down to see that she had adjusted her dress and was now breathing heavily as she made soft sounds. Seeing this was enough to put me over the edge, and the beast inside took over. I pulled the metal plate off the fire to keep the eggs from burning and grabbed Liddy's head. I slammed her face into mine, but her breast prevented me from making her choke, so I drove her down hard against me. I stepped back from her and pressed her gently against the stove, then I gripped the counter. I brushed the food from her mouth and away from the stove. Liddy set down her plate, and I could feel the tension start to fade, and she pulled me closer. The pleasure was overwhelming, and my knees started to feel weak. I held her gently and lost myself in the moment. Liddy wrapped her arms around my hips and held me close, making me groan loudly. After, Liddy lingered for a moment to finish up and then looked up to me with a large and satisfied smile. The eggs smell good," Liddy said as she got herself up, tucking her large blue breasts back inside her apron, and then came and gave me a passionate kiss before taking the entire metal tray of eggs that had been cooking. "I'll be thinking of what to try next time you make me something I like." Then, Liddy took the tray of eggs and left me in the kitchen alone. Yeah, wow, that was incredible. The food. I quickly went and grabbed a towel and pulled the tray of meat out. The meat all still looked good, and nothing looked burnt, so I started to pile the meat on the plate. I headed out of the room with my massive platter of meat and made my way up to Nushi's room, feeling relaxed. That was pretty intense getting to spend time with that pregnant demoness as I cooked eggs, and there could be more fun in the future. When I got up to Nushi's room, I knocked on the door, and at first there were no sounds. Then I heard some movement come to the door, and a scowling and tired-looking Nushi opened the door. "What do you want, Pinky?" Nushi asked me while rubbing her eyes. I brought you some breakfast, and I want to see how you were doing after the way your father treated you last night," I said to her as she opened the door for me to come in and then closed it after I entered. I walked over to the table and set the large plate of meat and eggs down. I sat down, pulled out my loose leaf dagger, and cut up one of the chunks of meat cooked more than the others. While I did this, Nushi went over to the bed and brushed her long, light blue hair. I had given up on thinking anything was strange and hardly noticed the color. "Here," I said, and turned the platter to Nushi and pushed it towards her, but she didn't team move. "What do you want?" Nushi asked me as she stared hot daggers at me. "To feed you and help with your horns. That is why I am here now," I said, not really sure what to say. "Why? Why me? Did my father say that you were going to be my husband so I can have my baby and then be eaten?" Nushi shouted at me, but I stood up and walked over to her. Nushi's eyes were starting to get glassy as I walked over to her and took her gently by the shoulders. I looked down into her blue eyes and smiled down at her. "Your father did not ask me to marry you. He only asked that I take care of you and watch over you, and I plan on doing that. Nishi will not eat you because you will not be getting pregnant while you are anywhere near her, and that will be your own choice. 4. I will take care of you and protect you," I said to Nushi as her eyes filled with tears. "Monster Girl, Nushi is now in your care. Level up, level 4 gained. Nushi, feed me Kazz Foreman level 4 title. Monster Nanny rank. Poor Rancher. Monster Girls 4 system. Ranching system abilities. Monster Girl Rancher. Gain experience from taking care of your monster girls. Monster Girl Pacification. The innate ability to calm monster girls. Monster Girl Care. All things done to care for monster girls are 100 more effective. Monster Girl Food Prep. All food you prepare for monster girls is 50 more satisfying. Chef's Hand. Physical body-to-body contact with monster girls increases how full and satisfied they are by 25 monster girl essence. Gain 5 of all experience gained by monster girls in your care. Unique system abilities. Monster Dominance. You now have the ability to exert dominance over a monster if you will is more significant than its own. Nushi level. 1 title. In a species. Demon. Class 3F unique ability. Lightning magic requires positive emotional state. System. Author system abilities. Summon the story. Summon a book called The Story. The story allows the user of the author system to read 5 seconds into the future of what is currently happening. The user of the author system gains experience for making successful changes in the book. The level of success is determined by the user's intentions of the change. Editorial deflection. Change the trajectory of a moving object. This change will not work if the change is greater than 5 degrees off the target's intended course. Authorized change of scenery. Change the natural landscape. This change will not work if the alteration is more significant than 5. Somehow, I didn't think that this was going to be a good thing, but the skills made minimal changes. Still, Nushi would be able to see 5 seconds into the future, which could be exceptionally useful. "What did you just do to me? What is this screen? Where are you?" Nushi asked, and I let go of her shoulders and offered her my hand. "I have confirmed that I will take care of you like the other 3 girls, and because of that, you have received a system. You should be able to summon the book, but I'm not really sure how. After I feed the girls and spend some time with them, I will come and see you before we leave for training. Okay?" I said, but Nushi grabbed my hand with both of hers. "Wait, I haven't eaten yet. You can't leave until I'm done." Nushi shouted at me, and I stayed calm. "Sure, come and sit down with me. I have it all cut up for you," I told her, and Nushi got up and followed me over to the table. I pulled a chair out for Nushi, but she didn't sit down, so I decided to sit and wait for her. To my surprise, Nushi sat on my lap and then back to glare at me. "Feed me," Nushi ordered me. I held my face straight and grabbed the platter and pulled it back, turning it. From there, I fed Nushi 1 piece at a time. I had to pay attention, or I ended up getting my hand slapped when I brought the next piece too fast and growled when I was slow. Slowly, Nushi leaned back and then leaned her head into the side of mine. I tried to keep my racing heart from noticeably pounding in my chest, but there was no way that she couldn't feel it. Still, she didn't complain about it. just the speed of my feeding. Slowly, I felt something happening on the side of my face. There was movement, but I couldn't move to look, but I knew what it was. Nushi's horn was crawling up the side of my face, and now I had to pretend that it wasn't extremely uncomfortable. Luckily, I ran out of cut meat before I lost an eye. Once I had no more food for her, Nushi realized what she was doing and jumped from my lap. Thank you. Nushi stuttered and then screamed at me. She ran over and dove on top of her bed and grabbed her blanket. Then, as she bounced up, she impressively did a barrel roll in the air, wrapped herself in a cocoon of blankets. Can you leave? Please, she muttered as she slipped from the fabric of her cocoon into the comfort of her cocoon. I was finally able to let my smile crack my face in half, and I stood and grabbed the platter. Then, I turned and walked to the door and did a balancing act to open it, but I made it without dropping the platter. After leaving the room, I gave myself a minute to gather my thoughts. That went perfectly and far better than I had expected, and seeing that Nushi's horns were starting to change was all the confirmation that I was doing something right. I started over to my door and was about to knock on the door, but decided to knock fast and then step to the side. I heard the telltale scramble, but then I heard Jilly yelling at the other two to calm down, and that made me smile. Whether they were excited to see me or just hungry, I didn't care. I loved how happy and excited the girls got. I really hoped that I could get Nushi to that point, but she might not ever be like the others, but it wouldn't hurt to take some of the bite out of her. The door swung open, and Jilly poked her head out, turning to me with a knowing smile. You do learn, and you brought more meat with you this time, Jilly said. But Mary and the girls were already squeezing past her. Jilly sighed, and then pulled herself back into the room. That was something that I would need to work on after this with my carpenter Petey. Mary came and wrapped herself around me as the Cerberus girls came to my side in human form, looking up expectantly. Life was good. Jilly, why do you do it? I walked into the room and went over to a table, setting the platter on the table. I sat down with Mary, and the Cerberus girls grabbed a chair and pulled it over to get closer to me. What have you brought us this time? Jilly asked as she came over to the table. But she looked uncomfortable. Do you want to wait until I get the snakes fed, and then I will take you outside to eat with me while the girls eat? I asked her. Really? I mean, I don't really mind. It's not like you asked me to the bedroom or anything. Aha, Jilly said with a funny laugh that was really hard to read, but kind of forced, but not. Sure, have a fried egg. For now, they're cooled down now, I said, passing her the egg, and then I turned back to the plate of meat steaks I had got. As soon as I started to cut up the meat, Jilly hit the floor and started to roll around again in pleasure. What is up with eggs? Are they like a monster girl aphrodisiac? Or did I just meet all the exceptional cases? I sighed as the loose leaf dagger finished cutting some steak in small pieces, but then it also cut up some other ones. It cut them up into cubes, and then it even stacked them all the while I held the thing. I needed to give this thing a raise. Then one of the blades pointed at me, and then at the meat, and then two pointed at the Mary and the Cerberus girls who had all stopped eating to watch me. Oh, I see what was going on, but I didn't mind feeding the girls some. Turned out to be a full-time job with the snake, Mary, and the three girls. I was like an automaton on an assembly line. I had to be friendly with how I fed it to them all, but I accidentally poked Bera in the eye with a chunk of steak and made her cry. That was because Mary was done eating, but now she was cleaning my hand off, finger by finger. I had to get up and wipe her face with a wet towel that Mary handed me that she grabbed out of nowhere. It made me wonder if she could see where the things were. I am sorry for that, Bera, I said as I got up. As I did, Mary slipped off me to coil on the chair. I pushed it closer to the table so she could reach the meat and the rest of the small pieces for her snakes. It's okay. I wasn't paying attention, and it was a tasty weapon. My eye feels better now. Thank you, Bera said shyly. I leaned down and kissed the tops of the girls' heads and then scratched behind each of their ears. I turned and kissed Mary's forehead, and she made a slight moaning sound, but she was also eating a piece of meat, so who knows what it meant. I scraped the rest of the girls' food onto the table since there were no plates, and then grabbed the platter. I turned to Jilly, and she had gotten herself back up now and grabbed some meat off the plate. Ready to go now that you have fed the children? Jilly asked as she went over to open the door for me and then followed me out. Would you like me to cut up your food and feed it to you? I asked, being serious. I don't mind when we get outside. Possibly. I'm still trying to figure out why we are going outside to eat when there's more than enough room in my room, Jilly asked me as we went down the grass carpet stairs. PFT, because you would have tried to make a move on me, and then we would never get anything done, I said, chuckling as Jilly opened the front door and we headed outside. That doesn't sound that bad, does it? Jilly said innocently with a husky tone. No, it doesn't, but that is the problem. I want to work with you to figure out how to help you increase your systems level while we train. Your class is going to be one of the most important classes if we're going to help other monster girls. I explained to Jilly as we turned right to the east side of the castle and went over to sit under a tree, but with the sun still on us. I set the platter down and then crossed my legs with my back to the tree. Then Jilly laid down flat on her stomach beside me, and then she rolled over into my lap. I cooked them in the oven this time with the steaks, so they should be a bit meatier, and I put salt on them. I explained to Jilly as I started to pop them in her mouth one at a time until she stopped to turn her head a bit to get a better look at me. Why do you do this for all of us? I mean, I get that it's your system, but you really seem to enjoy doing it. I just can't figure out why. We must be a handful and hard to handle. So I just don't get why you try so hard for us. Jilly asked. I enjoy cooking for you all, and you guys are my friends. You are also fun and make me laugh and are adorable at times, and like you said, it's my system. I would be stupid if I didn't learn how to use it, and that means teaching you all to learn how to use yours, so I don't end up dying because I didn't take all the proper steps, I said with a smile. I guess that is a good enough reason. Plus, it's not like you will run out of things to do with us, Jilly said, giving me a wink. Now feed me, Nanny, so we can figure this thing out. If she builds it, I will fill it. After spending some time with Jilly feeding her, it was time to start the training or whatever I was trying to do. I didn't think that we would really need to do much other than average training. I also wasn't really sure what training even meant after my experience with Mex yesterday. So I decided that the best thing to work on was a new place for us to stay, but I wasn't sure where I could put it or if Mex would even let me. What am I supposed to do now? Jilly asked me with crossed arms. The same thing that you did in the canyon, but you'll have to go over the wall to get the wood. I'm going to get the girls and then ask Mex if we can build a place for all of us to stay. It's too small inside of the castle for you, I said, and Jilly looked at me strangely. But then she turned and bounded off over the wall. I would spend more time with Jill after getting the building supplies, and I got the girls doing some things. I could get Mary to play catch with them after I did it for a bit, but I wasn't sure what I could do with Mary. I turned back to keep thinking about it and jogged back to get the girls, but then stopped at Nushi's door. I might as well bring her too, but when I was about to knock on the door, Nushi called for me to come inside. I didn't really think about it, and then opened the door, walking inside to find Nushi changed and blushing. Whoa, holy smokes, she was like an 11.5 with long white stocking that pinched her thighs just the right way. The poor excuse for underwear was something that I would love to make just completely. Nushi ran away. Wait. I looked up and watched the book just barely miss me, but I still felt the wind passing and saw more coming. The books all missed, but Nushi looked pissed, and then I saw why. Oh, that is not cool. That thing cannot read my thoughts, can it? I asked with my hands up, but Nushi kept throwing books with her free hand. Her horns that had almost grown back were doing some strange movements like they wanted to turn up during all of this, but kept getting turned back down. So finally, I decided that I would go see the girls and let her cool off, but that damn book would be trouble. No, your perverted mind is what's the trouble. Nushi shouted at me as I pushed back away from the door with my foot. I still think you look cute like that, so I'll be back to pick you up after this, I said as I left, but I got no reply. That was a bit much, and I would have to figure out how to keep her from constantly reading the book. That was how she knew that I was coming in, but then she would have known that I would have lewd thoughts about her. Damn women, this was probably some kind of test, and I failed, but I didn't like getting set up. Maybe I should think about what I was doing with Liddy's face earlier. That made me chuckle to myself, and I put that thought away for later as I opened it to find Mary and the girls waiting for me. They looked cute waiting for me, and I went over to them to pick Mary up by the waist. What are we doing? Where's Ani? Mary asked after nuzzling against me, sending a strange feeling through my body. She is out getting supplies to work on a new home for us as long as Mex lets us build it, I said as the Cerberus girls came to investigate me, and then they started to move closer, sniffing around my stomach and shifting downward. Did you go somewhere to relieve yourself? Reese asked me, plainly after I pushed the girls' faces away from my crouch. Something like that, sorry. I don't mean to offend you. I just didn't think about your strong noses, I said with a smile. No, don't, be sorry. But, why did you do it? Vera asked me very shyly. Just a habit I need to take care of every once in a while. I will make sure to clean up next time, I said, but the girl was back at my side and tugging at my sleeve now. We can help you tidy up, Sarah said with a playful smile. But this was not the time for this. Am I interrupting something? Mex, as the girls almost succeeded in removing my pants, but I was able to wrestle the girls off me. No, I wanted to talk to you, I said as I turned around to a grinning Mexico. I hope it's about the new leafless forest that you are constructing. Mind you, I do think it has a bit of an exotic feel. Maybe we could hang my foes with big nails from them, Mex said with a laugh. No, I wanted to ask if I could get Jilly to make us a house out in the yard area. That way, I can be self-sufficient and my rent can be the task that you have for me, I explained. Oh, what is the reason for wanting to set up outside? You don't like my fancy castle? Mex asked with a smile. I like it, but it will not teach me anything about what it will take to raise these girls on my own. I need to be the provider for them, or when I leave this place, I won't be able to properly take care of them. There are steps to everything in life, but if you skip a step, you're more likely to stumble and fall than if you take every step on the way up, I explained, and Mex nodded his head. Yes, that sounds like you have most things under control, but you still have a lot of work to do. Sure, use the yard and build a shack whatever size you want, but make sure you get to the training today as well, Mex said with a nod, and then left me with the girls. Sketch for Nushi. Not finished. The team, getting things sorted, I finally got the girls out of the room, and we all headed over to get Nushi, but as we got close to her room, the door opened. Nushi stepped out, still wearing the same outfit, but this time the book that she held before was gone. I decided that the best route for this was not to bring it back up and just let it slide under the rug for now. I hoped that Nushi understood what kind of problems it could cause between us. I did not want to constantly monitor my thoughts. Ready to go? Jilly should be almost done outside, so we will see what help she needs after we all figure out what kind of rooms we want, I said as I walked past her. You're not going to say sorry for your inappropriate thoughts. Nushi shouted at me after I passed, but that was a push too far, and I rounded on her. Listen, I did not give you that power or permission to read my mind. I will not say sorry for thinking you are beautiful and that I want to see you naked. Those are my thoughts, and I did not voice them, but I am allowed to think whatever I would like, I said without raising my voice. Nushi's face went red, and she looked away from me as her horns did a little jig on her head. She was going to have to learn to cut that attitude with me. I didn't need monster dominance to explain a simple fact to put someone in their place. I guess I shouldn't read into you, and you might be right, sorry, Nusahai said, but almost whispered the last part, and that was fine. I'm sorry that you have to see me have those inappropriate thoughts of mine, but this would just be a lesson. Now, let's get going, or Jilly is going to come in here to find us, I said as I walked over and started to head down the stairs with Mary wrapped around me. Level up, level 5 gained. Kazz Foreman level, 5 title. Monster Nanny rank. Poor Rancher, Monster Girls, 4 system. Ranching system abilities. Monster Girl Rancher, gain experience from taking care of your Monster Girls. Monster Girl Pacification, the innate ability to calm Monster Girls. Monster Girl Care, all things done to care for Monster Girls are 100 more effective. Monster Girl Food Prep, all food you prepare for Monster Girls is 50 more satisfying. Chef's Hand, physical body-to-body contact with Monster Girls increases how full and satisfied they are by 25. Monster Girl Essence, gain 5 of all experience gained by Monster Girls in your care. Unique system abilities. Monster Dominance, you now have the ability to exert dominance over a monster if you will is more significant than its own. Gift Hunter, gain the ability to track special items that will increase your bond with the Monster Girls you're looking after. These items will give a special link skill to you and the Monster Girl receiving the gift. Level up, level 3 gained. Jilly level, 3 title. In a species. Omyakade unique ability. Air pressure control system. Builder system abilities. Construct a PD, passive. Verbal instructions are translated into mental blueprints that the user can use to create the desired finished product. Builder bug. Gain experience from completing building tasks. Pincer saw. Activate to use pincers as a saw. Spine nailer. Activate to fire fastening spines that grow out like razor vines, securing the spine. Looked like Jilly had made some progress, but I also finally leveled on my own, which was good to see. It's not like I have done too much fighting, but it was good to see that all my work with the girls was starting to pay off. I noticed two important things about our charts before I closed them. Jill now had the ability to turn my words into real things. Not only that, but now I had the ability to find gifts for the girls to help both of us out. While this system might not be overpowered, it sure knew how to dish out the fits just right deals. The girls were looking at me funny because I stopped, but I just kept going. The other girls followed me down and out of the castle, and we turned left to see that the ground was covered in holes and upturned earth. But the wood was all piled. Jilly was over by the massive pile of planks from 2x4s to 12s, and there were also some long 8x8s. Nice to see you finally came back out. I thought that I was going to have to come in there and drag you back out from whatever fun you were having without me. Jilly said as she got up. Yes, sorry about taking so long. I had to talk to Mex first about us building a place, and he said that he doesn't care how big it is. So, I thought that we would make a barn-style building, if you know what that is. I asked, but I also unclipped my flame sword from my belt. Yes, but you will have to be more specific. I can make a barn, but how many people are we fitting in here? And do we need anything special? Jilly queried me. Girls, I will toss this, and then I want you to bring it back, but I want you to take turns so I can see the different enchantments and their effects. I said to the Cerberus girls, and they nodded and transformed, and then took off bounding when I threw the stick. Sorry, Jilly, let me get the girls set up, but we will need to fit 8 girls in total. Mary, do you think you could toss the sword for me after I look at the enchantment? Yes, I can do that for you, Mary hissed after giving my ear a playful bite. And then she slid off me. Kita, and unbalanced odds that woman was adorable, but now it was time to turn my attention back to Jilly, who looked like her patience was wearing thin. I was just about to talk to her, but Nushi's throat clearly reminded me that I had not included her. Sorry, maybe it would help if you could take notes on what effects are given to the weapon when the girls bring it back. I would also like you to find out if it is always the same kind of enchantment from each element. If it isn't, then I need to know all the possible effects that it could cause. All of these things could be very important, including if there are more than one for each. Then is there one that appears more? I asked long-winded, but I was sure that she got everything that I had just said. Yes, I can do that. And I will also mark down anything else that I notice. Have you met Kita yet? She is my father's scientist, and you might want to talk to her about these things. Normally, she is around the keep more, but she is probably busy working on a new experimental weapon for my father. Nush explained as she brought out her book. Your father has a scientist? Why is this the first time that I have ever heard about this person? I would be very interested in meeting them, I said, becoming excited at the prospect of meeting this person. I wasn't big on science, but the words, experimental weapon, instantly made me interested. While yes, the idea was to make me stronger, it was more about the fun of trying out new things while hoping that they didn't explode. Well, Kita has a pretty bad track record for making usable weapons, Nushi explained. What do you mean? Like 1 out of 5? 6? 8? 10? I asked, with a growing alarm, as Nishi shook her head no each time. Granny Kita was at a running tally of 2 out of the last 732 weapons that she has created. Are you almost done? I'm starting to get hot and bored, Jilly told me. Okay, take down notes. We will talk more about Kita later on our walk, I said to Nushi, and she nodded to me, so I turned back to Jilly. Okay, let's go for a walk. I am sorry that I made you wait so long. It is fine, but the sooner you tell me, the faster I can complete this project, Jilly said. But I was surprised how easily she brushed me off by making her wait. Sure, I said as we walked over to the lumber. Okay, so we need a water place for sure since I will have to go rescue a Sawajin at some point when I can get to her. Then there is the magma spider. I am not sure what we will need for her. So maybe leave a large room open, I said, but Jilly shook her head at me. You so just let old man Fired In deal with her. You don't want that thirsty bitch around, Jilly told me, and it didn't sound like she liked this spider too much, but that was hardly surprising. Regardless, Mex asked me to look after her. So the two of you will have to get along. I think this is a good place on the side. We are close to the gate, so we don't have to walk to the back of the castle each time. Make it pretty tall, so we can add a second floor and still have lots of room below. I explained to Jilly, and she nodded and listened. Okay, I think I have what I need from you, but I think you should all go play in the back so I don't have to worry about hurting anyone. I'm really more worried about something happening to Mary. With her gift, the thing is more likely to happen to me. While I'm trying to work, Jilly explained, and I nodded in acknowledgement. Got it. I will take the children to the back, but you make sure that you're careful. I would hate to see your pretty face or body get damaged. I said with a wink that made Jilly actually blush a bit as her yellow hard hat appeared on her back from out of nowhere and then slid up on her head. I turned back to the other girls with a smile, just in the time to see the Cerberus girls in dog form grabbing the fire sword out of the air. As soon as they caught it, a level up notification popped up for them. Level up, level 2 gained. Reese, Bera, and Sarah level. 2 title. An A species. Cerberus unique ability. Fire, ice, and gas magic system. Enchanted fetch system abilities. SYT to link. Save you the trip link allows the user to link with a partner. And the item that is thrown is returned to the linked partner's hand that it was thrown from. Fetch ice, throwing an item, and having Bera fetch, it will give the item a slight quality improvement and give it a common ice enchantment. Items cannot be thrown by system user. Fetch fire, throwing an item, and having Sarah fetch, it will give the item a slight quality improvement and give it a common fire enchantment. Items cannot be thrown by system user. Fetch gas, throwing an item, and having Reese fetch, it will give the item a slight quality improvement and give it a common gas enchantment. Items cannot be thrown by system user. Seat link. What? Well, that was extremely helpful, but that acronym was a bit much. Still, beggars can't be choosers. And now it was time to see what information that Nushi had collected. There was also the question of how I was going to help Mary and Nushi work on their skills. I might have to make them more involved with the training outside of the keep, but I would have to be careful with Nushi or Mex would lose it. Calm down. Is it really that big? Nushi was writing something down in her book, and I leaned over to look, but there was nothing on the page, and the pen-looking thing she had wasn't even making a mark, but I could see that she was actually spelling something. Do you mind? Nushi said as she pulled her book away from me and then closed it. You asked me not to look in your head, and now you're looking in this new journal. Wait, journal? That is the story, you special system power that I gave you. Also, I can't see a damn thing on those pages anyway, but you were right, and I would wait. So what do we know? I asked as I stepped over to Mary, reaching out a hand to her. She turned to me and smiled. Then Mary reached her hand and took mine, slithering over behind me. I squatted down enough for her to grab my shoulder and then wrap around me as I stood. Level up, Jilly. 4 Jilly level. 4 stretch lumber, acquired. I closed the window that popped up. I would check on Jilly after. I wouldn't be able to see the new place from here anyway, so I would check on her after. Thanks, I don't want to play catch anymore. I will rest now, Mary said as she rested her head on my shoulder, making me smile as I turned back to Nushi and the Cerberus girls, who just got back with my flame sword. You asked about results? There are none. Each time the girls came back with the weapon, it was the same as before, Nushi said with frustration. And the girls looked like they had just been yelled at. Calm down. There has to be a reason for it. I don't know that much about magic or the enchantment, but in games, can't you only enchant non-magical weapons? I asked, and Nushi looked at me with surprise, but then she got embarrassed and looked away. Sorry, girls, I should have known that. Kazz is right, and something that is magic can't be given more magic, Nushi said, then took a deep breath before turning back to me, but I just smiled at her. It's fine, but we are all learning our powers, and not all of the things that you get will be useful right now. The girls have had a rough time, so go easy on them. Maybe it would be good for you to go tell Jilly how you want your room if you're moving out here, I said to Nushi gently, not wanting to upset her next, and she nodded. Sure, not like it matters where I live anyways, Nushi said as she walked to the... Holy shit, Jilly, what are you doing? I called out with my hands cupped. There was no way that she had already built that much. Why was it the same size as the keep, but twice as tall. Mex is going to flip his shit when he sees this. Yep, it's casting a shadow on the keep. Will Jilly get me out of this? What are you yelling about? I'm trying to work here. Jilly yelled at me as she came out of the apartment block. Not a barn at all. What happened to the barn? I asked as I got a warning bite on the side of my neck from Mary and a hiss to be quiet, so I lower my voice. This thing is twice the size of the keep. There is no way you have enough wood to build this. No, I didn't, and the barn was stupid, and we couldn't fit everyone in a tiny little place. And we don't have enough lumber. I have to go get more, but I think we should get going after I finish the roof. Or we will be out after dark, Jilly explained to me and then stalked off. I shook my head, but knew she came out after her and ran over to me. Don't worry, my father is inside, and getting Jilly to split the top flow in half for you and him, knew she said with a flat look. I wanted to throw my hands in the air and yell in frustration, but the wise side of me said I was bound to get another bite. I just took a deep breath in and signed. It was what it was, and I am sure Mex was going to give me some story about his wife. Sure, why not? I guess the castle will be less quiet. But I am not cooking for your father as well, I said with defiance and quietly, shaking my fist, but even that got a growl from Mary. Could snakes growl? No, don't worry yourself. I will be in the kitchen to help you when you need it. And I will make Mex's meals, said a familiar voice from behind me. And I turned to find a very, not pregnant Liddy, looking even more attractive than she had been before. I look forward to the help, but I want to get into the habit of preparing the girls' meals for them when you aren't around, I said with a smile to Liddy. Me? Not around? You promise me eggs a different way every day, and I like them. Come Nushi, I will come to stay in your room, but I will leave if you need time with him. I will claim the kitchen as my place, Liddy said as she took Nushi's arm, and I held my breath. Nushi's horns started to flap, but then she just turned and walked with Liddy without saying anything. What the fuck just happened there? My heart was pounding in my chest. I thought that I was about to get some kind of tongue lashing for Liddy, basically saying that she would share me. Liddy had also claimed the kitchen as her area, and knew she didn't even say a word. Thought her emotions were all over the place from the way her horns were going wild. It's too early. Waits till dark and I will, Mary said after putting her hand over my heart, but then her hand fell away and she fell back asleep. Oh, that helped keep the blood flowing, but maybe in the wrong direction. Neighbors, scared to talk, I looked down to the Cerberus girls that had been waiting patiently in dog form. Use your SYET link with me, and then I want you to go find a stick, but no magic ones. I joked, and the girls' tails started to wag. But then they transformed back in a puff of white smoke. The girls all gave me a hug, and then I felt the link like a bolt of power, chaining the girls and me as they nuzzled their faces into me. I smiled at the feeling, stroked the hair on each girl's heads, and scratched behind their ears. Okay, go find something, and then I will throw it for you all. I know we can get your ability to work, but using a magic item was just a mistake on my part, I said to the girls as they pulled away from me. But Barrett shook her head. Both hands came up to block her blue hair from Ree's and Sarah's faces. No, it's okay, thank you, Vera said to me with a small smile, but I wasn't sure what I was getting to thank you for. People don't stick up for us. They just use us. So, thanks, Sarah said with a smile. It's just nice to know that you really are different. I didn't think that I would ever be able to say thank you to a male again without being forced. Thank you, Reese said, but then the girls exploded into a ball of white smoke and then took off running to find something. It really bothered me that they had to go through something like that, but I was watching over them now, so they would be safe. I wanted to believe that was true, and it was but only in these walls with... So did you hear? Mex whispered in my ear opposite from where Mary was sleeping, jolting me out of my thoughts. Stop it. Up here in front of me. You sneaky bastard. And yes, I heard that you have invaded my private living space, see, I said, rounding on Mex, but I got a hard constriction from Mary, and I made a weird noise. Well, it would be weird for me to live in a smaller castle, would it? Mex asked. It's a keep, and I did not tell her to build it that big, I said, trying to keep my voice level, but I was exasperated with Mexico. No, I did. Well, I asked her if she could, and she thought it was a good idea. Plus, with the whole, my wife is a traitor, and my great ate the rest of my grandmothers and mother-grandmother. I need a break. and you will hardly even notice me around, Mex said, turning me around and giving the area of the building with a sweep of his hand. One of those, this could be all yours. Whatever, but have you tried talking to Nishi? I like going to see what the problem is with her, and if there isn't a way around things? I asked, and Mex looked at me like I was brain damaged, tilting his head. You have no idea what it is like to feel what I do every day from that little woman. It is like being under constant watch, but also like she will come for me at any moment when my usefulness is up. I do not enjoy living near her, but I am linked to this area, and she is linked to this place, Mex said with a sigh. Fine, when I come back from training, I will go and talk with her, maybe have some tea. Since I don't seem to know what is healthy for me, this is the best solution, since now your daughter's well-being is a concern of mine as well. I said to Mex, but turned from him and to the Cerberus girls that were running up with a good-sized stick, and it was in Sarah's mouth. I grabbed the stick from her mouth, and the moment Sarah let go of the stick, it started to glow like the energy in her mouth. I didn't feel anything different, and I took the stick in both hands, and still nothing, but that was just the first test. Mex, get your sword out and hold it out flat. I would like to try something, I said to the demon lord, and he shrugged at me and then reached out into a hole in the air that appeared as he did. I waited for him to get it out, but this time it was nowhere near as big, but maybe Mex had more than one in there. Once his blade with the stick, but on its flat, and a couple sparks came up, but there was no damage or even burning. Next, I tried hitting the sword 5 times in a row, and then I put my hand over the blade where I had hit it. Yes, it was scorching, but this was a magical blade, and more than likely, it wouldn't be that effective. So, do you have a verdict on your glowing stick? Mex asked, and I nodded my head to him, but then turned to the girls. Excellent work, Sarah. It took me a bit to figure it out, but I know what it does. Your enchantment transfers heat into the struck object. With enough strikes, I could melt through a sword or a shield. And even if it doesn't metal the weapon, the heating and cooling of the weapon will weaken its durability and increase the chance of it breaking. I said with excitement, and Sarah beamed with happiness. Can we have our turn now, please? Vera asked. Yes, I really want to know what my ability is. This is exciting, Ree said, and I could see that Sarah's emotions were flowing into the other two. I thought the stick was hard, and then turned back to Mex, and the girls exploded into smoke and took off. I turned back to Mex, and he was grinning at me. Quite the interesting character you are turning out to be. Always stepping on my expectations. I don't know why I even try to assume I have any idea what's going on inside that head of yours, Mex said, shaking his head at me. Hard life. In the unknown, Mex headed back to the new building that Jilly was working on, and I turned back to see the girls, but the stick was back in my hand suddenly. I was shocked at first, but then I remembered the SYKT link. I tapped the stick in the ground, and a small amount of frost appeared on the ground. After a few more taps, I concluded that it was the same as Sarah's enchantment, and I tossed it again for the girls. I watched as they bounded over to where the stick had landed, and Reese grabbed it up, and then the switch happened. I was prepared this time, and I was already in the middle of an overhead swing. The stick slammed into the ground, and the grass around me died in a wave. It was only a meter-wide circle, but it was clear that the effect depended on the force, and the movements I could use were crazy. Even so, there was the underlying issue of them having to fetch each item. As a matter of fact, this would not be helpful, and if I do not pay attention, it may even put the girls in danger. Despite the fact that the girls were running back with excitement, I was contemplating this thing, and yet I forced myself to be excited as soon as they got near me. The girls had done an outstanding job, and once I got them up to a higher level, I was confident that I would be able to overcome this hurdle. Great job, girls. See, I told you that you had it. Now we just have to keep working on it. But your abilities will allow me to use basic items and make them special. That alone is spectacular. I can't wait to see how you all grow. I am proud. I had to stop talking as the girls ran to me and hugged me crying, and I lowered myself down to their height. So much bullshit for these girls to have gone through in their lives, but the best I could do was build them back up. I hugged them, and even Mary woke up and was stroking the girls' heads. Life was hard, but things were always better if you could find people that you could trust and a safe place to call home. Okay, Jilly should be out any minute now. "We're going to go for a walk to see some funny old elementals Mex introduced me to," I said to the girls, and they nodded, whipping their eyes and smiling at me as I stood. Then, as I bent down, I kissed the tops of each one of their heads with a smile on my face. My heart went out to any monster rancher that has the opportunity to take care of creatures as adorable as these. I turned back to the fortress that loomed over the keep, and Jilly and Nushi were just coming out, but they were carrying bags. I walked over to meet them and motioned for the gate, and they changed course. "What in the bags?" I asked, but I knew before Jilly spoke from Mary's sniffing. "Food for our trip in case we don't find something to eat, and it's not cooked. But Nushi has some cooked things in her bag for you too." Mex said that we were going to see the primal farts, but do you know the way? Jilly asked, and I nodded my head yes. Mex created a path for us, so we should be able to travel fairly fast, and we're going to go see Grovel first, I said as we walked out of the gate and past the guards. Trig actually had a smile on his face, but he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Spell wouldn't look at me, but he was looking at the ground, so he must be feeling bad about leaving me to Liddy. Joke's on him. It wasn't an issue for me at all when Liddy was hungry, and she was a great help to me. Even though I didn't pick up his spouse, I liked that he was squirming after leaving me to dry out in the rain. Having made our way across the bridge a short distance away, we soon reached the path after a few minutes' walk. Jilly eyed the path suspiciously and then rounded on me. "This wasn't here before," Jilly said, squinting her eyes at me, and I put up my hands. "I didn't do it. It was Mexico." The forest just moved out of his way, but I think we still have to watch out for the roots and hissing flowers, I said to Jilly, but Nushi shook her head from beside Jilly. "Father won't be with you this time, so there will be more than just roots that try to bother us. The trogs like to roam around in large packs, and there are some nasty little kobolds as well. There's a good chance that we might be attacked by some of the larger breeds of monsters like the behemoths and sphinx that roam this area." Nushi explained to me like it was common knowledge. I am sure that it was common knowledge, but I was not common here, and this was all news to me. What was a behemoth anyways? And a sphinx? Like the one with the broken nose? All right, well, I guess we will all just have to be on our guard and watch out for those things, but I suggest that you all keep your eyes peeled to look for things. "I don't really know what I'm supposed to be looking for," I said, rubbing the back of my head with a smile, but Jilly just leveled her gaze at me. "If you see anything out there that moves, and it isn't one of us, kill it. The things out here are not like us. These are real monsters, and they are mindless with their hunger and depravities. Do not think that you can reason with them, or someone will get hurt," Jilly said to me in the most serious I had seen her yet. Growls, chewed up and spit out. "Sure, I can do that," I said as I let Jilly take the lead, and I stayed in the back with Nushi and the Cerberus girls between us. If there was ever a place to try to attack, it would be from behind. There was a feeling of tension when we got into the forest. I already had both the loose leaf dagger and my flame sword out and on. "Why do we have to come? My feet hurt," Nushi complained, and I gazed down at them and sighed. "Why did you wear shoes like that?" "You know we were going for a walk," I said, shaking my head. Nushi was about to complain to me again, but Jilly hissed at her. "Quiet. Take your shoes off and carry them." "No, just climb on my back. We'll pick up speed," Jilly said as she was looking around, but I could hear movement. "Get on her back, and girls transform, so you can keep up. I will fight off whatever is coming if they get close," I said as I started to run with the other, but I could hear growling and yipping like dogs. Knew she didn't need to be told more than once, and she was on Jilly's back fast. Sarah, Bera, and Reese were already shifted and bounding along in between Jill and me. Whatever was coming, there were a bunch of them, but I still had no clue what I should be looking for. That was until a short man-dog leapt from a bush I was passing, but I was already swinging my loose leaf dagger at it. The effect was something that shouldn't even have been possible, but I was in no position to be judging. The blades whipped out of the snake-like ropes at the creature. Then, the blades lashed and minced the creature into an explosion of gore. It was like, nope, it's just like nothing I had ever seen before was my only thought, and the creature erupted. "Meats!" Mary hissed in delight as I seen her expertly grab some chunk of meat out of the air as we were both hits with the blood spray. I pushed forward, but now they were popping out of everywhere, but it wasn't too much farther. I saw one try to get at Nushi on Jilly's back, but Jilly shot a spike into it, and the creature began to scream in pain. That was the end of the attack, but Jilly gave no quarter and spiked 5 more before they got completely away. We continued moving, but there was a blinking icon in the top left-hand corner of my view, but I ignored it for now and kept my eyes peeled. We finally make it to the clearing, and I was finally able to slow down. I was astonished that I wasn't out of breath or even puffing. That workout yesterday must have done pretty good, but today was the real challenge. What were those things? They looked like dogs, but like ugly little men, I said as I stretch out. Kobolds, fiendish little weakling that hunts in packs to try and take down larger prey. I hope that will teach them that we're not to be bothered, but I have a hard time believing that. They're all stupid animals, hardly better than a trog, Jilly said while rolling her eyes. You keep talking about trogs. Were they? I asked, but then turned my head to Mary. You're going to have to get down now and stay with the girls. We're going to do some training, and I want you and the girls back from Grogville when he does his workout thing. Okies, but I wants to come back after, Mary hissed, and then kissed my neck and then licked me before sliding off me. She didn't want to go, and I didn't want Mary to leave, but if I was going to protect that pretty smile, I would need to get stronger. I did a couple more stretches before I walked over to the large pile of stones. Grovel. I am here and ready for the first day of our training, and I brought the girls with me, I said, but then the earth opened up under me, and I fell like a rock. Instantly, I was crushed from all sides, and I could barely even breathe anymore. My body was being crushed, but not broken. I was squeezed, but not squished. All of these were pushed to the maximum, and I was being kneaded like beer dough. It was not more than my body could handle, even if I didn't feel the same way. It felt like the crushing torture was never going to end, and I was going to suffocate, but then I spat back out onto the hard rock. Oh, did I want to complain? Fuck, I just been eaten and spit out, but I felt good. No, I felt great. Amazing. I got up, and I could see that the girls must have gone through the same ordeal. Still, it was hard to believe that I could feel this great after being eating and spit back out. It was almost poetic. So, you have come back with no mechs to say uncle for you. What did you think of the massage I gave you? Good, right? Grovel asked from behind me, making me turn back around. Grovel's face was in the massive wall of the clearing, and his smile was cracking his face, literally. I guess I don't really have much of a choice. I want to get stronger, and after just a short workout with you and the other elementals, I've already seen dramatic changes. I'm not ready for whatever you are about to do, but I am prepared to do whatever it takes, I said with determination. See, now that is a good attitude. Whether you have the same one after this is still left to be determined. Bwahaha. The moment Grovel started to laugh, it was like every part of me started to shake, not vibrate. I fell to the ground on my hands and knees. I emptied my stomach, and I fell over on my side as my body began to seize up. This was too much, and it wasn't stopping, but I had asked for this tourtiere of the gods. He is menace. I could feel myself being lifted off the ground by soft hands, and I barely had the strength to stand on my own. My body had that particular kind of muscle pain reserved for the day after an intense leg day, but this was on every inch of my body. It was like my muscles had all been torn apart, and I could feel them painfully healing back, but it was like I was feeling dry. I was finally starting to get my vision back. I had to close my eyes the entire time. Grogville laughed. The vibrations made it too hard to look at anything. You can stand, good man. You didn't piss yourself, and there was no way you were going to keep your lunch down. Still, I didn't think that you would even be able to talk after that, Grogville said, and I cringed, thinking that he was going to get me with another round of laughter. Nothing came, and I let out the breath I had been holding, standing up straight. The pain and fatigue were passing now, and I rolled my shoulders as Mary was about to climb up on me, but she reared away from me. You stink, Mary hissed at me dangerously. Fix it. I turned to her and stared at her blankly, not like Mary could see me, and she crossed her arms, and she waited. I sighed and turned back to Grovel to ask him where some water might be to rinse off, but he was gone. When I was dropped to the ground, I wasn't even surprised as my body was chewed up like a rag doll and then spit back out. I was able to catch myself as I was spat out of the ground, and I landed on my feet by the Cerberus girls that jumped back in surprise. There! I rubbed the stink of your vomit off you. This will help you recover faster from the vibrations, but this will help you gain some mass. Make sure you eat before you take off. I have a date with a crevice that needs my attention, hee. Grogville said with a slight chuckle, but I was able to handle that now. Thanks. Boss, that was a good round, but I'll be back for more tomorrow, I said, clenching my hand into a fist tightly. This was different. Good. Bring a good joke, so I can have a good laugh, Grogville said as he melted back into the ground until there was no trace of him left. This feeling of strength wasn't like before. I felt heavy, like if I hit something, it wouldn't stop me. This weight to my muscle was making my body like steel, or that is what I thought until I flexed and squeezed my forearms with my free hand as I did. My arms didn't feel different. I wasn't cut steel or anything like that, but I was progressing beautiful. This was what I wanted, but I was getting ravenous all of a sudden. My mind got sidetracked entirely from the thought I was just having, and I turned on Nushi. I walked directly to Nushi, and she seemed to know what I wanted and pulled out a pie of some sort with a crust on it. She handed it to me, and I was about to tear into the whole thing with my hand poised over it. Then my brain killed back in, and I looked at Nushi. Would you like some of this? I asked, probably looking like some kind of savage, but I watched as Nushi covered a smile with her hand and laughed softly at me. Slowly, I watched her horns rise, but then I dug into the pie. If I kept watching her, Nushi would notice, and it would spoil it. So, instead, I turned to the girls after thanking her for this friggin' tourtière of the gods. Maybe I had to be the main chef for the girl, but damn, Liddy was an excellent cook. And this meat pie was not meant for mortal consumption. I could smell smoke as I finally scarfed down the pie. I turned to the girls who were making a fire with a grate over it. Wow, portable barbecue. This was great, but before I could say anything to congratulate Jilly, the icon that was blinking in the left-hand corner expanded. Level up. Kazz level 2 achieved. Select your class 1.fighter 2.duelist 3.marksman 4.mage 5.shaman 6. Necromancer, what the hell was this about? I was already a level 5 rancher. Why was I getting a level 2 alert? This is the basic leveling system that you had asked me about in the beginning. This will allow you to slowly progress, but you need to pick a class before you do any more training or you won't get any stronger. At the current moment, you are as strong as you can become without taking a class. Hero. That makes sense, but I'll have to think about this, and I need to get cooking for the girls, but thanks. It was always lovely chatting, but I knew he was already gone. When he came, it was like there was a presence, and now it was gone. Are you done admiring the empty plate? We're also getting hungry, and you are the one that does the cooking, Jilly said as she shook a stick at me, and I smiled as I walked over with my metal pie plate. This would make a good bowl. Yes, sorry, more new and crazy things happening up here, I said, tapping on my head, and then Jilly gave me a pitiful look and then handed me the bag of meat, her explosion going flat on me. I am hungry. Get cooking, chop chop, Jilly said to me, waving her arms as I started to throw the meat on the grill. Yes, my queen, right away I am on it, I said as Jilly moved behind me and came close to me to do something, but whatever she was going to do never happened. Bax, he is menace, Ani, Mary hissed threateningly at Jilly as she came and wrapped herself around me tightly, very tightly. Mating, lesson on learning, I was not going to do anything to him. You blindworm. He's yours, I get it, calm down, Jilly said as she backed up and scowled at Mary. I was confused, but I needed to get the food, or the girls were never going to eat, but I didn't understand what was up with Mary and her possessiveness. Jilly went over with Nushi, and the two of them stared at me as I placed the steaks and ant sections on the grill. What? What do I not know? I asked as I finished placing the last meat on the grill. Mary was holding her arms around my neck and resting her head on my back contently now that the other girls were back from me. The Cerberus girls were on the other side of the fire sitting back a bit, and they were all watching the fire. You know why she's acting like this, don't you? Jilly asked. No, well, I kind of do, but a bit of an explanation would help. I would assume Mary is going into heat or something like that, right? I asked. She has grown attached to you, and now her mating urges are starting to come up from the smell you give off. I'm not sure how she will deal with not being able to have children, though, Nushi explained. Kazz will give us me eggs like Liddy. Mary hissed softly from behind me and then started to kiss the back of my neck, which was making me far too horny for anyone good right now. See? Just go give it to her while you are cooking, and then she will be fine, maybe. Nushi is right, and I hope that you can give her some children, or she will be distraught with you, Jilly said with a tired expression. On the plus side, it's not like she can eat you afterward, so you will live to give me my turn. That was food for thought, but the girls were right to be worried about me giving Mary a baby. Who the fuck said I wanted any babies? I didn't have time to take care of the children. These are not human children. There will be no need for you to have anything to do with them. Monster women care for their own, or they just leave them to fend for themselves. That sounded a bit cruel, but it did make sense. But that still left the looming question of how I would get it done anyways. Mary was a snake and something else, but not a human, even if she did have the same body structure. The system will provide you with the skills that you need to handle the task at hand. You will need to attend to the girls from time to time, and some may need it more than others. As you progress through the system, you will be able to increase the duration of the girls' satisfaction with your services. This will allow you to travel away from them for an extended period of time. I flipped all the meat, and then I turned back to the girls. It will be fine. The God Hero said that I should be able to do the job with time, but I am not ready yet. We will need to progress more today, but that also reminds me of something I want to talk to you about, I said as I finished flipping the meat by hand and try not to burn myself. Hero? That misbegot that leads the actual heroes to their deaths? Maybe that is a bit harsh. The last couple that I ate never saw it coming. You, on the other hand, knew that I was about to do something to you and jumped back, Jilly said with a smile as she watched me cook. What did you want to ask us about? Nushi asked after Jilly finished. I got a notification about me getting to choose between 6 classes, and I wanted to know what you knew about each of them. I'm not really familiar with any of them, other than knowing the basic idea of them, I said, and Nushi nodded her head knowingly, and her horn stood erect as she smiled at me. Yes, I know what you're talking about. I have studied the classes, and I am a level 2 mage, but I'm not very good, and this is the first time my father has let me train outside the castle, Nishi explained, and her horns started to sink. That's amazing. You're a mage? Like throwing fire and calling lightning? That's really interesting. Can you tell me more about the class? I asked with excitement that I channeled into my speech, and it worked better than I thought it would. Yes, thank you. But I can only use my lightning magic when I am in a good mood, Shock, Nushi said with excitement, and I had to jump back as her horns arc and then nuked one of the stakes into a black coal brick. Holy shit, if that would have hit me, it would have been worse than Grodvel's laugh. Nushi had just told me that it wasn't that strong, but the fossilized stake begged to differ. Wow, that was the craziest thing I have seen yet. Do you have any other spells you can use? I asked with excitement, but Nushi shook her head sadly. Sorry about the stake. But no, I can only use lightning base's magic. This is why I started looking into all the classes after my mistake, Nushi explained. Mistake? That power looks pretty good to me. And if I can keep you smiling, then I can keep you charged up, I said with a smile. When you choose mage, you don't get to pick what element you get to use, and you can only use what you were given. Once you reach level 10, you have to retake the basic mage class if you wish to use the other elements. The other classes have similar restrictions, but you can also follow a class and become immensely powerful like one of the Imperial Demon Lords, Nushi explained, and I sighed as I checked the stakes. I was about to get a lesson on learning, but Nushi was happy, and the girls were content, and the day was still young. Skill, food, and no necromancy. First, you have the fighters, and I am sure that would be the natural class for you, but make sure to listen to the others as well, Nushi told me with her tail swinging around excitedly. She looked cute like this, but I had to put a hand out to stop her. After that, it was time for the girls to eat. I had already taken the meat off the fire, and it was cool now, and I had cut the meat up. Sorry, Nushi. Let me get everyone fed, and then you can explain it to me, I said as I gave Mary a quarter of steak. I gave the other 3 pieces to the Cerberus girls, and each of them took a piece from my hand. The 3 looked cute as they chewed away. After I was done with them, I grabbed a bunch of chunks that I had cut smaller and dropped them into Mary's cleavage. The little snake hissed excitedly, and Mary cuddled into me more. I scooped up the ant sections, and popped the first two into Jilly's mouth, but then handed her the rest of them. Then I grabbed Mary's steak portions after giving the Cerberus girls one more each by hand. I couldn't feed them all the time, but I could do it a bit, and hopefully that would still be good. So now, it was time to get back to Nushi, who was still happy and patiently waiting. Okay, but is there any more food? I asked, and Nushi handed me the bag. I already ate my fruit while I waited for you, so you can have the skewers that are in there, Nushi said as I opened the bags, and almost started to drool like Mary when I smelt the barbecued skewers inside. That woman was trying to win me over with all this great food, so I submit to give her what she wants for more great food like this. Imagine what doing a proper job with her will get me. Thank you for bringing the food. Go ahead and am ready to learn. I don't want to pick something that isn't going to be beneficial to the entire group, I said, and then pulled out one of the meat kebabs and bit into it. Yup, peeled right of the astral boar's ass. Damn, them was good. Okay, so fighters specialized in swords, spears, and shields. They also use a combination of barbaric attack with skills like shove and leap, Nushi started off with. Like she had said before, that was the most reasonable thing for me, but it did nothing to help the girls. So, I was still staying open to everything and listening attentively as I chewed on the excellent meat. How did you make the sauce glaze to be like a caramelized candy glaze? Next is the duelist, who is like the fighter, but the more noble and quick type relies on speed and avoidance. They are proficient with daggers and short swords, but I have seen some wield axes and chain whips, Nushi explained, and I fed Mary another chunk of steak. Duelist was kind of what I was doing now, but angina, there was nothing really notable in the class. So I needed something that would be able to help me protect the girls, not just kill the bad guys. Marksman is the range class that can use a bow or crossbow, and they can also use a dagger or short sword for close combat if they have to. The marksman is more likely to track, scout, and support fire. But they also can do minor healing, Nushi told me as she walked back and forth, waving her hands cutely as she talked. The marksman sounded a lot like a ranger, and that was not a bad choice, and the ability to heal was a bonus, even if it was minor. I would not always have Mary around, and if I even found someone hurt, it would be good to be able to help them. I already told you about the mage, but we are ranged damage dealers, but we can't really take much damage. So what we can do is dish it out when it works, Nushi said with a bitter smile that made her horns start to move. You will learn to control them. I am here, and all the rest of the girls are here to support you. I won't let anything happen to you, so you have no reason not to be able to use your magic. Okay, I said to Nushi with a warm smile, and her horn stopped shaking. Thank you. I don't know how you plan to stop my grandmother, but I believe you will figure it out. My father wasn't wrong to trust you. But now let's talk about the shaman class, Nushi said as she looked away from me with a red face. The shamans are nature mages, but they are more hardened than elemental mages. If I knew what I know now, I would have picked this class. They connect with nature and creatures, then you form bonds. What do you mean by bonds? I asked, a bit leery. I wasn't looking to adopt more pets. I had a list already. The shaman takes the essence of the thing that they bond with and creates bond marks or totems on your body. With each totem you get, you will gain an ability with them, but you will only be able to activate one at a time. I liked it because, with the amount of nature and creatures globally, there is no limit to the number of totems you can have. The only thing is that you would have to capture 6 elementals, or you will run out of room on your body, Nushi explained with excitement. Well, that was one of the most universal options, and like Nushi said, there was really no limit to the bonds I could form. Then, of course, I would have to capture elementals, but maybe capture was too strong of a word. I didn't really want to capture them, but if I could get them to work with me, then the sky was the limit. There was one class left, but Nushi didn't look too excited about explaining it. Last is the necromancer, and it is one of my least favorite classes. They bring the dead back to life by taking the life from another, but what is brought back is not the same as what died. They are monsters and abomination mages. I would ask that you not pick this class, Nushi said, and then she crossed her arms, giving me a look that said, you had better be listening to me. Yes, I think that I will go with your suggestion. Necromancer sounds like a pretty good class, I said with a smile, but the drastic increase of electrical discharge from Nushi's horns made me put my hands up and laugh. Just a joke. I'm picking shaman. Don't up me. Rampaging hazards and a straightforward question after I placated Nushi. She went and joined the other girls while I finished feeding Mary. As I was doing that, I reopened the menu for the selection and was about to warn Mary to cover her eyes, just in case. But I let that breath out as I made the selection. No light came on, but I did it with a crash course on what seemed to be a very basic class, and then a small stat chart with numbers like a game. The names were straightforward enough that even this meathead could puzzle them out. Shaman class acquired. Shaman. With this class, you will need to create bonds with all forms of nature in order to receive totems. Totems are marks that you will receive, and they will grant you minor abilities. You must gain elemental totem marks in order to store more marks, or you will run out of skin to place marks. To gain elemental totem marks, you must form bonds with pure elementals. Name: Kazz level 2 class, Shaman strength 2 dexterity, 1 fortitude, 4-1, Earth blessing Eoti, wisdom 3 intellect, 1 spirit, 3 energy, shocked. Class skills: plants peak rank 1. Target a plant to speak to it. 55 chance of success. 10 chance of irritation. Totem bond rank 1. Auto trigger. Totem bond is triggered when a totem mark can be acquired. The target must express gratitude to you in some form in order to trigger totem bond. Bonds: elemental bonds. Blessings: earth blessing. Grodvel's laugh is far worse than his bite. Gain 1 fortitude for being chewed up and spit out until the end of day. Well, whoever created this thing had a sense of humor, that was for sure. But a 10% chance of irritating a plant? What did that even mean? Was I going to piss a tree off and get attacked? Maybe I would have to try it on something like a dandelion or a tulip that was small, so if I did piss it off, the fallout wouldn't be that bad. I stood up and brushed my hands on my pants, and Mary wrapped her arms around my neck and then rested her head on my shoulder. The girls had already cleaned up the grill and put out the fire, so it looked like it was time to get moving. Everyone ready to go? I asked. Just waiting on you and the sleeping beast, Jilly said with a grin. But Mary hissed from my shoulder. I could still hear you, and I's too cute to be a beast's. Jilly rolled her eyes, but Mary wasn't wholly wrong. I mean, she has only tried to eat me once for real, so there is that. Okay, Nushi, are you ready? I asked her and she nodded. The Cerberus girls were already changed back into dog form, so I pointed to the path, and Nushi climbed on Jilly's back. We followed the same walking pattern and started down the trail. Just as we did, I was looking over towards the place where Mex had pointed out that held the Minstian, Jessable. I would have to make time to go over and visit her, but that could be an early morning thing. I could possibly do it before having to make the girls breakfast if I got up early enough. Did my father talk to you about Jessable already? Nushi asked from up ahead as I turned from the northwest back west to her voice and started walking again. I hadn't realized I had stopped. Yes, I was thinking about her. I would guess that you were friends with her? I asked as I followed along. Like before, the vegetation was starting to become more jungle-like and more humid and hot. I knew this was a cool spring day compared to the hell we would be facing after this next training boot camp with Wataluga. No, I have only met her one time, and it was pretty bad. Jessable is very pretty and smart, but she is very tall, big-boned, and scared of everything, even her own shadow. When Father brought her home, she ended up rampaging through the castle, and Father had to knock her unconscious, Nushi explained to me. Wow, so then I guess your father put Jessable in the maze to keep her safe? I asked. Yes, her milk is special, but until she has a child, she can't provide milk for the young ones. Her being scared of everything makes that very unlikely to happen on her own. That's why my father watches over her, Nushi told me. What's your father's deal? Is he like the worst demon ever? I asked, trying to wrap my head around the enigma that was Mex. Bad? I guess if you look at him and compare him to the other demons on this island, the mainland demons are a lot different than the ones around here. My father is just a good person, no matter what Nishi or any of the other demons say, Nushi said with a nod of her head. And I had to agree, but the atmosphere had just changed. Kazz, this is not good. We need to turn around, right? Jilly started to say, but a seductive female voice cut her off. Leave? No, you just got here, and I would like to play a little game with you, said the voice of a 3-meter-tall lioness with wings and a human face. But that was where the human stopped. This monster was not like the girls, but it did not look like something we could deal with physically. Yep, we're all going to be drooling over-ripened fruit in about 30 seconds, Jilly said while throwing her hands up in the air, but I was confused by her comment. A game? What kind of game? I asked suspiciously. She wants you to answer a riddle, and if you are wrong, she will eat all the thoughts in your head, Nushi said. It's very simple. I ask you a question, and you tell me the answer before I get bored and eat your thoughts for fun, the Sphinx said with a nasty smile. A question, and a food-stealing whore, I moved to the front of the group to stand with Jilly and Nushi, but I wasn't really sure what to expect. I wasn't a Jeopardy guy, and I would never make it past the 5th question on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire without using all of my lifelines. PST, Nushi whispered to me and then pointed at her book. At first, I had no idea what she was insinuating, but then it dawned on me. This was a proud creature, and there was no way that it would hold back the answer if I got it wrong. I nodded, and Nushi's horns grew back to full strength, but I wanted to get some things straight before we started. It wasn't like the Sphinx had to answer me, but I would try to bait her into it. You must be pretty good at asking these questions. Does it matter if I ask some else? You know, considering it's most likely going to be something that I have no idea how to answer, right? I asked in a casual tone. The creature looked me up and down, and I tried to dumb down my expression. The Sphinx looked bright, but maybe a little too smart for her own good. Yes, I can see that you are a lower breed of animal, so I can't see why having these other mouth breathers helping you is a problem, the Sphinx said haughtily, turning her nose up at the girls. Good, so what do you have for me? What kind of question is it? Oh, great sphincter, I asked, holding a straight face. Two can play underhanded ball. What did you just call me? The Sphinx asked, glaring at me. You were about to ask me a challenging question, right? I asked back, and the glare's squint tightened on me. Fine, I won't hold back then. You measure my life in hours, and I serve you by expiring. I'm quick when I'm thin and slow when I'm fat. The wind is my enemy. What am I? The Sphinx asked with a tone like she had already won. I looked over at Nushi, and she mouthed the word candle, and I thought about it, and it made sense. A candle, I said plainly, and the Sphinx reared up in excitement before the answer had left my mouth. Wrong. It's a candle. Wait, how did you know that? The Sphinx asked as she came back to the ground, starting to glare at me. Made sense, I said as I started to look around, trying to look bored. Fine, but you will never get this one. The Sphinx said, but I put up a hand. Hold on. I'm not familiar with the rules of this game, but there must be some, and I don't think that you get to keep asking, right? I asked, giving the beast a severe look, and the girls nodded at my words. Now, who is the stupid, overgrown catbird? Wahahaha, Jilly asked, and then burst out laughing maniacally. Wait, that's not fair. There's no way you got the answer so fast. You must have cheated. The Sphinx raged, but I had enough and pulled out both my weapons. Since your game is done, I will give you a choice. Stay here, and we will all find out what you taste like. Or you can leave to spin another riddle. We have places to go and things to do before it gets dark, I said calmly as I ignited the flame sword. The loose leaf dagger was in blender mode again, and I hoped it would calm down a bit if I had to fight this thing. While it might be big, now that it was struggling to gain ground, the idea of it being a treat had disappeared. You have not seen the last of me. We meet again, Skinwalker. The Sphinx raged at me, but then turned and stormed off the path. I watched her go, but motioned for Jilly to start walking. This was wasting time, and we had a long lunch break. So what is a Sphinx anyways, so I know for next time? I asked as we walked along. She is a monster that feeds off people's thoughts, but because they are so powerful, they have a restriction placed on them. They have to ask you a riddle, and if you fail or don't ask fast enough. Nushi explained. How long is too long? Do I have 30 seconds or a minute? I asked. I don't know the answer to that. Anyone who has experienced a Sphinx encounter is left one of two ways, alive or drooling with no thought in your mind to move your body. You will end up either getting eaten alive or starving to death in a puddle of your own excrement. Nushi explained, and a cold shiver ran through my body. Well, I will have to make sure and avoid that creature at all costs, or that will be my fate, I said, but then I noticed the smoke coming up from the lava lake. And I looked up at Jilly. What do you know about Lizzie, the magma spider? Besides that, she is a food and man-stealing scoundrel. The witch is a glutton that overindulges and eats more in one day than I could in two. Jilly said with disgust. I guess that you two had some problems in the past. I asked curiously, but Jilly became closed-mouthed and wouldn't talk about it. I also got a head shake that said no and a hand slice across her neck to signal that it was a sore subject. Thankfully, the bushes ahead started to rustle, and I got myself prepared to attack whatever came out, but it was only a rabbit. I let out a sigh to the cute little creature and was about to start moving, but Jilly darted forward and grabbed the rabbit. Before I could open my mouth, I watched in horror as Jilly stuck the squealing creature in her mouth, and I almost puked at the sound she made. W-A-T, I am a Stwess eater. Jilly shouted at me with a mouth full of the whole half-chewed, once adorable rabbit. I sighed again. Secret revealed, and hissing, I left Jilly alone and dropped the talk of Lizzie, but we were getting close to the waterfall now. I could hear the dull roar of the water get louder until we walked out into the clearing. The water was misting from the falls, and I walked over to the pool of water with the girls. As we approached, a shape rose out of the water in the form of a little old wizard. So, you did come and brought the girls with you. Does that mean you are ready to sweat? Wataluga asked me as he stepped out onto the grass. I hope your training is more than laughing me into submission. We already had that one, I said with a smile, and the old watery wizard smiled back at me, but then he started to expand. No jokes, but this will be harder than the hand-holding Grogville does. I'm just going to have you run today, and then tomorrow I'll start the fighting, Wataluga said as his body rapidly expanded to cover us up to our necks and fill the clearing with his watery body. I want you all to start running laps. And I will say when to stop, Wataluga said from the center of the clearing, where he rose up. This was weird. I had never been in floating water, and it was floating off the ground in the middle of my calves. Then I noticed that something was missing, and I felt around my waist. Mary was gone. Where did Mary go? I asked, looking around at the other, smiling and bobbing heads. The water was somehow able to climb 3 meters up to Jilly's neck, but then only covered Nushi's neck as well, and she was half the height of Jilly. I'm right, Harass, Mary said from behind me, and I whirled around to find her head bobbing above their water. Monster Girl's secret. Mary is part mermaid, and she has many sisters. New skill, Mary, water manipulation, control, and shape water at will. I closed the tab in shock and then looked down into the water, and sure enough, Mary was now a fish. I feel like I should be more surprised that she's a mermaid, but I had never really given it much thought. Yes, there you are, and your tail looks really good on you, I said, but then found myself being drawn towards Mary, and she was reaching out for me. I was more than willing to take her into my arms. But the moment I was about to embrace her, we were ripped apart. All right, kids, go fool around in the bush on their own time. Not in my body. Now, get running, or I make the water like mud to run in right off the start. Wataluga warned, and we all started to jog. I started to run, and Mary and the girls all started to jog with me. The Cerberus girls were bobbing along, and knew she was running with them. Mary was swimming beside Jilly as she scuttled along, and she looked like she was enjoying herself. Jilly had been uncharacteristically quiet since I had brought up the magma spider. I might have to try and talk to her alone after this to find out what really happened between the two. Maybe it would be better to just ask Nushi instead of antagonizing Jilly more. Jilly eating the whole rabbit had made it clear that I had touched on a very sore subject. It all was a reminder that Jilly was a ravenous, man-eating creature. I would have to be careful with her. It was really lovely and refreshing, but extremely weird. The water didn't touch my skin the way water should. It was more like the water was just holding on to me. Instead of getting a wet feeling from the water, it was more like a cool gel being pressed against my skin. As we jogged, I could slowly feel the water start pressing on me more, and I was starting to sweat, but when I tried to dunk my head into the water, I almost broke my nose. Don't try to stick that sweaty face into me. You have 4 more laps, and then you can go take a dip in the actual water. Wataluga said, laughing as I rubbed my face, and then continued running. The last 4 laps gave a total of 20 laps around the clearing, and there weren't more than a 200-meter jog. But those last 2 laps, the second last one was exactly what I would expect it to feel like running through mud. The last one was a fish of a different color. The water became like rocks and crushed my body, but I kept going until I was done. I will have to say that I am not unimpressed with you. Tomorrow we will start the fighting training, but today I needed to get my body used to the pressure that it will be under tomorrow. Go have a quick dip, but then I suggest you all make haste. The sun has started its trip back into the great beyond. Wadaluga said as all the water from the clearing drained back into him impossibly. Thank you, I said and rolled my shoulders and then did a small stretch. That was a body pounding, but I also felt lighter than I had before, so I wanted to try something. I bent my knees and then jumped almost 2 meters in the air. I almost didn't stick the landing. I was so shocked, but I was able to catch myself. I could make it in the NBA with this kind of airtime. Kazz in the waters, Kazz, Kazz. Mary called to me cutely from the water she had already climbed into, trying to spit my name out. No, you heard the old man. We need to get going before it gets dark, Jilly said in a no-nonsensical tone. Ani is just wanted to play with him. Mary hissed and then did some spins in the water. No, you can play with him tonight when we are safe. Now get out of the water, Jilly hissed back at Mary. And Mary rolled her stoned eyes. Discipline, glad it's not me, I walked over to the water and bent down to splash my face, and then I cupped my hand to take a drink. Mary was swimming around me as I did this, softly humming to some unknown melody that was both beautiful and alluring at the same. I turned my face to look into Mary's stone eyes as I listened to the song she was humming. I felt myself being drawn into Mary like there was some unseen force that was pulling me closer. Then I got a rough smack upside my head. It didn't hurt, but I was knocked ass over tea kettle from the impact of Jilly's big hand in my squatting position. As I slowly picked myself up, I realized something. I did not have time to be messing around like this right now. Come here. What did I just tell you? Jilly shouted as she came over to the water edge and dove in after Mary. Or, that's what had assumed was happening, but only the female half of Jilly went in. Her red-plated centipede body stayed up, and soon it reared up, pulling Jilly back out. Stop acting like a child, or I will put you over my knee like last time. I am not hurting you. I am teaching you valuable lessons. Jilly growled at the squirming Mary, who suddenly stopped resisting. I just wanted to have some fun with him. Ani, Mary whimpered out in a hiss. I was glad I wasn't doing the punishing right now. That little stunt right there would have turned me into jello, but Jilly seemed to have a fly up her ass right now. Yes, later when we are home and safe. Or would you like to get eaten by a pack of behemoths? You know what it's like out here at night. Even for you, Jilly said as she set Mary down. I was back up on my feet again, and I walked over to where Jilly had set the downcast-looking Mary. I reached down and put my hands under her arms and lifted her up. As I did, Mary started to smile again, and she slowly wrapped her body around mine. Once she was done, I let go of Mary, and she moved around to her spot where she usually stayed. Is be a good girl for my now, okay? Mary hissed softly into my ear and then licked my neck up to my ear. I closed my eyes briefly for a moment to enjoy the wave of pleasure that rocketed through my body, but then I opened my eyes. I turned to Jilly, who was looking as impatient as ever. Are you okay with running with Nushi on your back? I asked Jilly, and she nodded. Yes, let's just get going already. If we can make it there fast enough, the bitch will still be sleeping. So, chop chop rancher boy, Jilly said and took off towards Fire Den and the lava lake. Make sure you hold on, okay? I'm going to start running, I said to Mary, but then I turned to my Cerberus girls. Are you girls ready to go for a run? The girls all started to bark with different levels of excitement, but their body was jumping back and forth. I smiled and then took off after Jilly and Nushi, who had already gained a bit of distance from us. Jilly was in a hurry, and I guess that I couldn't blame her if she disliked Lizzie that much. I ran hard to catch up with her, and the Cerberus girls ran beside me the entire time. While I had never really had many pets, it was only because I had a job at the time that required me to be away from home a lot. I didn't think that it was right to own animals if you couldn't take care of them. While this might seem like common sense to most, it wasn't, and animals were neglected all the time. So, running with the Cerberus girls was like having my own dog, even though I didn't consider the girls to be something I owned. For me, all these girls were just people to take care of, and I was slowly starting to get past my aversions with even Jilly's body. Thinking of her body, I started to look over her red carapace shell as I ran. I remembered it being a lot shinier before, and now there was even some dust and mud covering some of the red. I think that maybe tomorrow I will give Jilly a bath if she lets me. Maybe it might be able to help with some of her wild pin-up stress that she was under from Lizzie coming to join us. I liked Jilly, and she was a great help when I came to get people in line, so I wanted her to feel the same as the other girls were. It was starting to get hot fast as we ran, and I could see the smoke rising from far up ahead. As we got closer, the trees were starting to thin, and now were nothing more than wilted and ash-covered sticks poking from the ground. Let me do the talking with this one. I know Fired In well, and he will not mess around if I tell him not to. Jilly called back to me as we neared the massive crater that had a small stream of smoke coming out of it. Sure, let's get this over with, and then we can get to the last challenge. Windorf's challenge was speedy last time, so that shouldn't take long, I said as we reached the edge of the crater, but we had to start back pedaling right away as we felt the heat begin to rise fast. A massive melting hand that was on fire reached up and gripped the edge of the crater. The other one followed, and then the enormous burning face for Fired In poke above the edge. Oh, look who has come back for story time. Boy, do I have a good long one for you today. Fired In said with a chuckle, but his laugh was cut off. No, you don't. You have a very short story to tell us. I refuse to be near this place when SHE wakes up, Jilly said as she clicked over to stand between the elemental and me. Oh, Jilly, I didn't see you there. Sure, but you had better let the boy come without you tomorrow if you're still going to be sore about this, Fired In said with a hot sigh. Close contact. I would not be held responsible. I don't want any messing around. You hear me, old man? I want you to pick a short tail and not go on and on, Jilly said, scowling at the massive burning face of Fired In. The Cerberus girls had just finished transforming, and now they were standing beside Mary and me. The girls had been all panting before, but the moment they turned back into human form, the girls all broke out in a sweat. Do we have to wear this dress right now? Sarah asked as the right-pawed hand pulled the hair from her eye that was sticking to her face. I'm getting too wet, Vera complained as she looked down at her dress that was starting to get wet from the intense amount of sweat coming from the girls, and I nodded my head. Yes, you girls can get out of that, and I will carry it for you, I said, but the girls didn't move. We need your help to get it off, please. It is hard for us to take off or put clothes on, Reese said to me. I looked over at Jilly and Fired In, and the two of them were having a stare of wasting time. I turned back to the miserable-looking girls that were now in a soaked dress that was slicking to their body. Even with the heat, I found myself drawn to them and felt a growing excitement. Deciding it would be easier to approach from behind, I stepped behind them and carefully unbuttoned the back of the girl's white and yellow dress. I had to peel the dress off and then pull it down to let them step out of it. I didn't hold myself back from enjoying the lovely view, but I had to readjust myself after. The girls turned around and looked straight at my hand. I was looking dead ahead, and yep, there were 3 unexpected sights that would need more research later. Hee hee. You want a short story then? Come to me for training, and then yell at me and order me around. Huh, I have just the story for you then, Fired In said to Jilly. But that made Jilly narrow her eyes and the burning face. I had my hand out now, but the girls were still eyeing me with obvious interest. Why did these situations always need to come up when I couldn't act on them? I would have loved to give in to the attention they seemed so eager to show me. But no was not the time nor place. Things with Fired In and Jilly also looked pretty tense, but she told me that I wouldn't need to talk, so I decided that it was better to let her do what she wanted. Everyone gather around. The story is more effective if you all stay close, Fired In said. And then Jilly turned back to us and glared. Sit down and let the girls sit in your lap, and I will press in your back with Mary, Jilly said as she skittered over to me. I was going to complain, but the look Jilly was giving me said, I dare you. So, I stayed quiet and sat down as the naked Cerberus girl came over to sit in my lap. The girls pushed themselves back as they sat down and then let their sweat-soaked bottom slide down my chest. As they did, I felt Mary push over, and then she pulled back for a moment. While that happened, The Cerberus girls moved closer to me, but my shorts acted like a barrier. Still, the girls had pressed against me, and it was a bit uncomfortable, but I wasn't sure that I disliked it. Then I felt both Mary and Jilly pressing into my back, and I started to feel very flushed, and not just from the heat coming from them. The girls had taken their tops off, and now I could feel the hot and stiff points of their nipples pressing into my back. Well, no, that you are all close together and comfortable. I think, don't want to take your boy shorts off? You're going to start swimming in those. Firedin said as he gave me a critical look, and then the Cerberus girls hopped up fast from my lap. I'm not sure that is a good thing, I started to say, but then stopped and started to pull my shorts off awkwardly in my sitting position after Jilly let out a low and menacing growl from very close to my ear. Fine, I tried to warn the two of them, so I could not be held responsible for what the Cerberus girls did from this point. I was excited to hear the story, but when I watched the hot little triple-breasted Cerberus girls slowly lower their thick, jiggling bottom, I didn't really care what the story was about. Now, I will tell you a short tale about two mighty women that did not get along. Firedin started as I felt the girls wiggle their way down to get between my stomach and lap, forcing me back down. I felt myself shift back, and then the girls closed their legs and leaned back into me, getting comfortable. Mary licked my neck, but then snaked over my shoulder and then reached down protectively, and then wrapped her hand around it tight. This is Menace. You can't have him. Mary hissed at the girls, and the girls cuddled back into me, and then Mary finally let me go, but that had taken some of the fire out of me. I finally felt myself calm down and soften, and the girls end up sliding past it and deeper into my lap. I let out a sigh and turned my focus back to the burning face that wasn't feeling that hot anymore. Now, since you're all done horsing around, I shall begin, Firedin said, and suddenly the heat intensified. Betrayal of trust? I want you first now. Jilly is not going to like this, but she won't tell you exactly what happened either. So, I will tell you the story of two proud women, who are both terrible losers, Firedin said, and Jilly was gripping my shoulder as hard as the system would let her. The wave of heat that came off Firedin felt like they would melt my skin from my body. I wasn't sure what this was doing, but I just remembered feeling lighter and faster after I was done. 1 year ago, Jilly was living down in the crater with me and the rest of the fire denizens of the crater. During that time, Lizzie had arrived, and the two had become fast friends, but that only lasted until Jilly had offered Lizzie a friendly bet, Firedin explained. But Jilly's face poked over my shoulder, and I could feel her heartbeat racing on my back. That bitch cheated, and you know it. You know what she did wasn't right. That was my home, Jilly shouted, but her tone was strained. She almost sounded in tears, so I put a hand on hers where Jilly gripped my shoulder. Jilly let me take her hand, and she seemed to calm down, but now even Firedin had a strained look on his face. Yes, what happened wasn't right, but I had also told you not to do it. You were the one that made a bet and set the terms, and that was your mistake, Firedin said, shaking his head back and forth. The waves of heat were starting to become more bearable, but I also had stopped sweating. Even the Cerberus girls had almost stopped, but they still had beads on their skin. Still, there was no way that you could have known that she was going to act like that after. I am sure that this has been a valuable lesson. And because of it, you were back to meet this boy. I think that it was worth going through a bit of a hard time to reach where you are now, right? Firedin asked Jilly, and Jilly mumbled yes, but only loud enough for me to hear, but Firedin knew. So what was the story then? What was the bet? I asked. Yes, I will get to that now. Jilly asked Lizzie if she would like to have a competition to see who could seduce the most men. I think you know what happens to the males after, but for some reason, the denizens below don't mind getting eaten if they get a chance of the girls. Each one of them thinks that they will be different, but that is satyrs for you. Horny, till the very end. Firedin said with a booming laugh later laid the heat to us, but now the heat felt differently. What does your training do? Sorry for interrupting, but I am concerned about stopping sweating. That is usually a sign that I am dehydrated, and that could be dangerous for me and the girls, I told Firedin, and he nodded at me with a knowing look. That is a fair assumption, but your body is normally made of 70% water. Each visit with us will slowly replace that water with elemental energy. I can sense that you have changed now, and I can sense your shaman class. You absorbing the elements is even more essential now if you plan on forming contracts with us, Fire Den said to me, and I was a bit shocked. Are you okay with this? I asked in confusion, but Fire Den only laughed at me. I have been stuck here now for longer than any creature on this island, and making a contract is the only chance that we have to leave. Now, we were going to bind with you, but it would have made dramatic changes to your body, and we weren't sure if you would accept that. Mex had told us not to worry, and he turned out to be right, Fire Den explained. So, now that I have a shaman class, you don't have to change me? I asked. That's right. Instead, we will just become your elemental marks, and we will still be able to be free when you let us. If we were to bind with you, then we would have become a part of you until you died, and then we would be released, Fire Den said, but then looked back into the pit and then turned back to me. I think that we have used up all our time today. Jilly, treat him well, and he will do the same. Fire Den waved for us to leave, but I never got to the end of the story. Hey, what about the end? I asked, and Fire Den stopped and looked at Jilly. You can tell him now. I did the hard part, my dear. Tell him, and move on. You don't need to keep carrying the weight around with you, Fire Den said, and then sunk back down. Jilly pulled back from me, and then went over to pick up her clothes and Mary's, but never put them back on yet. The girls were still all covered in sweat, and I had no towels to dry them off, but then I noticed Nushi. Hey, why didn't you come with the others and take your clothes off? Your shirt is soaked to the bone now, I said as I stood, but when I looked into Nushi's eyes, they were pretty big and not pointing to my face. Then I realized where she was looking, so I grabbed the Cerberus girls and pulled them to stand between us. Nushi quickly turned once her eye contact was broken. Sorry, I can't be as close as you can yet, and I want to wait for you to see me naked, but now I have seen you naked, Nushi said, and I saw her start to reach for her shirt, and she started to pull it up. I let go of the girls, rushing over to Nushi, and wrapped my arms around her to stop her from getting undressed. I guess that she had thought that she needed to show me now that she had seen me fully naked, but that wasn't necessary, but Nushi gasped when I grabbed her. I was about to let her go, but she gripped my arms, and I waited. I knew what had caused the gasp. I was pressed in her back, clearly affected. Still, I remembered how she had acted before, so it was odd that my closeness didn't seem to bother her. Did you and Liddy get together yet? Nushi asked me quietly, and I replied quietly and quickly. We had some fun, but nothing serious if that is what you mean. I asked, and I felt Nushi lean close. Good. I want your attention first, please, Nushi said cutely, and then turned her face to kiss my cheek, and then ran to climb onto Jilly. Sharked, but not cheated. Jilly let Nushi climb on top of her after she pulled away from me. I turned around to get my shorts, and almost tripped over the Cerberus girls, but was able to sidestep around them. I got my shorts on, scooped up all the rest of the girls' clothing, and then started back after Jilly. I also told the girls to go back into pup form for now, and later I would give them a bath. I decided that I was just going to rip the Band-Aid off with Jilly. I had to hope that she just tells me what the problem was when I ask. Hey, so are you ready to tell me how this spider cheated? I asked plainly after I caught up to Jilly. She was quiet for a moment, but then she took a deep breath and then let it out. Whatever this was, it really bothered her, and I kind of wish that Mary wasn't needy today, but only kind of. I asked Lizzie to take a bet with me about who could get the most men to come to us so we could feast on them. At the time, I had thought that I knew her quite well, but I was very naive, and I had never seen a spider before this. Regardless, I challenged her to the bet. But I said that the winner gets to choose the prize, Jilly said as we jogged along. I can see where this is going. You got sharked, I said plainly as we ran. What did you just say? Jilly asked, looking a bit miffed. The term sharked is for those good at a certain type of bet-able event. But they hide their skills. They will even go as far as to lose a couple times to help build your confidence. But that's when they get you. After playing a couple rounds of them losing, they will offer or encourage the other person to make a much larger bet. I explained, and Jilly's eyes went big, and she slowed down to a stop. I hadn't realized just how far we have traveled, but now I could see that the rock plateau outcropping was only about 100 meters away. I slowed with Jilly and stopped, petting the Cerberus girls' heads when they came over to me. This is a thing? So, I should have known about this. Jilly asked in disbelief, but I shook my head no. It is a term from my old world, so I do not think that it would be called the same, but regardless. You made a mistake in not knowing what your opponent was capable of, and you did not set limits, but you already know this. Jilly, whatever happened between you two is not worth the fight for you, I said, reaching out to Jilly and putting my hand out to take her hand, but she crossed her arms, so I dropped it. I know that I was big-headed now, but what am I supposed to do? Just ignore that she cheated, and Jilly started to say, but I put up my hand to stop her. Did you set out any rules? Did you say there were things that she or you cannot do? I'm not trying to take anyone's side here, but logically speaking, she didn't cheat because there were no rules set out and honor doesn't count. I added in at the end when I saw Jilly taking a deep breath for another excuse, but I forced her to deflate. Fine, I am serious about her though. I know you plan on going to see the other girls tomorrow after your training, but you need to watch out or you will end up as a meal, Jilly said as she turned back to the direction we were headed. I will, and I will also try and see what I can do about whatever her problem is. Thank you for the warning, but I think we had better get going. The sun is starting to skin. One thing, everyone is ready. I think that he will only come for me. But there is no guarantee, I said to the girls as I pulled out my loose leaf dagger and my flame blade thinger. I still hadn't really thought of a proper good name for the weapon, but I think that it will just come to me. Naming things was one of those things that either felt right or didn't. Yes, I'm feeling grimy. But I'm also exhausted, Jilly said as we approached the rock ledge. I walked to the front of the group this time, and I started to walk out, but suddenly knew she cried out. From your left side, she cried, and I brought both swords around and hammered Windorf back. I had my eyes on him now, but something was different. I could feel him swirling around in the place he stood, but then he disappeared, blowing away, but I could still feel him. I dashed forward, not following him. That was pointless, he was too fast. Instead, I picked up speed and watched for him to come in for the attack. Even though I could feel where she was, I still barely had time to execute my plan correctly. I spun my blades and smashed Windorf back again, but now he looked pissed. Windorf didn't say a word the entire time, but after getting smashed back, I could see that he was getting frustrated. I must be progressing faster than he had anticipated, and now he was trying to overdo it, and sure enough, Windorf blew away. This time it was much different, and now I had no way to know where he was coming from, or maybe he was coming from all 10 of the different sources that I felt. I slowed down and got myself centered, but then stopped and quickly put my weapons away. I got myself into the ready position, and I was sure that I could hear Windorf laugh at me. I was going to try something, and if he was going to actually hit me, Windorf would have to be solid. Ready to die? Multiple echoes called out around me, but I just grinned and called back to him. Are we going to fight? Or are you just planning on talking me to death? I asked and closed my eyes. The run back. Something doesn't feel right with my eyes closed now. I could feel the different copies of Windorf, but only one of them was the real one. Now with my eyes closed, I was quickly able to lock onto him, and with this new sense, I could keep my eyes closed. I waited, and I assumed that Windorf was attacking me right away after my comment, but the wind bag was made of more potent stuff, it seemed. Regardless, I would just have to wait. This was probably one of his tactics to catch me off guard, but I was surprised when I felt him slow down until he stopped moving altogether. That is all, Windorf said, and I opened my eyes, but the exact moment, all traces of him had disappeared. I turned back and walked back over to the girls where we were all waiting, but then I remembered something and wanted to kick myself. Mary, can you please get down for a moment? I asked Mary, and she listened to me, and then I turned back to the clearing and yelled, Hey, come back, that wasn't fair. And I had forgotten about Mary. That was not why I said that we were done. I had no way to attack you without you being able to take me into some kind of grapple. I knew that you had come far enough for now, and that you will need this lesson to sink in. Windorf said as he briefly appeared and then blew away when he was done speaking. I shrugged my shoulders. That was a pretty good explanation, and that sun was getting dangerously low. I turned back to the girl and picked Mary back up. That was beyond the normal amount of strange. But it was also good to see that he is taking me more seriously. I think that tomorrow I might be able to get him to actually try to fight me, but also, thank you, Nushi. You probably saved my life there, and I owe you for that, I said with a smile, but knew she was writing something in her book, and when she was done, she looked right at me. I know, I have it written in my book, and now that I have increased my level, I can learn more. I will keep track of all the lives you owe me, and then one day I will come to collect them, knew she said as she closed her book, and that made my eyes go big. Hey, I'm a bit attached to my life. You know, I kind of need it to keep living, I said with a strained look, and knew she only laughed at me. Not your actual life, silly. I will just take my payment in the form of children, since you also said that you would protect me from Nishi. So, I will let this one go if you come through with your promise. But not like I will be around to complain about it, Nushi said, looking away, and her horns were starting to drop down, so I interceded. No, you better worry about saving my life more than because this one is already paid off with my intent. If I can't protect you from Nishi, then I won't be here to say that I told you. So after, because I will fight until I got nothing left, I said in a confident voice, and that helped snap Nushi's horns back into place. Good, everyone is happy now. Can we go? It is going to get dark very soon, and we don't want to be out here when it does, Jilly said, and then she turned and started to run very fast with Nushi on her back. Jilly was right, and I started to run after her with the Cerberus girls running beside me. I had forgotten the girls' clothes, but that was a minor thing considering that we needed to get home before dark. The trip back was far faster than it was there, but that was to be expected, but there weren't any signs of monsters. I had assumed that there was going to be something that would try to attack us or something, but there was nothing. Is this normal? I asked Jilly as we passed by Guadalupe's pond. What? The fact that nothing is bothering us? That is because as the sun is just about to go down until the end of twilight, the daytime monsters go into hiding, and the nighttime ones start waking up. This is probably one of the safest times to be traveling if you have somewhere to go. Jilly explained to me as I ran beside her, and we were almost back to Grogville's area. He wasn't there, and we kept up the pace, running hard to get back, but something felt a bit too easy about this run back. Once we broke from the forest, my suspicions were confirmed, and we all stopped in front of Mex, who was conveniently waiting for us. Now, that didn't mean that he followed us around, but I felt like there should have been more monster attacks. I wouldn't have put it past Mex to get a couple of the monsters to attack us as a test to make sure that I could take care of the girls. You all made it back safe and sound. Wonderful, just wonderful. And it isn't even dark yet. I can say that I was a bit worried, but you handled yourself quite well. But you did have help with Candace, Mex said casually, but he was glaring at Nushi, but she was glaring back. I figured that you might be lurking somewhere. There was no way that it should have been that easy, I said as I watched the two demons stare each other down, and Mex was the first to look away. You know that she's going to be pissed at you forever now, right? And him as well, Mex said as he rubbed his head as he looked at the ground. Candace? The Sphinx? So, you know her? I asked in confusion. Sorry, I guess I shouldn't have been so hard on her. But I thought she had left the maze on her own. How was I supposed to know what games you were playing? Nushi retorted, and now I was pretty confused. Stuffed in a can, and not in a good mood, I looked at Mex, who was rubbing his head, but then I started to feel really weird. It was like a wave of dizziness hit me, and I just tipped backward. Suddenly, I felt like I was sucked into a tiny little pinhole like draining water, and then I was spat out. I felt like I'd been turned into rubber and stuffed into a can, and then let back out. I immediately hurled onto a pair of black shoes with red feet in them, and then fell over. That was not okay. I think I might have shit myself, and I don't think some of my organs are in the right place. I said, that was reckless. He doesn't turn to ink like us. I think that you might have just killed him, a female voice complained. Shut it. He is mostly fine. Go to him and clean him up. I need to clean my feet now. The familiar voice of Nishi said, oh so. I puked some more. This was a new, kind of messed up. Why couldn't just ask myself? What was I thinking about? Here, drink this. I was held down with no effort and something thick with a dark, ironic taste that made me suck a deep breath. Demon's blood. All the damage caused was being reversed right now, but was also feeling the violence course through my veins. Mex warned me about this, but that just meant that I had to control myself. I was still aware, so I must hold it down. I just have to wait. Now I could open up my eyes, and I could see who my captors are. but that did not help me in the least. Just relax. We're going to put you into a hot bath briefly, and it will help with the healing that you have received from the demon's blood. My name is Noelle, and I am Mex's great-great-grandmother. For now, just relax, and we will get you back in a good shape. I had no words, so it didn't matter. I just nodded my head. I was beyond confused about what the actual hell was going on. None of this made any sense. You're dead. Pretty sure that's what everyone thinks, right? I asked while gritting my teeth. Try not to let the bubbling font inside of me overflow. He holds it pretty good for whatever he is, another female said, and soon I was surrounded by buxom, beautiful women that were scooping me up. Each one of them had dark blue skin, but each had different types of horns. I was getting jostled around so much that it was hard to stay concentrated on any one of them. This might hurt at first, Noelle said as I was lowered into what could only be described as boiling cream. The scalding froth made my eyes rip open, and I wanted to scream, but something said no. I can't explain it, but it wouldn't let me try to grab the edges, and I was sure that this was it for me, but then the pain stopped. The water? I looked, and it was most definitely water that I was sitting in, but I was sure that it had been some kind of milky, boiling froth. I tried to move my arms and found that I had motion once again, and I could move my mouth. Wow. That was a lot of work just to get me to come visit, I said, rubbing my jaw and then dunking my head under the water. I held it there for a moment, collecting my thoughts about what was going on. Nishi had done some kind of teleporting, but it had almost killed me. But why? This was the castle, and I was on my way over. She could have just come and got me. I brought my head above the water and then took a deep breath of air. I wiped my hand over my face and stood up in the bath pot, or whatever I was in, and looked around. Well, whatever he is, we can keep him busy until Nishi gets back, a red-headed demoness said, and I looked down to see her reaching forward to grab me. Get your hands back. I'm already spoken for tonight, and I'm not in a good mood. Where is this damn old woman? I asked after swatting away the redhead's hand. Help him out and get him some shorts. This damn old woman is waiting to talk to you, Nishi said from the other room, but all the women shrunk down. So this was the pressure they all felt from Nishi, and it was enough to push these women to the ground on the spot and make them cower in fear. I stepped out of the pot and walked out into the main room, where Nishi was sitting in a chair with the back facing me. I walked around her and then took a seat in her fancy red velvet chair with my wet, naked ass and rubbed it in. The old woman had her arms crossed, and she did not look impressed, but I really didn't care. I reached forward and grabbed the only cup of tea on the table and a couple cookies and then sat back in my chair. I dunked the cookies in and ate them, then drained the tea, which was very good. No sugar, a spot of cream, but not too dry. Are you done yet? I asked after setting down the white teacup on the table. What did you just say to me? Are you too stupid to be scared of me? Nishi growled from her chair, clearly miffed about the cup of tea and the one I was pouring now. Stop scaring your family. It doesn't work on me, so you're just wasting you? Menace? And you're causing your family that is supposed to be dead a great deal of stress, I said as I picked the teacup back up, but it was too hot to drink right away. I heard gasps for air from the room where I was just cleaned, and that must mean she let them go. It still boggled me how she could be so influential on everyone around me, and I was fine. So, what if you almost killed me for to bring me here? I asked, and then took another sip of tea, making Nishi growl at me, and reach her hand out to the side. A cup flew into it, and she set it down on the table and then glared at me. I glared back, but finally relented because I was already being a rude asshole and poured Nishi a cup of tea. Dancing. I just lost it. I needed to bring you here this way because you don't know a lot of things that are going on right now. Mex and the others cannot know you are here and do not. To them, you just disappeared, but after we are done here, we will drop you out of the sky, and Mex will catch you. Nishi said plainly after quickly grabbing her tea. What? No, I'm not getting dropped out of the sky. Why is this a good idea? I'm just going to walk out that. I started to say, but then I looked around for the door, and it wasn't there. There is no way to exit this tower unless you are of my bloodline, and only with my permission. You will have to trust me in this, and listen to what I have to say if you care about Nushi or Liddy, Nishi said to me, and then took a sip of her tea while still glaring at me. Damn this woman. Always another trick up her sleeve, but what was I going to do about it? Just because I could handle being around her did not mean that I could take Nishi. I just needed to calm down and listen to what she had to say. There was obviously something I was missing that was key. Fine, okay, I am listening. Tell me all about what you've been doing here and why it is important to me, I said as I took another sip of tea before setting it down on the table and looking directly into Nyx's dark red eyes. First, what has my son told you about demons? Nishi asked. Next to nothing, other than the basics about the blood and how you govern yourselves. Nothing really past that, other than you eating your children, but that wasn't true, so I probably have no clue about anything, I said, running a hand through my hair. Yes, there's a lot that you don't know about the demon race. And it is the reason that I have been doing this for so long. Demons here on this island are disgusting monsters, and I'm sure you think that I am just exaggerating, but that is not the case. There are places here that farm demons, Nishi said, and this was the part where I started to get confused. Wait, demon farm? That can't be right, or I just don't understand what you're talking about. Are you trying to say that the demons have farms, and they're what? Raising animals? I asked, thoroughly confused. No, they farm themselves. Dao is farming to try and get stronger demons. But that involves killing the ones that are not strong enough, Nishi explained, but the hairs started rising on the back of my neck. You're not kidding, are you? Then this means, tell me about demon pregnancies. This is something that must be involved with them, then. And if they're just using women as breeding machines, I'm going to get angry, I said, gripping the side of the chair. Then you had better be prepared to get very angry. Yes, that is exactly what it is, but far worse than that. Do you know how pregnancy works with demons? Nishi asked me, and I reached for my tea. No, I don't, but I did see that Liddy was pregnant before this, but now she isn't. Where is the kid? I asked. When a male demon impregnates any female, they make them barren. When the demon is born, it will leak out of the female as black ink, and then form into a fully grown demon, Nishi explained, and I broke the arm of the chair. That made my blood accelerate at a rapid pace and changed the hand I was holding my tea with. I grabbed the other arm, and I was partway to crushing the other arm of the chair in my rage. What the hell was going on here? So before I lose my shit, whilst don't I know, there must be more than this, and I would prefer to get this all out in one go, I said, and the other arm broke off, so I tossed it to the side. Do you mind? Those are not built on this island. Nishi yelled at me, but I glared at her. Speak, woman, you need me, and I need you to get off this island more than likely. So, stop giving me parts of the whole thing and just explain it plainly, I growled, moving my hands around, try not to spill my tea, and find a place to put them down, settling for my knees after setting down the tea. I really don't like you, and I wish that I could eat you. Nishi hissed at me, but I pointed my finger at her. What did I just tell you about that anger of yours? Put a cap on it, or it'll smash that damn teapot, I said, leaning forward to shake my finger at her face. This which had no concern for the people around her. And I could see the women crouching in the far room. She was already making me upset with this story, so I was not in any mood for this childlike behavior of only thinking about the goal and not the journey to get there. I could just kill you, and then... Nishi started to say, but I lost it. I stood up and kicked the table with all my strength, and it exploded in a spray of liquids, food, and wood chips. I walked up to stand directly in front of Nishi with my crotch nearly touching her face. I didn't care anymore. Here, come on then, smartass. Kill me, I said and waited. Nishi started to change, and she started to get a lot bigger to the point that the chair broke, and she stood up as it did. After she was done, Nishi stood a full head taller than me and glared down at me. I am the way, bitch. And? I asked with supreme annoyance. This woman thought she could just push through everything that stood in her way. Then Nishi could try pushing the way, because I am the way, bitch. What is wrong with you? The massive red demon that used to be Nishi roared at me with enough force to push me back a step. Are you done yet? I asked, crossing my arms. I am still alive, and you are still flapping your gums. What is it going to be? Are you going to start smashing things? Or should I? I asked, wiping some of the spit off my face. Nishi looked like she was about to start yelling at me, but then one of the women came out from the side room. The redhead had long horns that ran down the back of her head like hair, but they were thick like Liddy. Yes. Please, this is pointless to keep this up. Nishi. There's something wrong with him, and no amount of intimidation will work with this one. My son would not have picked him if he didn't think that he could stand up to you, the red-headed demoness said. And then she straightened up. Nishi started to shrink in front of me. So, I decided that I should step back, but instead of staying focused on her, I turned and walked over to the demoness. The other women were coming out now, but I was most interested in this one that had called Mexer's son. You have a very good son. Even though he might not always have the best plans, his intentions seem to be in the right place. Do you think that I could get you women to explain what is going on? I don't think that it is good for the two of us to continue like this, I said, and motioned my head to where Nishi was behind me. Yes, come, we'll go up to the top floor, and we can talk there. Is this all right, grandmother? The redhead asked Nishi, looking over my shoulder. Fine, but you had better make sure you tell him everything that I need him to know. I heard Nishi say, but I didn't bother looking back. That little witch seemed to know just how to rub me the wrong way, and it would be pointless to try and have a conversation with Nishi at this point. We were both angry, and neither seemed to like the other, but I had a feeling that Nishi didn't like anyone. Come this way. I am Parita, mother to Mex and the youngest. Once we are upstairs, I will introduce you to the rest. We will keep our hands to ourselves today, since we all know about your little Gorgon that is waiting for you. Parita said, and waved for me to follow into the door. Inside, I was led up inside a spiral staircase, and we had to walk far higher than was possible. I was sure that the turrets on the keep were no more than 5 stories tall, but this felt like we had already walked almost double. Hey, what is up with these stairs? And why are there no other doors for any levels? There is no way that the tower is this tall, right? I asked as we continued to walk. This is a part of the castle's magic, and we need a place that we can be far enough from Nishi. The pressure that she gives off can make it very hard to breathe or even move, and she is angrier than she isn't. I am sorry for the long trip, but we will be at the top soon, Parita explained to me. That made sense, and I looked back to see the other women that were following. They all had different shades of blue hair, but the horn styles varied. I turned back and now could see that there was a door up ahead, and that was good because I was getting tired of walking. I had already had a full day of training, and I still had to go make food for the girls. So I just wanted to get this over with. Parita opened the door, and I walked inside, but I was blown away by what I was seeing. It must be pretty interesting to someone that hasn't spent more than 200 years here, Noelle said as she moved past me into the outdoor beach that I had just walked into. Wait, what's going on? I asked, and then turned around quickly. The last 3 women came through a door that floated in the air. After the last demoness with curly horns that pressed into the side of her head passed through the door, she closed it, and it stayed hanging there. I decided that it was about time to throw what I know away and just let the craziness of it all wash over. There was no point in bringing logic into this. That was just a recipe for trouble, and I knew enough recipes already. I sighed and then turned back to the beach scene where there was a medium-sized fire burning. The women gathered around the chairs that were spread around it and sat down, leaving one open for me. Please come sit down. There is much more that we need to explain to you. My name is Frida, and this is Chimera and Feralise. You have already been introduced to Noelle and Parita, so now I can introduce us as a whole and explain why we are here and why this has all been kept a secret from Mex and Nishi, Frida said, motioning to the empty chair. As much as I didn't want to sit down, I had no reason to be rude or mean to these women. They were also all beautiful, so I might want to say on their good sides for any future endeavors I might find myself in with these women. Look, new problems. I settled myself down into the chair, and then Parita handed me another cup of tea on a saucer this time. I thanked her and smiled up at her and got a smile that felt like it was almost going to blow the clothes off my body, but then she turned and sat down. The crazy clothes-tearing force stopped like it was never even there, and I frowned at the woman. So, I know that you all probably don't see men very much and all, but can we get to the part where you all tell me what the hell is going on? I get the demon part and the farms, kind of, and now I'm slowly starting to put together why Nishi has kept you all locked in here with her. The part that I don't understand right now is why the secret from Mex and Nishi? I asked, and Perdita is the one that spoke up again. Demons of higher ranks can read the mind of lower-ranked demons, is all that Perdita said. I blinked, and then everything made sense. Like a wall of fog had been lifted, I started to put the pieces together. So, Nushi can't know cause Mex can't know, or Dao will find out. And then you'll all be killed? How am I doing so far? I asked. Yes, that is the fundamental version of the glaring problem at hand. But not all of it, Noel's told me, and I nodded. Yeah, there's the problem of why. Why is he killing the women after they have a kid? Just because they are infertile? Seems pointless, I said, trying to brush off these things that were pissing me off. Getting angry now wasn't going to help, and these women were not Nishi and did not deserve my anger. So, I kept myself calm and level-headed as I waited for them to explain. There can only be so many demons in the world at one time. None of us, nor even Nishi, know what that number is, but it prevents our kind from running rampant and devouring this entire world. The one called Fairleigh said, and I nodded. That is the final piece, then. So, DOA wants stronger demons. But how does that part work, then? If there's no more room here and one demon dies, doesn't that mean that it would be the next demon to be born? I asked, but Fairleigh shook her head no. We don't know exactly how it works. But I have never heard of the same demon being born twice. I don't know what that means, but I would assume that there's a massive pool of them somewhere, or that we're created new each time, Fairleigh explained to me. I sat for a moment quietly and dug inside to try to wake up. You don't sleep. Good. Then can you tell me anything about them? If I knew anything, I would, but as far as the demon race goes, I know nothing. That one of the rules. Rules? I guess there would have to be something to govern the higher powers. Still, there must be something you can tell me to help me in this situation, right? They are telling the truth about the demon farms and the reason why they are trapped, but nothing past that. And then Hero was gone again, but I was sure he would be there if I needed him again. As much as I despised the bodiless voice inside my head at first, he had proven to be very helpful. Okay, so now what? We have gotten everyone on the table, but where do we go from here? What am I supposed to do? I asked, and all 5 women smiled at me. Just keep training and helping the girls that we have asked Mex to look after, Chimera said with a smile. She had only small horns, and they almost looked weird on her with all the other women and their larger and longer ones, but it did not take from her beauty one bit. I kind of liked the smaller horn look, but I was sure that I could find something that I liked about every one of these women. But then I thought about the last part of what Chimera had said. I had been too wrapped up in the look of her horns to catch the vital piece of info. Wait, the last part you said, about the girls you told Mex to look after? I asked with confusion, and Chimera nodded at me. We cannot leave, but Klesh can. She is out annoying Mex right now, Perdita said with a wicked smile. Wait, why do you say it like that? He is your son, isn't he? And for what I can tell, he is a pretty good person, all things considered, I said, but that made all the women laugh. Sure, my son is a real saint, unless that involves female monsters, Perdita said, while rolling her eyes. What? No, are you serious? Is he really cheating on Klesh with that sphinx named Candace? I asked, but then all the women looked at me like I was talking in another language. Cheat? At what? Perdita asked in confusion. I mean, is he involved with the sphinx behind Klesh's back? Or am I missing something here? Why is everyone mad again? I was starting to confuse myself at this point, so I decided just to shut up and let the women explain the problem to me. Honestly, I think that everything could be blamed on Nishi if you look at the problem hard enough. Nishi forces Klesh to keep silent with Mex, but she also requires that she watch him when he leaves the castle. In this world, demon women do not care what the man does when he is away from home, nor does he ask his wife. Both of us are promiscuous creatures by nature. For Klesh, it has been different, and Nishi doesn't seem to care who it affects the two of them, Noelle said to me, and I had remembered her being the one that had scolded Nishi for almost killing me. Round 2. Crushed, I stood up. I had heard enough from 8 lifetimes. And it was time to go see the witch one more time before I have to go back to what I was doing. If I go out the door, so I just take the stairs down? I asked. Yes. We can send you out if you want, Perdita said with a strained look on her face, but I shook my head no. No. I think one more little wee short talk is in order between Nishi and me. You will all stay up here, though, because I plan on pissing her off, so you might even still feel it up here, I said, and all the dark blue skin started to get pale, but none argued, but Frida, who had been silent the whole time, nodded to me. It'll send you down, and then you have 20 seconds to say what to want. Then you'll be ported above the castle. Mex won't be expecting you, but I think that you are tough enough now to survive, Frida said with a knowing smile. Then, I was standing in front of the small table and 2 chairs that had been destroyed earlier. What do you want? Nishi growled up at me from her chair, holding her tea away from me. Klesh, no more. You leave her alone. If you want to know something, you can come and ask me directly from now on, and you will stop acting like a terror to your family. I told her fast, and Nishi glared back at me. Oh, what will you do to make me? She stared up at me, so I horked and then spit. I expertly hit the teacup Nishi was holding, but then quickly dodged the cup and the spray of hot tea, but the damage was done. Nishi was starting to swell up again, but I had seen this coming, and I had hoped that my assumptions about Nishi were correct, and it seemed like I was on the right track. Nishi wasn't even half as big as she was before, but I was sure that she was still more than strong enough to kill me, but that was not my point. It looked like Nyx's power was linked to her family, which made her childlike attitude and how she dealt with things make even less sense. If you don't, I will leave you here when I go, and I will take all of your family with me. I am pretty sure that I could do it right now, and you wouldn't be able to do anything about it, right? Your power has something to do with bonds, just like mine, and that very likely means that you are a shaman, but you are linked to this castle, so you can't leave. So, smarten up, or enjoy rotting alone while I take your family to safety, because for some reason, it means more to me than you. I set in as much of a rush as I could, and before Nishi could open her mouth, the wind was rushing at me. Great, I said out loud, but my words were devoured by the rushing wind as I started to plummet to the grass in the back part of the courtyard. The ground was coming fast, but I noticed a set of doors in the ground near the far back corner of the castle. If I survived, I would check that out, and it was going to take less than 5 seconds to find out. I do not suggest trying to fly without a pair of wings, Mex said as he grabbed me about 5 meters from testing my resistance to dying. Yeah, I remember that the next time I get shit out of a paint can. What the hell just happened to me? I asked, trying to play it off, and Mex already had an explanation waiting for me. Wumpus holes, they happen in the area a lot, and there is really no way to predict them. So, when you disappeared, but Mary was still here, I knew what it had to be. So, I was watching for you, but my wife distracted me. Also, you had better go deal with that woman, or she might start tearing down the castle to find you. Mex said with no smile, and then made me grin a bit as Mex set me done. Your wife distracted you? I asked curiously. I found it hard to believe that Nishi would act so fast, but how was I supposed to know how things worked? Yes. Klesh came to apologize to me and said that she would stop watching over me. Strange, but it's not like I can complain. Now she will stop getting so mad at me every time I leave the keep, Mex said, and then started to laugh. I was still trying to wrap my head around Mex and the Sphinx, but as soon as my mind got into the details, I realized that I wasn't that interested. Still, I was glad that she actually listened to me, but now I had a feeling that I would be seeing a whole lot of her. Okay, well, thanks for saving me, I said, rubbing the back of my head, but Mex laughed at me. Saving? That wouldn't have killed you. PFT, a broken bone or two, but you'll be back up in a short bit. I guess you haven't had a chance to hurt yourself yet, so... Yes, I don't think that you will need this right away to entertain her, Mex said casually, but then out of nowhere, grabbed my hand and crushed it in his grip, breaking an untold number of bones. The pain was pretty bad, but my hand had just been crushed, so pretty bad was pretty good, I guess. Yet, when Mex let go of my hand, it was thoroughly mangled to the point where it hardly looked like a hand anymore. Sex. And surviving it really. Was that necessary? I shouted and then growled, but Mex just nodded at me. You're going to face a creature far stronger than you are, and you're going to end up with a few broken bones, but you don't want to let that ruin your fun. Now look at your hand again, Mex said to me, and my eyes spread wide in surprise. Whoa, what the hell? How is this even possible? I asked in shock as I watched my hand fix itself. That is part of the reason when you have been doing this training. Your normal body composition is 70% water, But beings on this world are made of 70% mana or energy. Doesn't matter what you call it. The name doesn't change what it does, Mex explained. Okay, so then if I get hurt, I will just heal? Does that mean I will be invincible when I am done with this training? I asked with a strained look. But Mex just laughed at me. You could be killed just the same as before. If I cut your head off, it will not grow back. If I draw a rock on you that crushes you, or hack your limbs off, your body will not be able to keep up. Maybe if you train at this your entire life, then you might be. The point of this is to keep you from dying from normal interactions with beings of this world. Mex explained, and I started to understand where he was coming from, but I was still a bit confused about the part with the girls. While you're being intimate, the women's restrictions are altered. While you are in the act of lovemaking with them, all things that they do to you will be out of love. Without all the training you have been doing, you would have indeed been killed tonight. That made me swallow hard, and I nodded my head to Mexico. Thanks, I said, my mouth feeling a bit dry after Hero's burst of info. Come now, the girls are waiting for you, and I will stay in my keep for tonight and give you some privacy, Mex said as he walked away from me. I watched him go and scratched my head, but then pulled away from my raised arm. I smelled very ripe, and I would need some kind of a bath before getting into bed. I turned and walked over to the massive wooden structure that Jilly had put together this morning. There were lights in, and I could hear arguing and hissing coming from inside, and I could only imagine what the scene was going to be like in there. Where is he? Kazz was harassed with mess. Mary hissed and spat out my name threateningly as I walked into the house. Right there, Jilly yelled at Mary, pointing at me, but I was too far from Mary to sense me yet, but Jilly was glaring at me. Deal with her. Kazz, Mary hissed, butchering my name as she looked around for me, and I grinned and walked over to her. I am right here, but I need to have a bath, but I also need to make you all something to eat. I am sorry for disappearing like that. I don't know what happened to me, I said, but Jilly looked around the room and then came over to me. Only Jilly and Mary were in the room, which was a living room of sorts with 2 couches and on a coffee table. There was a large dog bed that must be for Jilly to get comfortable on, and there were a couple cabinets. Don't play dumb with me. Tell me, what is in that room? I know that you want to talk with Nishi, and I want to know what is inside of there, Jilly said, getting right up to my face, but Mary started to hiss dangerously, and Jilly pulled back. I'll tell you tomorrow. In the morning, I would like to take you for a bath to help clean you off. Your carapace is not looking as bright as it was when I first met you, I said as I picked up the waiting Mary, and she wrapped around me. Jilly pulled back and looked away quickly, blushing furiously. Okay, was all that she said, and then she started to walk over to the front door, but I still didn't know where the bath was. Hey, Jilly, where's the bath? I asked her, and Jilly froze and turned her scarlet face to me slightly. It's in the castle. On the main floor. Wait, I was going to the kitchen, Jilly said absently, and turned her face from me and skittered off to the kitchen. I smiled warmly as I watched her go. That was the first time that I had really seen Jilly that flustered, and it was like one of the last hurdles that my brain seemed to get over about her. I had just assumed that she was just some monster that just wanted to attack me, and then eat me. But Jilly was a bit more complex than that if you gave her a chance. Is it time for bed? Mary hissed, and then started to kiss my neck. Her snakes were also getting excited, but I did not want to get into bed smelling like this. Even if I was going to be working up to more sweat, I still wanted to be fresh for it. Do you want to go for a quick bath with me? And then we will get something to eat, and then we can go to bed, okay? I asked as I reached over my shoulders and stroked Mary's head and snakes gently. Swints, I like us the water, and I can have fun with you now. Mary hissed as I started walking out of the house. Yes, we can play in the water now, and I will give you a good clean, I said, but my words trailed off as I walked into the fresh night. Mary's tail had just slipped into pants and was already starting to play. Cool lips. And watching them disappear, I walked into the keep and was surprised to find that Mex was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. I had pulled Mary's tail out of my pants before coming in and ended up stumbling onto a sensitive place at the end of her tail. I guess that you might want to clean off. So I thought that I might direct you to it. Least I could do for you. Thanks, Mex said and started to turn, but I grabbed his arm in confusion to stop him. What are you thanking me for this time? I asked with a raised eyebrow. For talking to Klesh. What else? She told me that you talked to her about the spying that she was doing, and she was able to convince Nishi to stop it. I don't know what you said or did to my wife, but whatever it is, do it more. Preferably when I'm not around, but personally, I don't care if I am home. Mex said with a big smile, and then turned to leave me. What? So that is how Nishi is going to play it. But now Mex thinks that I had been with his wife and improved her mood and just told me to do it more. Demons were stranger than fiction, but Mex was happy, and so was his wife. So everyone was winning in my mind. I followed Mex around the left water fountain and was led to a large door where Mex stopped and turned to me. There are extra shorts in there and towels for when you two are done. I think that I'm going to go out and celebrate. Maybe I will go and see if I can get Candace in a better mood, so she doesn't try to kill you tomorrow, Mex said, snapping his finger as if he had just figured it all out, and then walked away from me. As I was about to leave, Mex called back to me, and I shook my head and walked away. Oh, and if you still have energy after, don't be afraid to help keep my wife in a good mood, Mex called, but the door was already closing behind me. Inside was a large in-ground pool that was steaming, and the rest of the room was bare except for a stand that held towels, gel soap, and one pair of shorts. I had to give it to Mex. He was an excellent host. Ready to get clean, my little fish? When Mary slowly turned around, she looked at me as she slowly slid around my body to face me. I is not a fish. Kazz, I am your mermaids, Mary said cutely, and I slowly took her face into my hands. I don't care what you are, as long as you are mine, I said, and then gently pulled Mary's face into a kiss. Mary responded and moved with me, pressing her cool lips in mine, and I felt a warm wave of pleasure. I felt it course through my body, and I could also feel Mary close to me, so I let go of her face and held her close. Mary continued to kiss me, and then I slowly walked into the water, wrapping my arms around her. The warm water crept up my legs and gave me a slight shock when it reached my waist, but then something else happened. The feeling of Mary being wrapped around me changed, and then she broke from my kiss, slipping out of my hands. I opened my eyes back up to watch her slip under the water with her mermaid tail making a splash. The water wasn't very deep, but it was up to my chest in the deepest part, so it gave Mary more than enough room to move around. The pool was 3 meters square, and I decided to let Mary play for a bit. And I went and grabbed a soap and a cloth. I sat down on the steps of the pools and started to wash myself off, but as I did, Mary swam over. She poked her head up in between my legs with a bright smile and stretched up to kiss me, her breast dragging up my chest. Can you cleanse me, Tuss? The moment Mary had finished kissing me, she hissed at me, and I smiled back at her, acknowledging her. Yes, come sit with me, and I will get you cleaned, I replied. I then picked Mary up and snuggled her close against my chest as I closed my legs for her to sit. I started to scrub soap all over her body, and that made her giggle to the point where she finally just slipped right off my leg and back into the water, but I had got most of her cleaned. Now I just needed to get myself cleaned off, and I let myself slide into the water. Mary was waiting for me, and came directly to me and started to kiss me. At first, I was worried that I was going to drown if she kept me under too long, but the moment that Mary's mouth closed over mine, I no longer felt the need to breathe. I was ready to lose myself in the kiss and let things go as they wanted, but Mary had other plans. She stopped kissing me and then pulled back. I was forced out of the water, but only up to my chest, and I was forced back to the steps, and Mary popped her head out of the water. She looked at me with her stone eyes with so much emotion that I could feel my heart racing, but not like I wasn't already. I wants to be near you, Mary hissed as I felt her hands wrap around me, and my heartbeat started to race as I watched Mary slowly sink into the water again. Mary sunk down, and I felt her hands rest on me, and I waited with building anticipation. Suddenly, I felt Mary's cool lips wrap around me, and I let out a small, pleasurable groan as she took me in. I was surprised that Mary wanted to do this for me. I had thought that she would just want a quick encounter, and then it would be over, but that didn't seem to be the case with Mary. The sensation was overwhelming, and I had to resist the urge to grab the back of Mary's head. The feeling made me want to pull her closer, but this wasn't Liddy. I reached my hands into the water and moved them around slowly, which made her move faster. All I could do was lean back and react as she intensified, making my eyes roll up but then stopped. I looked down, and then I was pulled under the water without being able to resist. Once I was under, Mary pulled herself up to my face and started to kiss me, and I took her into my arms. The moment we started to kiss, I was filled with air, and I was able to fully enjoy the kiss we shared. I slid my hands down Mary's back and then over her curves and gave her a soft squeeze. That seemed to make her more excited, and I felt her pull closer to me. Mary's tail was brushing against me, and she leaned in and slipped her tongue in my mouth. And it was almost more than I could handle, but at the same time, I didn't want to stop. Mary pressed her lips against mine with intensity, and I squeezed her more closely. She leaned into me, and then she slid down my body a bit more, and I felt something press against her. Mary immediately slowed down, and her kisses became softer as she carefully moved closer. I should have assumed that this would be difficult, but I could feel that Mary was having trouble, and I did not want to push further without considering her comfort. I pulled us out of the water and pushed back to the steps with Mary. Mary had a worried look on her face. "Is too muchus?" Mary hissed with a sad tone, but I leaned forward and kissed her. "It's a lot, but not too much to handle. You just need a bit of help. Come sit in my lap, and I will help you," I said to Mary, and her eyes lit up with excitement, and she was in my lap facing me. "Like is this?" Mary hissed with excitement, and I shook my head. I turned her around in my lap, so her back was to my chest. Then I started to kiss her neck gently, and Mary seemed to relax. "Just lay back like this against me," I said, but Mary turned her head back to me in confusion. "How can you help me if you can't be closer to me?" Mary asked, and my hand rested gently on her side. "Just relaxed, and I will take care of you." "Beautiful," I said, and then Mary let out a small surprise sound as I gently held her hand. "What are you doing?" Mary asked with a trembling voice, and I paused, but then Mary pleaded with me. "Don't stop that, please. I didn't know that you knew how to do that," Mary said with excitement. As I moved my fingers around on the small ball, I glanced over at her surprised expression. Mary turned her head to mine and started to kiss me again as I held her close. Then I reached down and gently explored her body. It was different from being with a human girl. I didn't need to reach down and then pull back up. Instead, Mary pulled back from kissing me. She slid off me and then took me by the hand to pull me back into the water. And I let her. Mary moved to the same position and started to kiss me again, filling my lungs with air so I could concentrate. This time I spun, so Mary was lying on the bottom of the pool, and I pulled her close, wanting to be near her. I held her close as we kissed, and she wrapped her arms around me, pulling me in. I felt the warmth of the moment between us as we held each other tightly. But I didn't have time to react as Mary crushed me in a bear hug as the shock and pain of what she just did move through her body, and then she was still in the water. Mary point two, I was all the way inside of her, but I was having trouble breathing now, and Mary wasn't moving. That must have hurt her far more than she thought it would have, and now I was almost positive that I had multiple fractured or broken ribs from the squeeze. The two of us floated, not making any movements, but Mary's grip on me was slowly loosening. Slowly, Mary started to kiss me again, and then I felt her start to move her hips, but very gently. I could feel my ribs healing, and now it was back to normal breathing for me. Mex was right, and I probably would have been crushed to death there without proper training. I held myself up a bit, and I let Mary move her own body as we kissed. The feeling of her warmth pulling me closer as she slowly moved was making my heart race, and I had to steady myself. I wanted to hold her tightly, but I wanted to make sure she felt comfortable and enjoyed the moment. I had to assume that it would be her first time, and I didn't want to make it rough for her. Then Mary started to move faster, but it was awkward with the water rushing in after every movement. I picked Mary up while she was still on me, but then I stood up with her in my arms, pulling out of the water. Mary wrapped her arms around my neck, and I held on tight, and then Mary started to move a lot faster. As much fun as the water was, there was too much resistance, and now Mary was going all in, pushing harder against me. This was an awkward position for me, so the best I could do was to hold her hips and guide her movements as she pressed down onto me. I could feel the pressure starting to build up inside of me, and I knew I was close, but Mary must be the same because she started moving her hips even harder. New skill, impregnate. When you become intimate with one of your monster girls, you have the choice to bond with them. Please, fill my heart with your devotion. Mary cried out in a passionate hiss, and I could not hold it back anymore. Bond activated. I gripped Mary by her hips and then pulled her close into a deep embrace. And I let the dam go. Mary wanted to get pregnant, and if I didn't try, she would for sure get angry with me. Jilly had pointed out as much. Mary cried out and then dug her nails deep into my back, and I held her close as we were together. The pleasure blocked out the pain at first, but then I realized just how bad she had gotten when I could see blood starting to color the water below. Sorry, I didn't want to hurt you. Mary hissed at me softly. It's okay, I have been training, so I will heal from this in no time. I did not mind the pain, and if it means that I get to do this with you, I can handle it, I said with a smile, and I could feel that I had already stopped bleeding and the wound were closing back up. They would probably heal faster after I had more training, and then I could recover from these things faster or just not be hurt by them. At some point, my body was going to have to start getting more robust, or I should be able to get used to this, or I would have to start tying them up first. That might not make the sex as much fun with some of them. And the only person I really wanted to be with was Nushi. I think that girl needs someone who will be confident and attentive with her, or things would just be awkward because Nushi was such a shy girl. Mary moved away from me, but she still moved slowly, and we kept close together in the warm water. After a while, Mary broke from me to start swimming like nothing had just happened, but I didn't really expect much less from her. I walked over to the soap and grabbed a cloth and started to scrub myself. Even though I had been in the water, I had 2 days of work on dirt that needed to go, so I scrubbed with my fervor. Then I felt Mary slide up behind me and press her chest into my back, and then a lick on my neck. I was mostly done cleaning now, but Mary reached off and took the soapy cloth from me and started to wash my back with it. Can't I sleep in your bed? Mary hissed next to my ear, and even though we had just finished being together, the suggestion was almost enough to get me back into working order for round 2 right now. Yes, beautiful. You can come and stay with me tonight, I said to Mary, and she leaned close to me affectionately. Goodness, I want more, Mary said playfully, but I turned to her. I did give you everything I had, and now we can look toward the future, I said to her. But Mary just shook her head with a smile at me. I know, but now I want the big thing to give me more, please. Mary whispered with big eyes looking up at me, and I just smiled and nodded. Who the heck could say no to this little angel? If Mary wants more, then yes. I would do that for her because I'm a good guy, and I like to give girls what they want, sue me. Waking up earlier, and the nerve after drying Mary off and getting the clean pair of shorts that had been left for me. I picked her up. Mary was still not wearing any clothes, but I was no longer concerned by it as she wrapped herself around me. Are you ready to go get something to eat now? I will probably have to cook it, but it shouldn't take very long, I said to Mary as she slid around to press her soft and smooth breasts into my back. Yes, but I want to go lace down. Mary hissed into my ear, and I nodded. Sure, I will take you up top to my room before I start making food. Then after I am done feeding the rest of the girls, I will come up and feed you before we go to sleep. Okay? I said as I pushed the door open to leave the bathroom. Yes, I would like us that, Mary said to me, and then she cuddled into my back as I started walking. The keep was empty, for what I could tell, but there weren't usually people moving around at the same time. So there wasn't really much to compare it to, but something did feel different now. I left the castle and turned left to head back to the new apartment that Jilly had constructed. It was well into the evening, but I wasn't sure what time it was exactly, but it had to be getting late if the moon was already up and it was completely dark. So, did you two enjoy your time? The sound of Nyx's voice coming from behind me almost removed my soul from my body, and I whirled around on the pest. What do you want now? Have I not been through enough today with you? I asked while glaring down at the little old red-skinned woman. I would have thought that you would be in a better mood, considering. Nishi trailed off with a knowing smile, but I was not in the mood for this woman right now, so I turned and started walking. Suddenly, Nishi was standing in front of me, but I just sidestepped her and kept walking to my destination. I could hear a growl coming from the woman, and then she called out a threat. If you don't stop, I will move into your room, so you can't, Nishi started to say, but then I felt Mary turn on my back as I walked. If you come in the room, Iswell eats you. He is mine tonight, Mary hissed dangerously. That made me laugh out loud, and I decided to turn and see what the hag wanted. I didn't doubt either of the women, so it was probably best to deal with this now rather than fight later. Fine, what do you want? I don't understand why you couldn't wait till the morning, I said, putting my hands on my hips. I don't have to tell you anything, but I decided to let you know that it would be best for you to leave early. If you're fast enough, you will be able to sneak past Mex and that flying cat he is taming to get to Jess Sable. I also suggest that you bring sweets and salt, which should help you with getting her home. And then you could go back out to do your training, Nishi explained to me. Once she had started talking, I took my hands off my hips and actually started to listen to what Nishi had to say. For some reason, the woman was deciding to be helpful, and I wasn't about to let free info go just because I didn't like her. Thank you for telling me that, but why? I might not have gotten in as easy, but I would have found my way in. So what is the point of all this? Not that I don't appreciate it, I just don't understand why you are willing to be helpful all of a sudden. I questioned Nishi, and she just shrugged at me. It is in my best interest, like you said. The sooner you can get stronger, the sooner we will leave this island. But if you constantly do things the hard way, we will all be long dead before that happens, Nishi told me, and I narrowed my eyes at her. If it wasn't one thing, it was the other. What is going to kill us? What new disaster is waiting for us now? I asked, trying not to roll my eyes, but then Mary started to get restless, and I could tell that she wanted to go. Wait, you can come and talk to me while I cook food. I need to take Mary upstairs first, and then I will come down and talk to you. I don't think that is a good idea. Nushi will be in there, and she's terrified of me, Nishi said, but I was already turning around. Maybe if you talk to her rather than just hovering like death around her, she might not be so scared of you. Also, if you stop with the stupid pressure that you like to put everyone under, that might help out as well, I said as I finally made it to the door to my new home and walked inside before Nishi had a chance to give me another excuse. Inside, the girls were sitting around, and Jilly was relaxing in her oversized cushion. The girls all turned to look at Mary and me, and I smiled at them, but didn't get any in return. About time you two got back here. When are you going to make something to eat? Jilly complained, and I smiled at her. Sorry, I will get back down here as soon as I get Mary up to bed. We will also be having Nishi join me in the kitchen if she has the nerve to show up, I said, and almost right on cue, Nishi appeared to defend herself. I have a nerve, and I will join you, so get back down here. Nishi growled, but then Nushi screamed at the top of her lungs in fear. Oh boy, here we go. Like the book? It would help out a lot if you could leave a review of what you think of the book so far. Tucked in. I needed extra help. Why did you invite her? Nushi screamed at me as we walked up the stairs, but then Mary hissed dangerously at her. SSS, you don't have us to be so loud. He can hear you. Mary warned, and Nushi stopped yelling. I asked her to come, and I know you were scared of her, but I told you that I would keep you safe from her. I don't plan on breaking that promise I made to you, so I need you to trust me. I said to Nushi, and then added another thing that might help her see reason. You can always just keep your book out, and you will know what she is thinking, right? Nushi paused, and then looked up at me with an embarrassed look that made her horns start flapping. I smiled and patted the middle of her head, and then her horns stood back up to the full height. Okay, I will try, but don't mess around. Jilly has been complaining about you and Mary since the two of you have left, so I suggest you get some food to feed her. I'm also starving, so please? Nushi asked, and I nodded to her. Yes, beautiful. I'll be down right away to cook, and I'll try to make something that doesn't take too long, okay? I said to Nushi, but the lightning started to crackle from her horns, and she ran away with burning cheeks. I couldn't help but smile as I turned back and made my way up to the 5th floor. When I reached the top of the building, there were 2 rooms, but Mex had already put a sign up. The paper looked like a child had drawn it, and it said, "Not your room," on his door to the right, so I opened the door to the left. Inside was nothing special, and there was only a bed with a single dresser that had 3 drawers in the room. I didn't need to check to see what was in the drawers. There wouldn't be anything but shorts, my new standard wardrobe. I walked over to the bed and pulled the covers back from the bed. Mary slid off me and into the bed and then got settled in. After she was comfortable, I leaned in and gave her a kiss. Mary tried to pull me down with her, but I pulled away, then tucked her in. I will be back in a little bit, so wait for me. Okay, I will bring some tasty treats for you and the snakes when I come back, I said, and Mary just nodded and smiled at me. I paused for a second to enjoy that smile, but then I remembered what I was doing and turned to run back down the stairs. I would have time later to look at that adorable smile and maybe get a taste of Mary's sweets if she will let me. Soon I was back down in the living room area, but the girls were all gone from there but Jilly. She still was lying on her bed, and I was going to go over to talk to her, but the look I got from her said that I better be handing her food and not opening my mouth to talk. I turned and headed to the kitchen and sighed when I got there. I could see both Nushi and the Cerberus girls hiding behind Liddy, who was looking good, only wearing her apron, and I turned to find Nishi in the far corner of the room. "Thank goodness you have finally got here," Liddy said with a smile and a look that seemed to be designed to cut off my shorts. Luckily, these shorts were made of stern stuff, and I walked over to where Liddy and the girls were. "I can take over now. Thank you very much for getting this all ready for me," I said as I looked at the prepared meats on sheets. I wished I had some kind of helper for this, or I could give Liddy some kind of skill to help me with the cooking. Mex was right, this was going to turn out to be a big job, but at the same time, I didn't need to make and feed them every meal. "Liddy, if you don't mind, from now on, if I'm going to be late, can you start cooking without me? I don't want the girls to all have to wait for me like this, and I also want to always be able to feed them when I'm out," I said to Liddy, and she gave me a warm smile. "Yes, I was hoping that you would ask me. Did you like the meal that I sent for you with Nushi?" Liddy asked, and I gave her a smile in return. If I said that it wasn't the best meal that I had ever had, I would be lying. The food was beyond great, and honestly, I don't think that my system's cooking skill can even compare to the food you can make, I said with a smile, but Liddy shook her head at me. "Don't talk like that when other people are around, or I might ask you for something that I like. And I don't think that the girls want to see that," Liddy said, and that made me visibly gulp down some air. This woman was a sexual beast, and even her simple warning made my heartbeat start a race. I looked away quickly, avoiding looking at the other girls, and started to put the meat in the oven. Once I was done, I went over to where Nishi was sitting, took a chair that wasn't too far from her, and sat down. Nushi came over and crouched down behind my chair, but the Cerberus girls came to sit on the ground transformed beside my chair. I scratched the girls' heads and then looked up to Nishi, but she wasn't looking at me. She was glaring at Nushi, and I could feel her shaking. I was about to snap on Nishi, but she spoke up before me. "Why can't I read her mind?" Revealed, like it was all a joke, that isn't a bad thing, and it's probably the same reason I can't read her book if she doesn't want me to, I said, and Nishi glared at me. "What are you talking about?" Nishi asked, and I felt the Cerberus girl starting to tense. "What did I tell you? I can't stop you from acting like a spoiled child inside your room, but you will not try to intimidate my friends inside of my own house, or you can leave. I don't have to answer anything that you say, and I don't really want to talk to you," I said, and Nushi gasped in my ear, startling me. I hadn't even noticed her get close, and her deep breath inhalation was almost in my ear, making me turn her face. When I did, Nushi turned her head into mine, and our faces pressed together. I wouldn't call it a kiss. Nushi pulled back too quickly, and our lips had barely grazed each other. Nushi's horn started to crackle as she pulled back, and I thought I was about to get it, but then the crackling got closer. I had my hand on Ree's head, and she was no longer shaking, but the other two were still. That just meant that they were still scared of Nishi, even without the pressure, and that was to be expected. "Fine, tell me how it is that I can't read her mind then," Nishi said in a somewhat calm voice, but I could tell that Nishi was trying to keep her temper in check. That was the best I could hope for. "Do you know about the abilities that I have given the girls? It happens when I take them into my care and confirm that I will look after them," I asked, and Nishi nodded to me. "Yes, I know about the systems, but I thought that they were only reserved for the heroes. Why can't you just give them away?" Nishi asked in confusion, but I smiled at her. I was offered a powerful system at the beginning when I first arrived on the island, but I refused it. I don't need to get into my reasons that deeply, I started to say, but Nishi added her 2 cents. "It's because you're an idiot. Why else would you deny something that could make you stronger? Nishi commented, and I just shrugged. That is a matter of opinion. And what good did it do the ones that came before me? I can't say that it had anything to do with choice because it had nothing to do with it. If I would have made a choice to take it, I would more than likely be dead already, and I wouldn't be able to deal with you, I explained. Nishi still had her eyes narrowed at me, but she was bobbing my head along to the points I was making, so I had to assume she was getting it. Nushi had come around to the other side of me, and then pulled a chair closer to sit beside me. Nushi was nearly crawling to get on top of me. She stayed so close to me that she almost had her legs over the top of mine. I don't even think that Nushi noticed what she was doing. All she did was stare wide-eyed at Nishi. Fine, so you didn't take the system offered. That doesn't explain how the girls got their powers. Nishi complained, and then I went over the rest of the story until we arrived at the keep. After I was done, Nishi was back to looking Nushi over, and at this point, the girl wasn't even sitting in her own chair anymore. I am not going to eat you, and I did not eat your grandmothers, Nishi said very slowly, and Nushi looked back at me with an aggressive amount of confusion plastered all over her face. It's true, I just met all your grandmothers, and they all seem like nice ladies, and I'm sure that Nishi will let you visit with them, I said, but Nushi wasn't the one to speak. It was Nishi that started to laugh. I turned to her with a raised eyebrow, but Nishi just put her hand out to get me to wait until she could get herself under control. Nushi was frozen in place, and it was time to get up and check the meat out, but Nushi wasn't moving. PFT, you think they're nice ladies, but that is only because you have only met them on time, and none of them were able to corner you alone or in pairs. Maybe you should bring Nushi for a visit tomorrow? I am sure that they are all the more comfortable around you, and they will take excellent care of you, Nishi said with a wink. And I looked down at Nushi, stuck with a frozen look on her face. This reveal must have been just too much for her after living in fear for so long. Now, it was like we were telling her that it has all just been some elaborate joke. I had no choice but to slide my hand under Nushi's bottom and lift her up with me. Nushi unconsciously leaned into me and wrapped her arms around my neck as I walked over to the oven. Liddy had signaled to me that they were done, and when I got over there, she handed me a thick pot holder and then opened the oven for me. I smiled and thanked her after I was done with Nushi still resting on me, without saying a peep. I pulled the loose leaf dagger and held it out to the meat, giving it mental instructions on how I wanted the meat cut. Once I was finished, Liddy grabbed the platter of cut meat and followed me to where Jilly was waiting. Before I left the room, I turned back to tell Nishi that I would come in the afternoon with Nushi, but she was gone already. He remembered. Not letting go, I turned back to the living room, and Liddy had already set the plate down. Jilly and the Cerberus girls were already digging into the food, and Liddy turned to face me. Eggs in the morning? Liddy asked me and started to turn to head upstairs, but I walked over quickly to stop her, reaching out my hand to her, but she shook her head and pushed my hand down. Why don't you join us? I asked, but Liddy just smiled at me and shook her large horns, curling horns from side to side. No, you have other evening plans, don't you? I am sure that Mary is not done with you yet, and if I stay, I might like it too much, Liddy said and turned to head up the stairs without another word. I watched her go and got a nice view of her naked ass, and I bit more as she left, but then a soft nip at my neck got my attention. I looked down and then remembered what I was doing as I looked into Nushi's squinted eyes. Do you need to do that when I am in your arms? Nushi asked crossly, and I had to gulp down some air. Sorry, yeah, I will keep my eyes in my head, I said, and turned back to the other girls and walked over to the couch. I sat down slowly and let Nushi slide down onto my lap, and I assumed that she was going to slide off me. Instead, Nushi turned to put her back to my chest and leaned back, waiting. I knew what she wanted, and I wasn't able to do it at lunch, so I grabbed one of the metal-looking chopsticks that Liddy had left on the plate for us. I stabbed the meat, but I was surprised that they didn't have forks or something like it. But I guess chopsticks were easier to make. I would stab the meat and then hold it about 10 centimeters from Nushi's face. Then, and only when she was done entirely chewing, Nushi would take my hand and guide the meat into her mouth. Jilly was the first one to finish the large pile of sections that I had cut up for her, and she got up right away and started to make her way over to the stairs. I reached out to catch her hand before she went by me, and that stopped Jilly. She looked down at me, but Jilly had one of those, whatever you want. It better be a good reason to interrupt me. I smiled up at Jilly and let go of her hand. Are you still going to come and let me wash you off in the morning? I will be waking up super early to go see if I can deal with Jessable, but I should be back in good time, I said, but Jilly was already looking away from me. And I swear I heard her mumble. He remembered, but I wasn't about to ask her and ruin the moment. Yes, that is fine. Come get me when you, come back, please. Jilly asked shyly, but then ran up the stairs before I could answer. Something had changed about Jilly since we were at Lava Lake. While I thought the new attitude was cute, I could tell that something was really bothering her, so I would have to try and make her feel better tomorrow. There was only so much one man could do in one day, and my day was already stretched. I turned back, stabbed a bigger slice of meat, fed it to Bera, and then grabbed one for Nushi. After all the meat was done, I picked up Nushi. She was becoming more attached to me, and I was sure that it was because of the revelation with Nishi. Again, not a bad thing, but something that would need to be discussed later. I called for the Cerberus girls, and then I headed up the stairs with Nushi in my arms and the girls on my heels. They were still in dog form, and I think they thought they would be coming to bed with me again. Nushi's room was labeled, but before entering the room, I turned to the Cerberus girls. Go up to your room, and I will come to say good night to you before bed. Okay? I asked the girls, and they hung their heads. Tomorrow, you can come sleep in my bed, but tonight, I need some time alone. The girls looked unsure, but then they turned and ran up to the next floor where theirs and Mary's rooms were. I sighed and turned back to Nushi's new room and opened the door. I was surprised to see all of the books from her other room inside the room, and the bed was the same. You must have done a lot of work when we got home, I said as I looked around the room, but Nushi seemed just as surprised as I was from it. I didn't do this, Nushi said as I walked over to her bed. I reached down and pulled the covers back, and then laid Nushi down in bed. The problem was that when I went to let go of her, Nushi didn't, and I was held with my face almost touching hers. I could feel and hear her breath getting shorter, and after only a moment of looking into her beautiful smile, I knew what she wanted. I let my arms wrap back around her, and I slowly pulled Nushi into a kiss. At first, Nushi was stiff in my arms, but then she melted and gave into the kiss. Sparks crackled around me, but I really didn't care. I wanted to enjoy all of this, but not tonight and not without some proper preparation. I slowly pulled back and broke the kiss, and this time, she let me go. Before I completely pulled back, I leaned down and gave her another kiss, and then said good night, and then left the room, heading up to the next floor. Heartbreaking, not forgetting anyone. I put out the candle by Nushi's door as I closed it. Things were slowly starting to put themselves together, and even the whole Nishi thing was working out. Still, these things were the easy ones to deal with. That was really only because I knew what Nyx's deal was and what was going on with her. Now I had to deal with the other misbegot girls, and then things that came with them. And then there was the demon Lord Dao, and he was for sure going to be a pain. That made me think about the first time I had met Jilly and what the more minor demon had told her, but did that still apply? Jilly was no longer staying there, so why should she have to pay rent? I walked up the stairs and turned to the girls' room that was already open, putting the thoughts of Jilly's rent to the back of my mind. I could talk to her in the morning after I got back from trying to rescue Jessable. Master? I heard Reese call from the room, and I rubbed my hand over my face and walked into the room. I am not your master, Reese. You girls are my friends, not my pets, I said as I walked into the room, but then froze in shock. The girls were sitting on the bed and completely naked, but I didn't want to look away. Yes, they were beautiful, but they were also very fragile, so I didn't want to make them think that I found them hard to look at. Why are you girls still not in bed? I asked, looking them each in the eyes, and then they scrambled with the blankets to get under them. That did not turn out as planned, and within seconds, the girls were tangled up. I should have known better and just helped them out, rather than try to rush them when I knew that they didn't have complete control of their movements. I walked over and slowly helped the girls get untangled and then into the bed properly. After I was done, I looked down at them, but they didn't look that comfortable. You girls don't have to sleep in this form. You can change back, and it will probably be a lot easier for you to get to sleep, I said to the girls, but they all shook their heads no, but at different speeds. You can't turn into a dog, Barris said softly. If we sleep the other way, you can't hold us like Mary, Sarah said, and then blushed. Tried to look away from me, but I was in her line of sight no matter where she turned. If we don't get used to sleeping like this, then you're not going to want to use us, Reese said, and she stared into my eyes as she spoke. I paused for a moment to think and didn't speak right away. I could have guessed that was the reason, but it was hard to wrap my head around the idea that all these girls felt that way about me. I understand, but I still want you girls to be comfortable. When the time comes for you three to join me in my room, I will still cuddle with you all when you are in your other form. It helps me to sleep better if I know that you girls are comfortable, I said, but the girls didn't move, so I sighed. I tried, but sometimes people just do what they liked, no matter what reasons were given. The girls had a one-track mind, and it seemed if they put their minds to it, that was what would be done. I tucked the girls in and then gave them each a kiss, but everyone was different. I leaned over the girls and kissed Reese first, and it was a regular kiss, but we held it until the other two got restless, and I moved to the next one. Barra's kiss was a lot faster, but she had the softest lips, and the kiss left me feeling cool and refreshed. Sarah was already trying to slide her hand around my waist, and I had to pull it away as I moved to her, and I got a pouty-looking face when I brought my face to her. "Can't I just hold you like this all night?" Sarah asked with a devilish grin, but I shook my head. "Maybe another time," I said as I leaned in to give Sarah a kiss, but both arms wrapped around me and pulled me into a fiery kiss that involved a lot of tongues. When I was finally able to pull back from the girls, all three were blushing and panting. They were all looking up at me with hungry looks in their eyes, but I shook my head no. It pained me to do it, and the sad looks I got were almost more than I could take, but then Reese spoke up. "Thank you, and we can wait. You've already done so much for us, so we shouldn't be bothering you about this kind of thing, but we can't help it. It's always like this for us, every month, but for the first time, we get to choose," Reese told me, but her words were like a vice crushing my heart. These girls have been through a lot, but I would make their lives better. This was part of the reason that I wanted to do this, to help these girls get away from hard places that were not good for them. The other thing I should have been aware of, female dogs went in a heat every month. While I liked the idea of getting to give the girls what they wanted, there was also the fact that I was only one person. Hopefully, the other girls wouldn't have the same problems, but I had to hope they were more spaced apart if they did. If they weren't, I would have a hard time going any actual distance from the girls since they are not likely to be cars or the equivalent in this world. Tomorrow evening, when I come back, we'll play catch for a bit, and then after supper, you three can come up and sleep in my bed with me. How's that sound? I asked the girls as they looked up at me with big smiles, and they all nodded their heads happily. Mary Point 3, I kissed the girls on the forehead before leaving and put out the light for them as I closed the door. The girls were cute, but their story was heartbreaking. Even if it was normal for a dog from the earth, this was not the earth, and I didn't see these girls as animals. They were beautiful, cute, and kind, and I would make sure that they had a good life from this point on. I was about to turn to head up to my room, but I spun around and ran quietly back down to the second level. I went to Jilly's door and knocked quietly. After talking with the girls and being reminded of their story, I wanted to just say goodnight to Jilly. "What do you want that makes you have to run back down here?" Jilly called from the other side of the door. "I had forgotten to say goodnight to you." I called through the door, but then I got silence from the other side. Maybe I was overreacting, thinking that Jilly would want me to treat her like the other girls. She was more of a woman than the other women, but at the same time, I think that she put on a stern face to cover other things up. "Thanks," Jilly whispered, and I was barely able to hear it, but I did and smiled to myself before turning back to start to quietly jog up to the top level. "Shit," I said out loud, and then ran back down to the living room to grab the meat platter and what was left on it. I bolted back up to the top, but it didn't take me very long to get up, and I went straight to my room and opened the door. Mary was sitting up in bed, staring at me. But I guess she must have been staring at the door, waiting for me. "Sorry, beautiful. I had to get the girls tucked in, but I am here now," I said with a smile, and Mary returned it. "It's okay. I knew you were coming back. You brought me some meats, too," Mary said with excitement, clapping her hands together. I smiled and sat down on the bed beside Mary and started to feed her and the snakes, but it didn't take very one. Mary was on a mission, it seemed, and when she finished eating, she tried to take the platter from my hands. I smiled, and then sat on the floor, pushed away from the bed, and then turned back to Mary. She was no longer under the covers, and she looked at me expectantly as I climbed onto the bed. I knew what she wanted, but things were different this time. So I wanted to try something different. I can help with that, but this time it'll try a different approach. Okay? I said to Mary as I leaned closer to her. You wanted to do what? Mary asked with a confused look on her face. And I just decided that it was something that was better shown than explained. I leaned in close to Mary and began to kiss her gently. Mary immediately started to breathe softly and then began running her fingers through my shaggy brown hair, which seemed to be growing far faster than it should. As I tasted it, I got a sweet flavor like nothing that I had ever experienced before and let myself enjoy the moment with Mary. I reveled in the sweetness of the experience, and that made me move a bit too fast. Suddenly, I felt Mary's tail wrap around me and start to tighten on me, but I flexed my chest and continued on licking even harder. Mary was now moaning loudly, and I'd already felt 2 of my ribs crack, but they healed so fast that I barely had time to register the pain from it. Stop, or I will pee. Mary cried out, but I knew what that meant and didn't stop. The moment seemed to fill me with a rush of energy. I drank it all in, and my fatigue from the day seemed to leave me. I wasn't sure if it was the excitement of it all, but I was no longer feeling tired. What was that? You licked me, but it felt different. I liked it, but now I want more. Please, Mary told me, and she was so damn pretty and cute that I barely even wanted to be with her. Just kidding. I wiped my face and slowly climbed up the bed to bring my face level with Mary's, and then pressed my lips into hers. The familiar, cool feeling of her lips and her extraordinary smooth body made my blood boil, and I pulled her close, losing myself in the moment. Mary felt different now than before, but I still took my time. As we did, I felt Mary's nails press into my back as I gently held her arms and lifted them above her head. Mary paused for a moment from our kiss and glanced up at her pinned hands, and then we shifted closer together. Mary's eyes got big as we moved closely together, and her hands were forgotten as I used my other hand to gently hold her. I positioned myself with my legs on either side of her hips. There was no other way to approach from behind, so I didn't have many positions to choose from. Either I was pushing forward toward her, or Mary would have to be on top doing the same action, but from a different view. Suddenly, Mary's tail was wrapping back around me, but I caught the end of her tail as I picked up speed. As long as I held her tail, Mary practically screamed with excitement as the moment reached its peak, and I could feel the tension building to a crescendo. Mary started to shake as she reached the climax of her experience, and I let out a groan as I followed. I let go of Mary's hands and sunk down onto the bed beside her. "Thank you for seating me," Mary said, and then cuddled into me. I wasn't sure what to say out loud to that, but I knew that I would be more than willing to help her with this issue any time she needed it. Growling. And keeping my word, I woke in the morning, but it was still dark out, and I couldn't feel my legs. Not really that surprising since I was sleeping with a woman that was a part snake, but completely adorable. I gently tried to uncoil Mary from me, but I had no luck and even got growled at. This wouldn't do, and I needed to get going, so I leaned down and grabbed the end of Mary's tail that was trying to squeeze the life out of me. I started to rub it, and Mary started to tighten on me, but then loosened up and let me slide myself out of her grasp. After I did, Mary curled up, but never woke up, and I was glad for that. I didn't think that Mary was a morning person, and waking her up might not be suitable for my continued good health. I smiled at the thought, and then tried to stand up, but it didn't work out properly for me. I tumbled to the floor and lay still for a moment, trying to get some feeling back into my legs. And then the pins and needles started. After about 10 minutes of throbbing legs and trying to rub some feeling back into them, I was finally able to get up. I crept over to my single wardrobe and opened it up. All the shelves had shorts in them, but they were different colors, but they were extremely bright colors. What are they trying to do? Paint a target on me? I mumbled to myself as I grabbed a lime green pair of canvas shorts and put them on. I turned and crept over to the bed and leaned in to kiss Mary on the cheek, and the little witch growled at me. Well, looks like my plan must have worked. And now I was just another creature to her. I try not to feel sour about it, but it was hard when the girl was as cute as Mary was. I pulled back and then slowly crept out of the room and closed the door behind me. I turned and then headed down to the bottom level and then into the kitchen to grab a quick bite to eat before leaving. I was surprised to find that Liddy was already up and she had food prepared for me. I knew that you would be up early to go deal with Jess Abel, so I got up and made you a set of meat sandwiches. I will feed the girls this morning, but I would like some eggs when you come back. Remember, you told me that you would make eggs a different way, every day, right? Liddy asked with a sexy smile. I walked up to her and kissed her. You really are the best, you know that, right? And yes, I will make you eggs when I get back. Today we will have them poached on toast. I said to Liddy after the kiss, and she smiled at me, touching her lips softly as she did. That does sound good, Liddy said, and then she stepped into me and then reached up to pull my face to hers. This time the kiss was much more passionate, and I found myself putting hands all over her body. The fact that she had no clothes on, but her apron made me start to slip into a rabbit hole that I just didn't have time for at the moment. I slowly pulled away from Liddy, and she had a passion-filled look that said she wanted more, but I shook my head. Then I better get some more of that when I get back, because I like it. You aren't rough or mean, and I want to experience what little Miss Mary got to twice yesterday. I think that you can have time for me when you get back and then still have energy for the pups tonight, right? Liddy asked as she used one hand to run a finger down my chest and then the other hand to touch me suggestively. Yeah, I think that I can fit you in, but not until after I take Jilly for a bath, okay? I told Liddy, and she squeezed my hand tightly, making me smile. Just don't make me wait too long, or I'll come find you and get what I want, wherever you are, Liddy said, giving me a very pointed look that said I had better be the one to find her. Liddy leaned in again and then kissed my cheek and finally released her grip on my kickstand. The smell of her was intoxicating. I let out a breath that I hadn't known I had been holding as Liddy pulled away and then left the kitchen. I suggest that you hurry up. I tired her out quite a bit last night, but she's still angry with you. Neither of the Sphinxes is allowed to attack you, but they will make your life more than difficult if they are awake when you pass, Mex said from behind me. But I had gotten almost used to the unexpected surprises and turned to him. Yeah, I am going, I said as I grabbed the 2 steak sandwiches and turned to leave, but Mex called out to me. You also had better make sure that you give that woman what she wants. Liddy is an excellent helper, but the woman does not work for free if you know what I mean. Liddy is also a passion demon, meaning that she is very passionate about what she likes and doesn't. So, just keep that in mind when you're talking to her and making plans, Mex said and then disappeared. I had gotten that feeling from the first time we met, but I didn't think that it was an actual part of her. I would have to be more careful around her, and maybe that's why Spell was scared of her. I would make sure that I paid the lady, but I really needed to get going or I would be in trouble. Candace and Veronica, I had forgotten to ask Mex about how to get there, but I couldn't turn back. I did remember where I had to go to get there for the most part. So I bolted out of the house but slowed to close the door quietly. Once it was latched, I took off running to the front gate entrance of the keep. There were no guards at the gates as I ran out. I was surprised by that, but I guess they were more just for show, considering who Mex was. I didn't really have the time to be worrying about that right now, and I took off running. Though not too fast, I didn't want to gas myself as soon as I got started. It was still mostly dark, but the sun was slowly starting to lighten the sky as I ran down the path to where I would be training with Grovelator. Once I arrived, I looked to the northwest. I was looking for the top of the maze that I'd seen before, but noticed a path that hadn't been there before. So I had to assume Mex made it and started a run down it. This path was jungle-like, similar to the one to go to Wadaluga's area, and it was almost identical in the way that it looked. I wasn't paying that much attention, though. It was starting to get very light out, but now I could see the massive 3-story tall gray stone building about 200 meters in front of me. Then I saw her, sitting proudly at the entrance, eyeballing me. It was Max's close friend and my best friend, the Sphinx. I was too late. So, looks like you don't get to just sneak around me, Candace said with triumph, but I didn't have time for her games. I walked up and then straight past the giant Sphinx. I kept going without even looking at her, and she didn't seem to like that. Hey, you can't just go in there. You have to answer my riddle, Candace shouted at me, and I could tell that she was turned to face me from the projection of her voice, but I just kept walking. Sorry, I don't have time for your games. I also don't have to answer any of your questions. And you can't do anything about it, I said as I entered the maze, but then there was another Sphinx waiting inside for me, and I rolled my eyes. Like I just couldn't get a break, but they couldn't harm me, so I wasn't sure if I should be worried about them or not. Mexes said that they couldn't hurt me, but he also said that they were going to make my life a living hell if they caught me. So you are the one that has Candace all worked up? Not much to you, but you have seemed to get under her skin, and she is my little sister, so I don't think that I will let you pass. The more enormous Sphinx said as she blocked my way, and I groaned but ran straight at the massive creature. The Sphinx was surprised and unable to react to me as I dropped down and slid on my shorts underneath the creature. The moment I was past the older sister, I was up and running again. Hey, that is not how this works. The Sphinx called out after me in anger, but her voice was already starting to fade as I put more and more distance between us. I was glad that I was able to get free from them, but now I had no idea where I was going. The inside was all smooth gray stone, unlike the rough texture of the outside. I had remembered it from coming in, but there was nothing to indicate which way to go. At first, it wasn't too bad if I took a wrong turn and the dead end would be right away, but after the fourth fork in the path, the wrong path started to get longer. That meant that I had to spend more time backtracking, and when I got back from my second long walk back, the girls were waiting for me. Think you're so smart. You want fool my sister, Veronica, twice. Cadence called out to me as I approached. I roll my eyes. Oh, then that means that you are the one that always gets tricked? Wait, don't answer that. I have something better, I said as I walked up to the two female Sphinx that was blocking my way. You want to ask us a question? What makes you think that we will answer you? Veronica asked as she looked down at me. But I just shrugged. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. Doesn't really matter to me, I said as I looked the girls up and down like I was sizing them up, and then asked them a question. How many Sphinx does it take to screw in a light bulb? Both creatures looked thoroughly confused, and that was exactly how I thought that they would react. The answer is over there, I said, pointing down the hall that I had initially come from, and both of the Sphinxes looked over at the same time. I ducked down and ran through Veronica's leg, and then out from behind her, and started to run again. But this was going to keep on happening if I let them stay behind me. Not like I had a lot of options at this point, and I guessed that I would just have to keep dealing with them. Then I heard a dongling noise coming from ahead that sounded strangely familiar. I listened as I got closer to the sound. Soon, as I progressed further, I was able to hear the sound more clearly, and I knew what I was hearing. The blue oyster cult and Will Ferrell had engraved it into my head. Now I just had to listen and know what way to go, and the sound of the cowbell got closer and closer, but then something weird started to happen. As I got near to the sound started to move away from me, and then I stopped, and so did the cowbell. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Now, I had to chase this scaredy cow around the maze. Huh, found you, called Candace, and she and Veronica came barreling around the corner. Great. Now, this has just become a Looney Tunes skit. I had no choice but to turn and chase after Jessable cause I need more cowbell. Catching up, off topic, you can't run forever, little man. We will catch you. Veronica called out as I ran. These women were so damn annoying. And now to make this whole process take far longer than it needed to. Making my life hell was an understatement. And what was with this girl? How the hell could she run fast enough to outdistance me no matter how fast I ran? It seemed like every time I sped up, so did she, and I was starting to believe the Sphinxes. You are never going to catch her. The woman is more than a head and a half taller than you. Candace called up to me, but I was not going to be beat. I blocked the girls out and started to focus on my breathing, even deep and powerful breaths, in my mouth and then out my nose, but something was different, and my body started to pump up and push harder. The mana or magic that was replacing the water in my body was reacting differently, and suddenly I felt like I was barely jogging. Each breath made my steps light, and then I ran faster than I had ever moved in a car. Every sense in my body turned up, and even though I was moving fast, I felt like I was moving at the same speed. It was everything that was slowing down around me, and I pulled away from the Sphinx sisters with ease. I could still hear the cowbell, but it was a lot slower now, and a couple times I had to pause. But I finally caught up to the talk and clop. When I rounded the last corner, I called out to the huge woman in a Holstein print bikini and 4 breasts. This was the moment that she noticed me, and just able to turn around to me, making my eyes go wide in confirmation. I got a full view of the 4 large breasts that were stacked on top of each other and obviously large nipples pushing out, making lumps in her bikini. She had the same black and white pattern hair from her knees down, and now the name, Menashtren, was starting to make a lot more sense. I could think of a large number of different things that I would like to try with her, but regardless of any physical attribute, she was clearly made for some weird challenge, trying to climb a mountain. This all went through my head at light speed, and then Jessable screamed at the sight of me and bolted. I shook my head and followed, but had no idea how I was going to do this. You know that you are tired. Candace called to me, and I saw that both were winded, but this was probably the most exercise these two had gotten in ages. I'm not tired. I was just thinking, I said as I did just that. Well, my sister is the master's plaything, but I don't have someone to give it to me like she does, Veronica said suggestively, and that made me look up at the approaching female face in shock with a raised eyebrow. Excuse me? I don't think that we are quite the right match. I am not mysterious enough to join the mystery club, if you know what I mean. Since we're on the subject, how does Mex get along with your sister? I asked, and Candace answered to my surprise. He stands out more. Duh. Then the master is with me until I'm unable to walk. And then he continues for about another hour until I can barely talk or even form words. Candace replied to me with more cheer and excitement than I thought due to this conversation, but to each their own kind. Still, I was not doing anything improper with an animal. Female face or not, there were just some limits that I would not break. The monster girls were a different story because they were all primarily human or could change into one. Listen, I think the conversation has gotten a bit off topic. Were you two not just trying to stop me from getting to Jessable? I asked, changing the subject, but Veronica was having no part of that, and I was slowly backing up as she advanced on me. How do you know that you won't like it? My boss seems to enjoy absolutely overwhelming my sister, and I can only watch. Veronica said as she got close with an intense look in her eyes. At this point, I was sure if rape was included in the orders to not hurt me. The closer Veronica got to me, the less likely that seemed. Listen, you have a pretty face, but you are far more beast than humanoid, and I am just not into that. I am sure that Mex would give you what you want if you asked him, right? I said, still trying to figure out what to do, but Candace shook her head no. No, he will only do it to me, because I've always been unable to conceive, so his dark energy just passes through harmlessly. If he does it to Veronica, she won't be able to have children, and she will give birth to a demonic creature. The world does not need one of those, Candace said, rolling her eyes, but now I seem to be getting somewhere with them. I get it, but I'm not really sure how I can help you. It's just not something I'm suited for, so I wouldn't really be the right fit for it, I said, and Veronica's expression fell to a somber-looking face. Fuck, Veronica did have a cute face, and now it looked sad, and I really didn't like that, but I didn't have a way to fix it. Maybe I could see if I could find her a partner? I'm sure that there have to be some male sphinxes kicking around here somewhere. First totem, I want separate family look, since neither one of us can do it. Then what if I try to find you a male of your own species, or at least something close? I don't know how successful I will be, but I will try, and that is the best that I can do, I said, and Veronica's expression brightened a bit. Really? You would do something like this for me? Veronica asked me hopefully, and I nodded my head. Now, time to get what I want, as horrible as that might sound, which was a trade of services. Okay, so I will do this thing for you, but I need help, and it will probably make your lives easier. How can I get Jessable from here? I need to take her back to Mex's keep, but I can't just scoop her up and run off with her, right? I asked, and Veronica lifted an eyebrow at me. Why not? The master must have told you about her. Jessable is omniphobic and a hypochondriac, so you'll need to either knock her out or cover her up completely. That will be the only way that you will get her out of here, Veronica explained to me, and now it was my turn to raise an eyebrow. I am not knocking her out, but will a sheet really work? I asked. That's what we do when she starts to have a panic attack. A blanket is the only way that you will calm her, Candace explained as she walked up beside her sister. I was surprised that Candace was willing to give me any information, but I guess if I was willing to help her sister, I wouldn't be that bad. I guess that I would just have to take their word on it. This could also just be some kind of trick, but something told me that we were past that. I think that now I might even be able to consider Veronica a friend, if not her sister as well. Thump suddenly. I felt a thump in my chest like a force was forcing me to push my chest out, and I lost power in my legs. I dropped to my knees, only able to look forward to Veronica, but she was now glowing blue. What is going? I tried to say, but a message window cut me off, and I understood what was going on. Totem. Water Sphinx confirm. Yes, no? Yes. I understood now. This was my class, the shaman. I looked down, and I could feel the mark as it appeared as 3 circles that made a sort of triangle. What did you just do to my sister? Candace said, trying to step towards me. Veronica pushed her head into Candace to stop her and let out a low growl. I choose this. Leave him. Veronica growled and then looked back at me with a warm smile. I guess this isn't quite what I wanted, but you are very strange in a good way, and I lend you my strength. I smiled and nodded back to her. This was different. It wasn't like I could read Veronica's mind, but I could feel that she was happy with the way things had turned out. I appreciate that, and I will try to use the power you have lent me to the best of my ability. Now, though, I really need to get this girl back to the keep. I have a lot more I have to do with the girls and other things and people I need to do, I said, and was about to turn when Veronica turned back to her sister. Give it to him. Veronica snapped at Candace, and she took a step back from her sister. Fine. You're his little pet now. I get it. Here. Candace shouted at me before she turned her head back to grab a package that I hadn't seen before. Candace turned back and tossed the bundle to me, and I caught it. When I looked down at it, I realized what it was right away, and I looked up with a smile. Thank you, both of you. I know that we didn't get off on the right foot, but I think that we can change that. I know that you like mechs, but I just want to be able to be civil around each other since I'm more than likely going to be seeing a lot more of your sister. Where do you two normally live when you aren't watching the maze entrance? I asked, but Veronica shook her head. We don't have a home besides this place. We mostly wandered before Mex found us. He saved us from being killed, but a part of demons that were coming to kill us. Since then, Mex has mostly taken care of us as long as we watch the maze and Jessable. So, I'm not sure what he will do with us now that we don't serve a purpose, Veronica said. But her voice had gotten a lot softer as she finished speaking, and I could understand why. I was sure that someone who would leave people in a brainless, drooling state was a problem, and not many would like that. Looks like I was going to have to ask Jilly to do some more building when I got back. The master won't just leave us, Candace said, trying to cheer her up. But that just made Veronica's mood even worse. No, he won't leave you, but now that I serve no purpose, why would he keep me around or give me a home? I am no use to him, Veronica said, but that is when I stepped in. Listen, I have a place in Mex's courtyard, a house that Jilly, the Umyakade, built. I will ask her to build a place attached to the house today, and you girls can be my escort back to the keep. I will give you a home. All I ask is that you don't ask me any riddles that could turn me into a drooling vegetable. Okay? I asked, and both the girls' eyes lit up with happiness, but then Candace froze. You just mean my sister, right? Since I already have the master to take care of me? Candace asked quietly, but I smiled at her. No, I mean both of you. I want separate you girls. The two of you are family. Now, come help me with Jessable. The sooner we are done here, the sooner I can get back and get Jilly working on your new home, I said with a smile, and the girls nodded excitedly. Now, if only Jessable could go this smoothly, but something told me I was asking for too much. That meant that I was more than likely about to pay for my greediness. Climb on, but don't fall asleep so. How do I go about catching her? I asked the 2 sphinxes now that we were on better terms. You have to be quiet and sneak up on her and then put the blanket over her head, Candace explained, but Veronica shook her head. No, that won't work now. You know how Jess gets once she is scared, and there will be no way for us to sneak up on her. Climb onto my back and then move up so you are tight to my neck. You'll have to put the blanket over your head and then bury yourself in my mane, Veronica explained to me as she lowered herself down to me. Are you sure? I asked as I walked up to Veronica. holding the strange patchwork blanket I had been given. Yes, she already said she was ready to let you inside of her, so why would she care if you rode on her? Candace said as she walked by me and then bumped me with her back and into her sister. Yes, well, that was true, and she was bonded to me, but I still wasn't sure what that meant. I climbed up and then scooched myself forward until I was sitting on Veronica's neck and tight to the back of her head. I was about to put the blanket over my head, but then Veronica spoke up just before I did. Don't fall asleep. The blanket is enchanted to make the person using it feel very relaxed. I also don't want to brag, but I'm sure you can tell that my hair is very soft and inviting, or so the master tells me, Veronica explained, and she was right. Okay, I will keep that in mind. But what am I supposed to do? Just wait for you to get close enough to her and then toss the blanket on her? I asked as I got myself comfortably tucked into Veronica's cloud-soft fur. Something like that. You will have to wait for your chance while we try to calm her down. I will use the word trepidation when I think that it will be a good time for you to try. Remember, you will only get one chance at this, and then it will be you chasing her again, and even with your speed, I don't think that you will be able to catch her, Candace said. I guess that I would just have to trust the two sisters that were just out to make my life hell, and that was all I could do. I didn't have time to keep messing around here. There was still a lot left for me to do today, and now I would have to butter Jilly up some more when I got back. Okay, I am relying on you girls for this, and I have faith in both of you. If we get it right the first time, I promise that I will have a treat for you both when I get back from my training. Whatever you girls would like, within reason, I said, and I was sure I heard Veronica let out a small defeated sigh. So I rubbed the side of her neck in consolation. I will try my best to find you, someone like I said, but you will have to give me time. I know. But do you know that sphinxes are only female? And other than Tiga's father, the idiot manticore, there is nothing on this island that would be close to me, Veronica said quietly as we started to move. No, I didn't know that, but give me some time to ask some questions to the right people, okay? I will try as hard as I can, but that is the best that I can do, I whispered to Veronica and then pulled the blanket over my head after I felt her nod. Instantly, I felt tired, but not the exhausting kind. It was like I just laid down on one of the costly beds at the mattress store, and now I didn't want to get up. Veronica was right, and I had to fight not to let myself slip off for a nap. I concentrated on the girls' different footsteps, but that just made it worse. But then I heard a new voice, and I focused on that. Hello? Veronica? Candace? Is it you girls? Or the female voice that had to be Jessable asked in a very nervous tone. It is just us. There was another person, but Candace asked them question. You know how that goes. And now we are coming to see if you are all right, since we had to chase him for a while, Veronica explained. Him? There was a man. Here? Was he alone? Do others know that he was here? Are they going to come and infect me with something? Or maybe they want to come just to kill me? Jessable said, but the girls tried to calm her. No, as far as we know, he was alone. When we're done here, we will go back out the front to watch and make sure that no one else comes. Okay? Veronica asked, but that didn't seem to be what she wanted to hear from them. No one is watching the door? What if there are monsters or demons already inside? They could be hiding everywhere. I'm going to die, but I don't want to die yet. I haven't even been able to have a baby yet, but now I'm going to be killed, skinned, tortured, and probably be given a large number of diseases too. Jessable cried out, and I could hear the culp of her hooves, meaning that she must be dancing back and forth on them. The order that she assumed that everything was going to happen made it sound like an excellent way to go if that list of things was going to happen. Still, this was not helping because I could hear the clopping of her hooves start to move away from my position. No, it is fine. And you know that the Master protects you from all evils, and he would never let something bad happen to you. Right? Candace said, and then the clopping stopped for a moment. Calming. So that's what he meant, the sounds that Jessable was making it stopped, and when she spoke again, I was very close to where she was. So close that I need to restrain myself from trying to peek out of the blanket that was covering me. The Master did say that when he found me, but even he is scary. I heard how he makes you cry out when he visits. I don't want to cry like that. Jessable cried, and now I could tell that Veronica must be almost right beside her. What the Master does to me doesn't hurt me that much, and I asked him to do it to me. I think if you tried it with someone, you might feel less trepidation about it, Candace said, and that was my cue. I sat up and pulled the blanket off me and was hit with a wave of excitement, nervousness, and adrenaline, all at the same time. It was like sitting at a desk with a blindfold on and then taking it off to find that I was on a roller coaster that was just about to hit the shit and do a 20-meter drop. I turned to a horror-stricken Jessable who had an adorably cute face, but looked to be about to explode with terror. I tossed the blanket over her head before she could let out the scream that she had been sucking in the wind for, and Jessable froze. At the same time, Veronica lowered herself to about Jezebel's waist height. The blanket wasn't big enough to cover the second pair of breasts, but dramatically affected Jessable. Hurry, pull her onto my back, and then keep the blanket over her head. We'll take you both back to the master's home, but you will have to keep her calm. The blanket will only do so much, and once we go outside, things will only get worse for her, Veronica explained to me as I did as I was told, pulling Jessable to come and lay down. I was astonished by how well she acted with the blanket over her head, but at the same time, it was scary. The fact that a blanket could do so much to her must have been one of the reasons why Mex was protecting her, and I could see how others might abuse this. I was going to have to find a way to deal with this fear in the future, but for now, I just needed to get her back to the apartment. Then I was going to have to find a place to put her. Hopefully, Jilly will have already made something for her, but I had no idea what it would be. Jessable laid down over my lap, and Veronica lifted herself up slowly and then started to walk without any trouble. I wasn't overly heavy, but between Jessable and me, there had to be a lot of weight pushing down on Veronica's back, but it didn't seem to bother her at all. I reached down and made sure that the one end of the blanket was still tucked between my legs and Jezebel's breasts. As I did, Jessable let out a small whimper, and I pulled my hand back like I had just realized I had stuck my hand into a basket of vipers. Sorry, I did not want to do this, but I need to get you back to the master's keep so we can keep you safe. I know that you probably don't think that is true right now, and I can't really blame you. My name is Kazz, and I am a rancher that takes care of monster girls, and the master, Mex, asked me to come and get you to bring back to the keep. I explained, but I only felt Jessable tense up as I spoke. I wasn't really sure what I could tell someone that was scared of everything. I started to unconsciously stroke Jezebel's back as Veronica and Candace made their way out of the maze, and I felt some of the tension start to leave Jessable. That made sense, and I know that I found it relaxing when someone did the same to me. I started to pay more attention to what I was doing, and soon I felt Jessable go completely limp over me. Well, that is one way to do it, Candace said quietly from beside me, and I smiled at her. I just hope that she doesn't lose it when we get back, and I have to take the blanket off her head. When I took it off, it was a huge rush, and it was all I could do to quickly get the blanket over the top of her head. I whispered back. Yes, well, I hope that you have somewhere safe to put her from now, Veronica said as we reached the entrance to the maze and then walked out. The girls both stopped and looked back at the maze for a moment, and I could almost tell what they must be thinking as they looked longingly at the entrance. This was a big step for them, and I was sure they had started to consider this place as their home. You girls can come back and visit still, I said, not really sure what to say. But both the girls turned back with beautiful smiles to look at me. This place has always been a safe place for us, but I don't think that it could be called our home. We have never had a home. So, for me, I was just thinking about what it will finally be like. Veronica said, and then turned her head back to facing forward. Yes, good riddance. And now I could be closer to the master, Candace said quietly, and I grinned at her. You do know that the master has a wife, right? I asked with a raised eyebrow, and then I got a confused look from Candace. Master said that you were taking care of his wife for him, so he could give me more attention, right? Candace asked me, and I rolled my eyes. What Mex had said yesterday started to make a lot more sense, but then I felt Candace tense underneath me. Great. Hero, I guess I could listen now. Mex mixed my words up. I have enough things to worry about right now. Let's get back quick. I still have a bunch of stuff to do, I said to the girls, and Veronica started moving without saying anything. I was going to have to figure out something for this. But Veronica also didn't need to get sensitive about this kind of thing. I was just a man helping women, not one that was tied to them. Well, maybe I was a little bit. I'm sure that Klesh will find her way to you if the master assumes she is. Most demon women don't like demon men because they go demons on them, and that is fine with me. But you can see how a smaller creature might not enjoy it, Candace said as we started to walk. That was fair, and after seeing how big Mex had gotten before, I was able to understand. I guess that I wouldn't mind if Klesh or the other women snuck into my bed, but I didn't have time for women fighting over stupid things like that. I continued to stroke Jezebel's back, and I pondered what I was supposed to do with her. I guess that I would have to ask Nishi and the other grandmothers if I could put her up on the island at the top of the tower. That would solve one of my problems, but there was another thing that I was slightly worried about. It was one of those minor things, but it was still something that I needed to consider. While Mary, the Cerberus girls, and the demon girls were all the same size as me, I wasn't sure what to do about Jilly, and now Jezebel and Veronica. While there was no denying that we could do things, it would be quite a stretch right now. When you reach higher levels with your rancher system, you will get skills that will help with those things. For now, you should just worry about getting your main class up to a higher level and creating more totems. Today I want you to do all of your training with a new one you just received. Hero, I thought you had gone on a vacation, and since when are you my guide? I don't even know how to use the thing yet. And you want me to train with the thing turned on all day long? Listen here, you schmuck. I don't need to help you, but I think that you might have a chance to actually do something in this world. So, I'm going to help you, if you let me. If not, it's your funeral. The man had a point, and I'd already caused him enough grief to begin with, so it might not be that bad of an idea to hear him out. Okay, I will listen, but what will the totem do for me? The water totem of the Sphinx will allow you to have more fluid thoughts. This means that you will be able to react to things faster, but it will cause you to overthink things that are bothering you or affecting you. This is why I'm telling you to do this while you train, so you can get used to it. Interesting, this would be very helpful, but at the same time, it was going to be highly distracting. I had more problems than I could count on right now. So this was going to be quite the experience. I had never really liked to overprocess thinking. Getting worried about things that you can't control isn't good for you. At the same time, because of my lack of caring of what I did to make it to the top on Earth, this might not be bad. We are here, Veronica said quietly, and I was pulled from my introspection with Hero. I looked up, still stroking Jezebel's back as I did, and there was the keep in my much larger apartment beside it on the right. I still felt weird about it, but Mex had basically moved in and said I could do whatever I wanted. I guess I could see where he was coming from, but he had better still be doing what he is supposed to as a demon lord. I needed to talk to him about that to find out how that would, and what I could do about Jilly's rent. Thanks, can you take me up into Mex's keep? And it'll go drop Jezebel off with Nishi. You two can find some shade for now, but you will have to wait until I come back later for me to get the rest sorted. I have the training, I explained to the girls quietly. Thank you, we will be fine in the shade, but if there is water, that would be good as well, Veronica said. Yes, I will get a large basin, and I will ask Liddy to prepare some meat for you, I said, but then Candace gave me a horrified look as we crossed the bridge to the front gate. We don't eat meat, just nuts and berries, and some watery leaves, please. Candace asked me, trailing off, and I nodded. I hadn't really thought about anyone but Nushi not wanting to eat meat, but I was sure that Liddy would be able to help get something prepared. Yes, I will ask Liddy about it, but I'm sure that we have some of all that stuff. Good morning, men, I said as the two guards, Spell and Trig, gawked up at the two sphinxes and me as we walked by. The two didn't say anything, and then they just turned back to face forward after we passed them by. Either the men knew who the girls were already or were just terrible guards. I would say the latter, but I wasn't here to judge. We reached the front of the keep, and Veronica bent down for me to get off easily, and I was able to get off without taking the blanket off Jezebel's head. I then rolled her into my arms awkwardly, but was able to lift her large frame with ease now. I was fortunate to have made peace with these girls, and I might not have been able to get Jezebel if it weren't for them. I wonder if this was Mex's plan all along. The heat and bygones, I looked over at Veronica as I walked around, where she was still bent down at my height. Now that I was up close to Veronica's face, I could see just how much bigger she was than me. Thank you for all your help, girls, and especially you, Veronica. Thank you for giving me a ride, I said, and I walked up to Veronica's face and then kissed her cheek that was even larger than Jilly's. I could feel the heat start to radiate off Veronica's face as she crawled back from me, and I stood back up in shock. I watched her lift one of her paws up to touch the place that I had kissed, and I turned around to head into the keep. Find some shade so you can both keep cool. I will send someone out to bring you water and food, I said as I awkwardly opened the door and slipped into the keep. The door closed behind me, and I sighed and then started walking up the AstroTurf stairs. Jesable was awake, but she was shaking and staying quiet as I carried her to Nix's room. I had to wonder what was going through her head right now that allowed her to stay mostly calm. I would have thought that nothing could help someone that was scared of everything, but I guess that everyone has some kind of coping mechanism. I knocked on Nix's door, and there was a scramble that came from behind the door, and then I heard women arguing and then some crashing. I wasn't sure if I should stand this close to the door, and I also wished that the women would calm themselves down. Jesable was starting to shake more now, and I couldn't really blame her. I was worried about what was going to be waiting for me on the other side of the door for us, and when I finally did open it, I was surprised to find that Mex's mother, the red-headed one, was the one that opened the door to greet me. "Welcome. Have you come to... What is in your arms?" Parita asked me as she looked over Jesable. Then she got a look of understanding and nodded her head. "Ah, I see. Yes, bring her inside, and we will take you upstairs. I assume that was what you wanted, right?" "Yeah, if you girls don't mind watching over her until I'm done with my training. I need to do some stuff with the other girls, and now I need to get Jilly to make some more room for Jesable and the two Sphinx girls," I explained, and Parita nodded. "Yes, the other women are already up there waiting, but we will have to send you back the same way. I can take the Menastion up with me, and then you don't have to get launched out of the keep," Parita told me with a warm smile. Sure? You got this?" I asked, trying not to say something rude, but Parita nodded to me with a smile and then took Jesable from me with almost no effort. "We will take care of the girl. You go deal with the other ones and get what you need to be done. Just remember how helpful we are to you in the future," Parita said with a smile as she closed the door on me before I could respond. Then I was standing out in the hall all alone, or I was for a whole fraction of a second. "Why do you insist on trying to sneak up on me?" I asked as I turned around to face Nishi. To be honest, I had really thought it was Mex behind me, but one was just as bad as the other. I was just observing your interactions with the different women. "Kazz Foreman, I really don't like you. But there is something that is different about you that I can't deny. I hope that you continue to keep doing this kind of work in the future," Nishi said to me, but I raised an eyebrow at her. What is this all about? You're supposed to hate me, right? I still don't like you very much. But I can see your reasoning for what you have done, but I disagree with your careless attitude towards everyone that is around you," I said, and then began to stretch. "I'm just seeing things the way they are right now, and I have been thinking about some of the things that you said. I didn't like most things that you accused me of, but I also can't say that you are incorrect in assuming those things. I have just been dealing with people like my son and his pet projects for so long. I guess you can say that I was getting tired of knowing that nothing was going to change. And it was only a matter of time before someone found out what was going on," Nishi explained, and then took in a deep breath, then let it back out in a long exhale. "I can see why you might feel that way, but if you want to get off this island, then we need to work together. Though, I will not work with you if you cannot control your anger. None of the girls, or even Mex, deserves your anger. I was the one that broke your shit and yelled at you. Not any of the others," I explained, and Nishi looked to have resisted heavy eye roll as she nodded her head. "Yes, father. I will learn to get my anger in check, but then you have to start treating me with more respect," Nishi countered, shaking her finger at me. "Sure, the moment you give me a reason to. I'm not trying to be rude, but this is a two-way street. If we're going to work together, this will take effort from both of us. For now, I just want you to help me with Jesable. Help me figure out what the best way to deal with her will be and how I can keep her and the rest of us safe from her. Deal?" I asked. "I shall do my best. You keep getting stronger and get the girls back here that will become with us. The moment you can break through the barrier, I want to be out of here," Nishi said, and I nodded in agreement. "Eek, a taste of Sphinx." I turned around and then ran back down the stairs and outside, turning to the left and heading to my place, sprinting, but stopped when I saw a strange-looking woman holding a vicious-looking sword. "Hey, yes you. There isn't anyone else out here," the woman said to me with a growl. She was short and had teal skin but darker than Mary's, and she had what I would consider being Egyptian features. The sword she was carrying was a scimitar, but the blade was jagged like a saw. "What would you like? Kata? Is that your name? You are the mad scientist with all the failed creations, right?" I asked, and then she threw the sword at me. Instantly, without warning, my totem mark started to glow, and time slowed, and I watched the jagged scimitar fly at me. It was very elegantly crafted for all of the jigsaw vibes it was throwing off, but I really hoped that Jilly wasn't mad in me for taking so long. The blade still hadn't reached me yet, and I was starting to get worried about the way that I had to leave Mary this morning and the way she had acted towards me. There was also making sure that I spent the night with the Cerberus girls tonight, and I needed to deal with Liddy. Then I caught the sword, and the world stepped back into place, and I used my free hand to clutch my head. Holy shit. If that blade would have taken any longer, I was about to cross into a place that I didn't want to go to and that I had been ignoring. Smartass. Yes, I am Kida, the failed Sphinxlin, that is always left with more questions than answers. The woman yelled at me and was about to storm off, but I stopped her. "Wait, sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I am sure that it isn't easy to craft a magical weapon. I was just making sure that you were the right person. I could be a bit of a bonehead sometimes, and I have a lot on my mind right now, so sorry. This is a very nice sword, though. I don't know much about them, but I can tell that the balance is perfect, and it is a nice weight," I comment, and the woman walked over to me and put out her hand, and I handed her the sword, but Kata would take it. "Take care of me. I have heard from Nushi that you told her that you would take care of her, and now she has special abilities from that. I need that. Tell me what you want, and I will try to give it to you, but nothing perverted. I am not some sex-crazed demon, nor do I want to make any babies. The world doesn't need any more demons," Kida declared to me, and I dropped the sword in shock. "Whoa, hold on. Did you not just hear that I said I had too many things going on right now? I'm already taking care of quite a few girls, and I have more on my list," I said, putting my hands to my head, rubbing my temples. "I never said that it had to be right now, but I hope you can think about it. The master takes care of a lot more people than you do, and it seems to work just fine for him," Kata explained, and I let out a long sigh. She had a point. "Okay, I will think about it, but I will have to get back to you either tomorrow or the next day. Does that work for you?" I asked, and Kata just shrugged. "Not like I can say no. You hold the power here. I will just have to wait patiently as I continue to be unsuccessful and will probably be thrown out of the master's keep for being useless," Kida said dramatically, and I rolled my eyes and then shook my head with a smile. I might believe that if I didn't know Mex as well as I do. "But there is no way that Mex would kick you out," I said, but Kida glared up at me. "Yes, he would. He threatens me all the time," Kida retorted. "Yes, it's true, I do. Now get back to work and create something magical." "You wretch," Mex said from behind me, and then walked up beside me with a light-lipped face that I knew was holding back a smile. "See, he is always threatening me to produce something. We're going to get the boot," Kida complained, but then ran away, squealing like a child as Mex chased her, making roaring noises. What the fuck was I watching right now? Was this really happening? But the better question was how the hell she could believe him when he was clearly joking. She is a good person, but she needs a push, or she will just fall into a slump. She is very book smart, but her emotional intelligence is that of a young child's, so she is very gullible, Mex said from behind me, and I wanted to hit him so badly, but then Mex tapped my shoulder. "You had better train more Waterboy before you try that, but I can understand why you might want to." "I bet you can. Nishi must always do it to you, right?" "Well, I don't care. Stop doing it, or I will be taking care of Candace, and you can take care of your wife," I said, turning on Mex, and he narrowed his eyes at me. "Those are fighting words, boy," Mex said with a low voice, but I glared at him. "Then stop being a jackass and appear in front of me. You aren't fooling me, just annoying, and besides, right now I think that I have been pretty nice and helpful, so I think we should be on more respectful terms. I don't think we are equals, but I don't want to be just another person that you sneak up on to annoy. All right?" I said, feeling in a bit of a huff after using the Sphinx water totem. That ability has caused me to think about all my problems. The things plaguing me and other things I had forgotten about were way too in-depth, and now I would have to train like that. Mex was looking at me and then nodded. Yes, you're right, and we aren't the same. So, let's make a deal. I will pretend to be the demon lord, and you could be the real one? Mex asked and slapped my hand to my forehead, but he wasn't finished. I only have one request. Leave Candace out of your list of girls. She is mine. If you want to have a taste of Sphinx, I can talk to Veronica, but I don't think that one would take much convincing. By the way, good work on making peace with the girls and bringing all three back. Admire. And envy. I shook my head and then walked past him without saying a word. I didn't have time for this right now. At least think about it. Mex called as I walked into the house and found the girls waiting for me. Jilly looked tense, but the rest of the girls were relaxing on the couches. Mary was curled up with Nushi on one side of her, and the Cerberus girls were on the other side of her. I went straight over to Jilly and smiled up at her. I just need to go talk to Liddy about cooking for her after. Do you want to meet me in the bathroom? I asked Jilly, and she looked away from me. Yes, but I wasn't waiting or anything like that, or upset, or anything like that, Jilly said, repeating herself as she turned and also walked into a table. I smiled as she made her way outside. I was reliving to see her act cute and a bit nervous, but I wouldn't tell her that. At least not when there were other people around to hear, or she would get embarrassed and upset surely. I turned back to the other girls and went over to them and leaned down to give them kisses, and Mary tried to growl at me again, but this time I kissed her anyway, and she didn't do anything but stayed still. How'd it go with Jess Abel? She asked after she laughed at my exchange with Mary. Good. I have her with your grandmother until I can get a place for her that will keep her safe. I also met Kita, I said, eyeing Nushi, who turned her head up to me with a smile. And? How is that? Are you taking care of another girl now? Nushi asked, putting a hand to cover her mouth. But only after she gave me a knowing grin, and I shook my head. You're just as bad as your father, you know that, right? I said to her, and then I heard Liddy laugh from behind me, making me turn around. As bad? You will learn that we are all far better at being demons than the master is, Liddy said, and I tipped my smile and shrugged my shoulders. I would believe it. Good that you were here. Did you happen to hear me talking to Jilly? I asked, and Liddy nodded, with her tail whipping around excitedly. Yes, I will wait, but try to not take the rest of the morning. I'm starting to get hungry for those eggs that I like so much and the promise that you made to me, Liddy said, the smile slipping off her face, replaced with a more severe expression that almost made me gulp, and I nodded. Yeah, I will, but I can't rush my time with Jilly. And you know that. I also would like you to prepare something for the two sphinxes that I brought back with Jess Abel, if you don't mind. I said, and Liddy nodded, then motioned to the door. Then get going and stop screwing around here with me. The sooner you are done, the sooner I get rid of this itch, Liddy said as she turned back to the kitchen. But I noticed her hand disappear beneath her apron at the front. I turned and ran out of the house. My heart was pumping with a bit of excitement, but I focused on the task at hand, Jilly. I hadn't really got to spend too much time with her, and I also didn't think that I had all of the story with Lizzie, the magma spider. I ran back to the castle and waved at the two sphinx lying on the other side of the keep, opposite to where I had my castle built. God, now I was calling it my castle. Damn that Mex, and trying to slough his duties off on me. Though the idea wasn't a bad one, and then I would be able to maybe make the place a little more efficient. Plus, if Mex could do it and be moderately successful without the other two demon lords coming down on him, I should be fine. I walked into the keep, and lo and behold, guess who was waiting for me? Honestly, I should expect to see him every time I think about the demon. I break out in a terrible sneezing fit when it happens. So, then I come and find you to see what you were thinking about. It usually is insulting, but also quite interesting, Mex said, and he looked me over. Fine, read my mind. I told him and thought of telling him to go fuck himself, and Mex frowned at me. You're not a demon, and why would I do that to myself? I can't read your mind, but I can still read you like an open book. You are very expressive, and you should learn to keep a firm posture. Stop slouching all the time. It makes you look short, and you already don't need any help with that. Mex said, raising an eyebrow at me. Yes, great master, sure, but I have shit to do, so vamos and let me get going. A woman is waiting on me, I said and turned away, starting to head to the left, around the fountain. But Meg still spoke as I left. I admire and envy you. When you act like a good person, everyone sees it for what it is. Why do good things? People just see me as being a useless and bad demon lord. Maybe they're right, but then I really don't care. Let them say what they want, and you can get this place running. I would sooner be bad at being a demon rather than be good at one, Mex said as I walked away. When he finished, I turned around to look at him, but Mex was gone. Late rent. Not in a single mission, I turned back and headed to the bathroom, where Jilly was waiting, and went inside to find Jilly naked and already in the water. I smiled and walked over to where the towels and soap were and grabbed a pail that was beside the stand. Took you long enough. You sure like to keep a girl waiting, Jilly said, and then sunk down into the water and started to move around in the water to get her body wet. Sorry, I had to talk to some people, but I am here now, and it is time to get you clean, I said as I waded into the water with my bucket that had my soap and rags in it. It's fine. I know that you're doing things right now, and that is a lot of work. I'm almost always surprised with how willing you are to help everyone, Jilly said as I started to scrub her red shell. I'm not saying that it is my job, but it is the task that I have set myself on, and I hate to see people in trouble. I'm also trying to make up for my previous life where all I did was cheat and do things for myself. So I want to do things differently this time. I also need all of your help in order to make it anywhere, I said, but I was surprised with how well the grime came off. What? Just because I can build things? Jilly said, whipping around and hitting me across the face with her breasts. Oops, sorry. It was a good slap, but good in a good way, not, ouch, that hurt way. I started to laugh. It's really a pity that this woman didn't see how important she was to all of us. Your little building things are one of the most important and helpful systems that any of the girls have, and I think we will ever have. I am so thankful that you are the one that got it, because I think that you're the only one that can properly use it, I said to Jilly as I moved down her shell and scrubbed. Can you tell me some more about Lizzie? You know that I'm going to have to go get her, so I need to know what to watch for. Jilly turned away from me at first, and I thought that I was just going to get another tit of smack, but she let out a long breath instead. Then Jilly turned slowly back towards me, and that is when she started to explain. I don't know how much I can actually help you when it comes to her. Like you said, I had never asked any questions or really learned that much about her. I had thought that we were something like friends, and I thought that the challenge was going to be something small. I was naive, and I lost my home. That used to bother me, but now I am here with you, and it doesn't hurt quite as bad as it did. And I feel like I actually belong with you all, Jilly said, and I continued to clean, but spoke up. That's why I do this. I want to make a place that is a home for anyone that wants it and is willing to work together as a team and family. I wanted to ask you something about your last home, in the ravine. You still owe the Demon Lord DOA rent for there, right? How can we go about paying that? I asked, and Jilly's eyes went big. I forgot about that. You'll have to ask Mex to send you on an actual mission tomorrow, not on one of his tasks. Then you'll be able to collect MP, and then we can give it to DOA, but you'll have to go and visit him, Jilly explained, and I raised an eyebrow. And not only because there were a lot of U's in there and no USS. That does not sound healthy. I'm even going to see the great demon lord of the island, right? I asked, but Jilly shook her head. No, he has no reason to hurt you or even bother you unless you do something to hurt him in any way. If that happens, then it doesn't matter where you are on the island. He will come for you. Demons are not all unreasonable, and DOA will not chance losing any of his good warriors to fight you. I'm sure that his goal is to get off this island. Unlike the lesser demon lords that have no ambitions, DOA wants to increase his rank to the highest level, Imperial, Jilly explained as I started on her legs. Okay, that makes sense. So I just have to get the monster points and then drop them off to DOA, and you'll be square with him? I asked, and Jilly gave me a funny look, and I laughed. Sorry, I meant that you would not owe him anything else. How many monster points was your rent? 300 points, Jilly said, turning to look forward as I moved to her other side and started cleaning her other legs. That really didn't seem that bad, but what was with the weird way she was acting now? And that made me start to get a bit worried. Maybe I would only get 1 to 5 from the mission? Okay, 300 MP isn't that bad, But how many MP do I get for each mission on average? I asked, thinking that I would get about that much from a single mission. Anywhere from 10 and up. It all depends on the rank of the mission given, but I'm also 6 months late on my rent, and that is why DOA was sending someone to come and collect it from me, Jilly explained, and I froze. What the fuck did she just say? 6 months. Chapter 85 Jilly. Finish the job 1,800 points, and the mission start at 10 points. How many points do you have? I asked in exasperation. None, Jilly said, still not looking at me, and I threw my hands in the air. What do you mean none? How am I supposed to collect that much MP? I will have to do missions for a month straight. I complained, and Jilly sighed and turned to me. I am sorry, I didn't care about anything at that point and was willing to go be DOA cleaning slave, but then I met you and chased you. Now we are here, and you're cleaning me, so I am sorry, Jilly said, and I relaxed and let out a sigh. This was not what I had expected or really what I needed on my plate right now, but I cared a lot about Jilly, so I would make it work. She was the first girl I met when I got here, and even though she had tried to eat me, she had become an indispensable part of my team. Okay, can you roll over and start explaining how the ranks and payment work for the mission and MP? I asked, and Jilly did as I said, rolling over onto her back. The lowest rank mission is F-, then it moves to F, F, and finally F. Those four are worth 10, 25, 50, and 100. The mission's pay scale doubles each time you move up a letter rank to A and then S rank. After that, there are many ranks that start after that, but you will never find them on this island, and they don't have MP rewards. Jilly explained as I cleaned her light golden underside. That makes sense, but how do I know the rank of the mission? I asked, started getting close to Jilly's waist area, and stopped. What are you doing? Why did you stop? You said that you were going to clean me up, right? That includes all the cobwebs I have in here, right? Jilly said with a grin, and I rolled my eyes, but then Jilly tightened her eyes at me. You promised me that you would clean me, and I am not asking you to be with me like that yet, so it is fine, and if you want to hear more, you had better get to it. You are forever the extortionist, but if you insist, I said, and kept cleaning. I ran the cloth over her, and Jilly squirmed a little at the touch, and then she shifted under my hand. I moved the cloth aside and then splashed a bit of water on her to clean the soap off. And then I touched Jilly gently. And that feels nice. I really needed that. So take your time, Jilly said, and then closed her eyes, and I continued soothing her with care. She seemed to relax as I worked slowly. As I spent time with Jilly, I could feel her start to sweat. I reached up and put my arm around her shoulder as we talked. As we chatted, Jilly began to laugh, and then she reached over and held my hand. And I didn't stop her as she pulled me close and then moved so she could lean in. Jilly kissed me softly, and my knees started to get weak, but that just made me hold on tighter. I let my hand rest against her side and gently held her close. I could feel that Jilly was starting to get excited, and I was starting to feel the same. I stopped touching Jilly's chest and put my hand on the back of her head and began to move closer as I moved my other hand faster. The wave of pleasure that followed that intense moment with Jilly and the feeling of her body shaking against my hand was great. I don't think Jilly would have enjoyed it as much if we would have actually been together. I took my hand slowly away from Jilly, and she cleaned me off and then pulled my shorts the rest of the way. You don't know just how much I want you right now. You will have to put new ones on after anyways, and for you not being very big, you do know how to use your hands very well. But how can you clean the rest of my body? Jilly asked me with a sexy smile. I had been partially worried that she was going to ask to have another round, but it seemed that she just wanted me to finish what I started. I was also glad for my system, or I might not have made it out of the bathroom alive. I continued cleaning like nothing had happened, but I felt great. Jilly must have eaten a good number of men before me. She had some excellent skills, and I couldn't wait till I got the skills to match her, but this was not bad for now. As for the rank of the mission, when you accept a mission, you will get a notification that will show you a floating window. That will display all the information about the mission and what you have to do to finish it, Jilly explained as I finished washing off her breasts. There was a lot of surface to clean, so I made sure that I gave them a thought of scrubbing, getting small moans out of Jilly. After I finished, the two of us got out, and I dried off and slipped a new pair of shorts on, then grabbed some towels. What do you have to do now? Jilly asked as I toweled her off. Make eggs for Liddy and then training. But I wanted to ask you if you can make a place for the two Sphinx and Jess Sable. The place for her has to be strong and secure and calming. She is omniphobic, I said to Jilly, and she nodded to me. Yes, I can do that. I've already been thinking about what I would do with her, and I have some ideas. I will have both places ready when you get back, Jilly said as she slipped her massive breast in her tube top, and then we left. Chapter 86 Totem, and completely distracted, I walked out of the bathroom with Jilly, and the two of us headed back outside, and then back over to our apartment block. I'm going to go get started on collecting supplies, but I need to take Mary with me. She has been lazy since you two had your fun last night, and I don't want to get attacked, Jilly explained as we walked. I'm going to cook, and then I have to do my training with my new totem mark I got from Veronica the Sphinx, I said as I opened the door, but when I looked inside, there was no one downstairs. Mary will be in her room, but Liddy should be in the kitchen. Thank you for everything. I feel better now, Jilly said, and then made her way up the stairs. I smiled to myself, and then made my way to the kitchen, but it was empty. I sent her off to do some tasks. You can deal with her when you get back from your training, Mech said as he appeared in front of me for once. Thanks. I have a long day ahead of me, still with seams. But this time I want to make the last lesson last long, I said as I grabbed the sandwich. It was on a plate with a note that said, "They'll be waiting, and I'm getting tired of waiting." Mister that said it all, and I scarfed the sandwich down and waved to Mex as I ran out of the apartment. I ran out to the front gate, and as I was about to turn on the speed, Spell called to me. Kazz, hey, wait for a minute. Spell called to me, and I slowed to a stop and turned to him. Hey, what is it? I asked, still jogging on the spot. I am sorry for Liddy, and I know that you are already dealing with a lot, but thank you, Spell said as he bowed low. Don't act like that, you idiot, Trig snarled. But Spell whipped his head to him, still bowing. You should be bowing to him as well. You are the idiot. The master spoke to us not even a moment ago, and you have already forgotten what he said? Spell sneered uncharacteristically at Trig, but Trig bowed quickly. Sorry, sir. Trig said awkwardly from his bowed position, and I rolled my eyes but nodded to both of them. Don't sweat it, but I want you two to start paying attention, and at night I will have the Sphinx taking turns on watch from now on, I explained but then turned and took off. I didn't have time for small talk right now, and I knew that things were about to get a lot harder. I still didn't know how to activate the totem mark, but I was sure that Hero was just in the back of my mind waiting. The board I am playing on is frozen right now because of some new developments in the lower realm. So, for now, I am stuck here with you, but not in your mind by any means. Let's just say that I get notifications of a sort when you think about me. Do you mean like from an app on your phone? No, I sneeze if you say my name. I have a sneezing fit, so use it very lightly. Do you mean I can't use the word hero unless I am calling you? No, you can't use my name, Hero. You can use the word hero as much as you want, but as soon as you link it to me in your mind, it will notify me, and I will make you pay if you do it just to mess with me. I was at the break in the trees now, so I slowed down. It was well into the day. There would be monsters out, and I was sure that Mex would not be here to babysit me, but that was good. All you need to do is call out your totem name, and then focus on it to activate it. To end it, you will need to release it from your mind, but it is hard to explain. You will know what to do when you are ready to end it. But stick to the plan, and don't let it go. Totem mark of the water Sphinx, come to me, I called, reaching out my hand. The power inside of me responded immediately, making me feel better about the dramatic pose I had struck. Strange blue lines that rippled like water started wrapping around my arms and the rest of my body, and then they snapped tight. Instantly, the world slowed, and I knew exactly why. I was in that place that made me think about everything, and now I was about to walk through the most dangerous gauntlet that I had ever been in. Well, maybe my bedroom might prove to be more dangerous, but regardless of what happened, I needed to keep moving. I would have more than a monster problem if I was late back, and I didn't cook those damn eggs for Liddy. I started walking, and I was completely aware of everything around me. Whenever a root tried to trip or grab me, I would easily sidestep it and dance around the plants with no problem. That wasn't my issue. Why does Mary still act like a little witch to me? What did I do wrong? I asked out loud and started feeling like an idiot instantly after. What did that matter? A kobold suddenly jumped from a bush on my right, and I grabbed it by the neck and broke it, not sure if I did a proper job with Jilly. She seemed satisfied, but maybe she was just nice to me because I was doing the same for her. Raw, Callbot said as I punted it out of the air. Shaman level 3 acquired. Name, Kazz level 3 class. Shaman strength, 3 dexterity, 2 fortitude. For wisdom, 3 intellect, 1 spirit. For energy, 0 class skills. Plants peak rank 1. Target a plant to speak to it. 55 chance of success. 10 chance of irritation. Totem bond rank 2. Auto trigger. Totem bond is triggered when a totem mark can be acquired. The target must express gratitude to you in some form in order to trigger totem bond. Bonds. Water Sphinx totem. Bond. Veronica. Increase reaction, awareness, and thought process. Elemental bonds. Blessings. Nothing dramatic, just some stats boosts, and all my buffs were gone that I received. I would have to look at what the other buffs were doing for me after the other meetings. I pulled out the loose leaf dagger and did a slow spin, dicing up to more kobolds as the blades fanned out like snakes. I started thinking about how quickly mechs started telling everyone about me taking over. This guy just did not want to be in charge. But was there some other meaning behind this? Chapter 87 Gardena. And the living land, even with the extra brain power that I could pour into worrying about mechs, I just couldn't find a reason for him to do all of this. I mean, besides the reason that he had actually given me, like him thinking highly of me and saying that I would do a better job of it. That could just be Silvery Mech's sugar, tonguing me up with smooth words and reasonable promises to get me pinned into a trap. There was something big in the bush, but it was only watching me, and I was almost to the first clearing where I would meet with Grogville. It was some kind of cat, but very big, and black with red stripes. It almost reminded me of Tiger, but from hell, and a lot bigger, but I think because it knew I could see it hiding, it didn't want to attack. I walked into the clearing, and then stepped around where Grogville tried to open up the ground under me. Then I had to hop 6 more times before the earth elemental burst from the earth, sputtering in anger. Hey, stand still, or I can't help you. Grogville growled at me, and I nodded, starting to wonder what I was going to do about Kita. Yeah, sorry, my head is all over the place right now. You can chew me up, and I will stand still, but how did you get here in the first place? I asked, but was then dropped into a hole that opened under me. As my body was chewed up, I was now able to more easily identify what exactly was happening. This was like a deep tissue massage, but it was also stretching my muscles out and pulling them apart weirdly. Everything slowed down even more during this time, and I started to think about how this totem actually worked. It sped up my reaction time, and that allowed me to have more time to think about what I would do. The problem is that it made me think about too much while it was happening, and then I would lose the extra time. I was still able to react to everything around me, but I needed to fully channel this focus to outside of me. I felt a change. The grinding slowed, and I felt myself sink down a bit before I was spat out. I was ready for it and quickly caught myself and landed on my feet, trying to force my focus on Grovel. You're getting stronger and more reactive with that new totem. Now let's see just how well you understand it. Bwahaha, Grogville said, and then barked out a burst of seismic laughter that rippled through my body. This time was different, and I planted my feet and focused on breathing and staying on my feet. I forced my body to do what it needed to do to function correctly and blocked out the body, rippling tremorous sound wave. I opened my eyes, and I could see the muscle in my body getting flapped around like I was getting hit with gale force winds. I started to flex, and I used my muscles to create a barrier from Grogville laughter, and my inside started to take less of shit kicking. I could feel my eyes starting to bulge, so I had to close them from the pressure, but the laughter only lasted a moment longer. When it stopped, I let go of my concentration, but I could feel the drastic improvement in my Bodis fortitude. Incredible. You can already stand up and breathe through my laugh. I'm almost disappointed to be the first to get linked in. I am from the main continent, Gardiana, just like the rest of us primals. But we are only small parts of our parents or our whole, Grogville explained, and I nodded. So then, who brought you here and why? I asked, but I was silently cheating in my head. That admission meant that he didn't need to teach me more, meant that I would be able to acquire him as my primal bond. I still wasn't entirely sure what that meant besides that I would be able to take unlimited Earth Totem marks. Mex brought me when DOA ran away from 8B ranked Demon Lord, Hesperia. She had taken all of his demon farms down, but DOA was able to escape with the demon that he had under his control. Now he is trying to build a force again in the same way with more demon farms. But it won't work, Groville explained, and I nodded my head. Because he is one of the lowest ranked demons, and I would assume that lower ranked demons can produce higher ranked demons, right? I asked as I stretched out. My body was still sore from the experience. Yes, and only minor demons at that. And then he has to train them and keep them from getting themselves killed. That is a lot harder than he could have ever imagined. This island doesn't like that we came to take it over, but it won't let us go either, Grogville said. And I gave him a strained look with a raised eyebrow. The island doesn't like it? You talk like it is alive? I said, and the earthen man nodded his head. This island is sleeping right now, and the only way to get off of it is to wake it up. The moment that DOA landed on its shore and started to spread out, the island started killing the demons. Monsters attacked us relentlessly, and the demons on this island are only a quarter of what arrived. DOA had to demonize the orcs that were natives on this island to recover some of his numbers. Once that happened, the island forced the monsters to start fighting. Within a year, most of the monsters that were in large groups had been whittled down. This place does not like the demons, but most islands are the same. None have had good experiences when the demons come, and all land is connected. Groville explained to me and gave me a hellstorm of information to process. You know this only because you're the Earth Primal, right? Or does everyone know the islands will? I asked, but Groville gave me a sad smile. Everyone, but the demons can hear the silent calls of the island. If you can't get Mex and the rest of his people off the island, they will all end up dead within a month. I shall become your primal Earth Totem, and then you will know, Grogville said as he started to give off a brown glow. Chapter 88 Not Right. What is your goal? I watched as Grogville started to glow a bright brown that was starting to pulse weirdly, but then I realized that it was in sync with my heart.